Introduction of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Celine Major. The Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Margueritte. Introduction. Paris has often been described by travelers, by artists, by savants, by friends and by enemies, yet it was after reading most of the works descriptive of Paris that I felt how much there was still to be written, if not about Paris, at least about the Parisians. English prejudices of 2 centuries ago still swayed the minds and guided the pen of English writers. They came to Paris imbued with these prejudices, and having no means of penetrating into the inner life of the Parisians, they judged of the surface, swayed, unconsciously perhaps, by traditional errors, and by a hatred which, under the influence of a more complete acquaintanceship and a common interest, excited by civilization against barbarianism, is rapidly disappearing. The Englishman now no longer looks on his nearest neighbor as his mortal foe. Still, though the monuments of Paris, its sights, its cafes and its streets may have been well and accurately described, the soul of this moving population has remained, to the transient visitor, enveloped in a brilliant but impenetrable veil. Though born in England, and somewhat of a cosmopolitan, Paris has been my home, and its language was the first I ever spoke. I have never judged it as a stranger, and was not for many years aware of the utterly absurd and false notions entertained by other nations with regard to the private life of the people, supposed to be best known, and certainly the most frequently visited of all European cities. I believe that foreigners know more about the domestic manners of the inhabitants of the Sandwich Islands than they do about the domestic manners of the Parisians. Indeed, the general opinion, I am convinced, is that the Parisians have no domestic manners at all to describe, and that the piles and piles of houses are merely built to afford a temporary shelter for the night, but that the actual existence of the Parisians goes on in the streets, the cafes, and the theatres. It is to correct these errors, to show the Parisians as they are, scrupulous in the virtues which bind society together, loyal and true in all the relations of the domestic affections, and devoted to family ties, that I have undertaken the following chapters. Not as a guide book to the monuments of Paris, but a guide book to its hearts and hearths. The French are, though cordial and polite in manner, reserved and unostentatious. Besides being generally very little versed in foreign languages, so that neither through their intercourse with foreigners, nor their knowledge of foreign literature, could they be aware of how wrongly they were judged, or probably, the work I now offer to the public, would have been written long since, and by an abler pen. Such as it is, however, with all its faults, I claim for it 2 merits: one that it is true, and another that the subjects treated are entirely new in the view taken of them and in the revelations they contain. The homes of Paris are perhaps for the first time described, and though it has been said that the word home has no equivalent in the French language, the thing itself is essentially French, just as the word ennui cannot be translated into Anglo-Saxon, though the thing itself is most unquestionably indigenous to the English soil. Some of the chapters of this work appeared in a New York journal of a high character, from thence they were copied into several European periodicals. Encouraged by this approval, I was induced to complete the work, anxious as I was that the truth should be known, and that the people of the United States, the companions of Lafayette and Lestang, should, in memory of their chivalric companionship with the fathers of the American Revolution, whilst according their admiration, not withhold from the French either their friendship or their esteem, in all the humbler and holier duties of domestic life. End of the introduction. Chapter 1 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Margueritte. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The first entrance into Paris. Who has not been to Paris? What is there can be said of Paris that has not been said already? Well, after the fall of Napoleon there was a great gathering of nations, and now railways and steamships have opened the roads and the high seas to all continental and insular travellers. And yet how few, who are not Parisians born, have really literally seen more of Paris than its surface. If we could open the diary of most travellers, we should have but to change the date, and their Parisian experiences might do for Vienna, Berlin, London, Brussels, or Naples. There have been English and Americans who have resided in Paris and never set foot in a real Parisian house and home. For there is such a thing as a Parisian home, though we know that the general opinion is that the Parisians live in the street, feed at the restaurateurs, and receive their friends either on the Boulevards or in the cafés. Well, true to speak, as our carriage brings us from the Débarcadère, or railroad depot, along the Boulevards, and turns down the Rue Richelieu, it does seem as if all Paris has come out to greet us. In London it is said that the countryman stood still till people had gone by; but in Paris one could not be tempted to stand still. Such is the joyous holiday look of all, that one feels disposed to inquire what there is to be seen and where everybody is going, in order to rush on and join in the fun. There is truly no particular occasion of rejoicing; but they are happy that their day's toil is done, and they come home, casting away all care and fear for the morrow, to enjoy what the rich and wealthy give them, the view of all the luxuries in the shop windows, the sight of the prancing horses, the gay equipages, the lighted streets, the pretty faces under pretty bonnets, and the eccentricities of les drôles d'Anglais. Now we have dashed into the Hôtel des Princes. The broad courtyard is quite imposing. The picturesque effect of the medley, somewhat marred by the absence of the rope-harnessed horses, and the 7-leagued booted postilion, over whom the railroad has long since whirled. But we see the lights gleaming from every window in the building, as they do in the castle of Lammermoor while the tenor is dying in the opera of that name, that there is an ample welcome waiting for us. Then come forth through the glass doors of the hall an officious phalanx of servants. The same phrase is sounded in your ear in many languages, till you are found out to be Anglais. To a Frenchman the grand political event of the Declaration of Independence does not exist, and those who speak English are all to him subjects of the Queen of Great Britain. Consigned to the care of your countryman, he hands you out of your carriage, he ushers you in, and knowing the rooms disengaged, walks you up the grand staircase and ensconces you in your apartment. Now, at the Hôtel des Princes you may go and dine at the table d'hôte if you please. For there is a table d'hôte, and one at which nobody dines, although it is always full. Beware, O most unwary traveller, of all you will meet there. Beware especially of the princes with offs and skies at the end of their names. They are mostly but wandering Kossuths, in search of voluntary contributions for the relief of themselves. Beware, too, of Messieurs les Comtes and Messieurs les Marquis, Parisians of high rank; though, if ever you get really among men of rank, you will look in vain for these noblemen. They, however, welcome you most warmly, and they really do feel some of the pleasure they express at seeing you, for they intend to get something out of you. That charming old lady, too, she must be the type of the old ladies for which Parisian society is so celebrated. That most unpretending dress, the soft gray hair, shading eyes still so bright and expressive, that small white hand, the gentle, unobtrusive manner, beware, for this lady has a friend. This friend, a woman of high birth, one of the belles of the last century, was so fortunate, though she immigrated, to have, by some miraculous process, her immense fortune preserved for her. This has enabled her to keep up a fine establishment, and to receive a great deal of company, especially foreigners, Englishmen in particular, for the English were so good to her in exile. Now your friend of the gray hair will introduce you. It is a great favour, but then you are so attractive, so charmant. She is an old woman, and may therefore say so. You are a young dandy, and will believe her, of course, and pull up your shirt collar at the compliment. So you one evening are introduced into the brilliant drawing room of this interesting exile by your friend. Be as grateful as you please, enjoy yourself as much as you can, only don't think that you have got into Parisian society, and above all, don't play bouillotte or lansquenet. Then, too, at this table d'hôte of the Hôtel des Princes is an English family. its daughters so straight and fair, with their flowing ringlets, their pearly teeth, their stiff petticoats, and bare shoulders. Then the mamma, all blue satin gown and crimson cashmere scarf, with rings on every finger, and black mittens instead of gloves, that she may show them. Papa, in black from head to foot, sleek and solemn, wanting but a star to look quite ministerial. Then the son and heir, with blonde moustache, a waist as slim as his sister's, dressed in a way to enchant both a tailor and a hairdresser, supercilious and sulky that he isn't a lord, supercilious that he may pass for one, and so afraid of anything revealing that he is not court bred, that he frowns at his sisters, until they get bewildered in their ideas of right and wrong, and don't know whether they ought to take the asparagus in their fingers, or drink champagne while it foams. These good people are from the wrong side of Temple Bar. Don't breathe that you are an American, or they'll snub you. Don't try to conciliate, or they'll patronize you and monopolize you, in which case you might as well have promenaded up and down Broadway, with some of its belles, as to have come to Paris to enjoy Paris and the Parisians. No Parisian of distinction ever dines at a table d'hôte. To English people of any position it is especially repulsive. At the hotel, however, they will give you all your meals in your own room, without the steps of the waiter who brings it being converted into francs and figuring on your bill. The hotels of the Place Vendôme, good only for long purses, are English to the core. Hôtel de Bristol, Hôtel de Londres, Hôtel St. James, in the Rue Saint-Honoré, is English. Here once resided the fair Lavallière. Here still is to be seen the chamber, under her own apartment, communicating by a spiral staircase with her room, up which the impetuous and amorous Louis XIV. Used to bound in his youth. The historical Hôtel St. James is now English, even to its prices. Hôtel Bedford, in the same street, is English, or rather, in its habits of go-ahead noise and bustle, resembles more nearly an American caravansary. The aristocratic hotels beneath the arches of the Rue de Rivoli, with their proud names, Hôtel de l'Europe, de Flandre, de Milan, etc., are all English. So is the father of all hotels, the venerable Meurice. Anyone on gambling thoughts intent might safely make a bet of any amount that not one of these hotels contains a French family. Very few French bachelors even live in hotels, and none certainly in these headquarters of the English. The French have a hatred of living in common with strangers. They are fond of society, of theatres, of outdoor amusements; but, contradictory to the received ideas, the French have a strong love of home. However poor, however humble, every French family has a home of its own, where it can keep the prying eye of idle curiosity from either its smiles or its tears. There are, however, real French hotels, to which an American or an Englishman never strayed. Some of these hotels have tables d'hôte, but there are few ladies, and the men are men of business, here to day and gone to morrow. In these hotels, when you enter, out from a loge, a construction the size of a bandbox manufactured behind the big gate, pops a portière, tidy and trim, with a smile on her face and a bunch of keys in her hand. She nods to the man who brings your baggage. She knows all the ticket porters in Paris. The latter courteously salutes Madame Antoine, and quietly seats himself on his truck, waiting till your whereabouts has been assigned you. She cannot keep Monsieur standing; so, with many bows, curtsies, and more words than you thought necessary to settle the whole negotiation, you find yourself introduced into the loge. There is a well-stuffed and well-polished armchair. You look around you. On the chimney, a small gilded edition of the Princess Marie's Jeanne d'Arc surmounts a fine, loud, ticking clock. On each side of it are china vases, with artificial flowers and glass shades. In the ample fireplace, well packed with the accumulated ashes of a whole season, blazes a bright wood fire. At the extremity of the room is the mahogany bedstead, gracefully becurtained, which curtains, forming at once a screen and a drapery, conceal the culinary apparatus of Madame Antoine, in which she cooks, not only her own potage and petits plats, but also contrives to give breakfast to some dozen or two lodgers in the hotel. Madame Antoine, seeing you comfortable, then proceeds to state that she has such and such a room, with an alcove, charming for any one who receives. Ah, monsieur does not receive company? Eh bien, then, she will give you a simple chambre à coucher. Number 40? Number 50? Does monsieur object to the 7th story? Monsieur certainly does. Oh, oh, she sees monsieur does not mind paying. You English are so rich. Now you are irrevocably an Englishman, from the mere fact of your being white, for a portière in Paris thinks all Americans black. After enumerating all the rooms she has to let, which won't suit you, she finally takes you to the one you want. There, throwing the door wide open, voici, with a triumphant tone. A fine room, 2 nice windows with red and white curtains, a fine mirror between the windows, large red velvet sofa, armchairs, a round marble table in the middle of the room, a snug bed with befrilled pillows and draperies to match the windows, a fine clock ticking as loudly and of a much larger size than the one below, flowers in vases to match, lots of ashes in the fireplace, logs ready to blaze at a moment's warning, a tiny piece of carpet before it and another before your bed, an oak floor as polished as your table, a small invisible closet, about 3 feet square, containing all your washing apparatus. In another corner, a large wardrobe and bureau are ready to receive your clothes. Will this do? Of course it will do. How much? Here you mentally calculate what a small den in New York, minus every comfort and luxury but the one indispensable chair and table, would cost. 40 francs, says Madame Antoine. A week? Eh non, a month. Then there is 10 francs a month for the service, that is, the keeping your room in order, brushing your clothes, cleaning your boots, etc. Then, for 6 francs, she, Madame Antoine, will furnish you with breakfast, and monsieur will dine where he pleases. Will that do? Of course it will do. Then a smile, a bow, and summoned by the clear, shrill tones of Madame Antoine, your porter brings your baggage into your room. Another call from Madame Antoine, out of a staircase window, brings a certain Jean, wearing noiseless list slippers. He has a feather brush under his arm, and brings a shovel with live coals into your room. These, bestowed on the expectant logs, and helped by a little blowing from a most ornate pair of bellows, which form part of your furniture, set off in a cheerful blaze. Then Madame Antoine looks around, tells you not to mind ringing. Or, if Jean don't come quickly at that, you can follow her example, and scream for him out of the window. And so, hoping you will be pleased with all, everybody, and everything, as seems to have been the case with herself all through life, she ends at last by shutting the door and vanishing. So here you are, for 56 francs, or $11 per month, secure of a good apartment, attendance, and your breakfast. Your firing will cost about 15 francs a month, $3 more. Besides all this, you have the motherly care of Madame Antoine, who, unless she be an exception to the class, will positively take an interest in you, thinking that, for the time being, your interests are hers. Now, these hotels are to be found in the Rue de Maille, about the Rue Montmartre, the Place de la Bourse, and so on, or in the Faubourg St. But there they have another character, and deteriorate considerably from those on this side of the Seine. If you go to Paris to see your own countrymen, and vie with them in expense, keep to your Quartier des Tuileries. But if you are so fortunate as to get into real, intellectual, vivacious, genuine French society, it will take nothing from your merits that you live in a quartier known to be cheaper than another. Your reception will be just as cordial, and your credit with your French correspondent greater, than if you lived amongst the nouveaux riches. In Paris, you must depend on yourself for your own success. There, it is not what has he, but what is he, that decides the question. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Margueritte. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Boulevards. One of the great charms of Paris is certainly its atmosphere. So clear, light, and buoyant, it is like inhaling champagne. Paris in May is sufficient to convert the veriest hypochondriac into a cheerful, hopeful, good-natured being. This climate has, no doubt, a great influence on the character of the people, and accounts for their joyousness, their excitability, their wit. L'esprit court les rues is true in Paris, more than in any other country in the world. Wit is to be found in every station, from unpretending, clever repartee, to the real metaphysical sparkle of such jousters with words as Alfred de Musset, Janet, Mérimée, Carre, Dumas, Balzac, etc. But then, in Paris, every one has the first element, without which everything will be false, meretricious, and cold: l'esprit de sa position, the dignity of one's own position, a thorough self-reliance, and a respect for the position of others. In France, the lower and middle class is, after all, the heart of a nation. For the richer, if not higher class, have a monstrous family resemblance with each other all over the world, are not discouraged by feeling that for them there is nothing but toil, or that a relaxation from labour is their only recreation. These classes have pleasures of their own, so that they are not mortified when they can afford them, by being brought in contact with the supercilious and refined parvenus, in all countries merciless and ruthless, who can sneer at their awkwardness, or laugh at the discrepancies of their costume. The working classes, however rich, would never assume any other dress than their hereditary costume. And neighbours and friends shake their heads, and honest young mechanics turn away from a girl who wears mantillas and dons a silk bonnet. Elle porte chapeau means almost a dereliction from virtue. A tradesman's wife would never wear diamonds, excepting the smallest of brooches and earrings, and these only on such occasions as a wedding, ball, or civic feast. And that desideratum of all French women, an India shawl, would never be seen on the shoulders of an employé, or of any person whose revenue was known not to warrant such an expense. There is, however, a lady of the Chaussée d'Antin, who envelops her fairy feet in a superb Delhi shawl, embroidered in gold, when she goes out in her carriage. But then, she is the wife of a stockbroker, and her revenue is, of course, fabulous, like all of that class, in more senses than one. Another effect of the Parisian climate, so exhilarating, scarcely ever over warm or over cold, is, that it has made the flâneur, a word which can be explained but not translated. It means an easy sauntering, without any definite object, though enjoying all. It means a good-humoured search after comfort and amusement, without previous design or preparation, skimming from life, as it passes by, the cream, and never going deep enough to get at the dregs, or to trouble and darken the stream. Foreigners have much difficulty in understanding this habit, and many call it idleness, especially those for whom bustle means activity, and who think nothing achieved if not done with noise and toil. Now the Boulevards were created, arranged, and are kept up for the flâneur. Let us then turn flâneur and saunter through them, from one end to the other. Place de la Madeleine. Here do not stand à l'anglaise, with your Murray or Galignani in hand, backing on to the harmless pedestrians, or under some pawing horse. Come here in the midst of this flower market, on this stone bench, surrounded by roses, geraniums, and heliotropes. Watch well this structure, which Greece scarce equalled, and of which Roman ruins have left no model. Observe the simplicity of the design. The magic effect is produced greatly from the admirable proportions. See how the sun glances through that colonnade, and illumines those beautifully finished statues in their niches, by the first sculptors of France. The façade has a beautiful frieze, but you know all that. And you know also all the marvels in painting and sculpture of the interior. It is a lovely temple, though some object to it, as being too much a temple, and that the absence of naves takes away from its religious character. There are people whose religion depends on Gothic aisles and painted windows. Now, before we begin our pilgrimage, look around you. There is no crowd in this flower market; and if you look at the flowers and plants, you will see that they are the rarest, loveliest, and most evanescent, the camellias and roses all in fullest bloom. Everything, in fact, at the moment of perfection. The purchasers seek pleasures as fragile as these flowers. They live from day to day, trusting to chance for the long years before them. See, through the leafy screens you catch glimpses of lovely women choosing their flowers. They are amongst the most celebrated of Paris. They form a society of themselves. They have at their disposal the largest fortunes in Paris. They live in the midst of those celebrities, one of whom would suffice to send a provincial town mad with curiosity. Artists of the highest repute immortalize their beauties in their pictures and statues. Nature, often as liberal in mental gifts, has endowed them with wit as well as beauty. And a strange, wild education has frequently developed talents of no mean order. You see with what exquisite simplicity and taste they are dressed. How perfectly modest and retiring is the whole tenor of their manner and demeanor. Do you know what class you have before you? The class that takes its graceful name from the boudoir of a church they frequent. The revered sanctuary of Notre Dame de Lorette, at the end of the Rue Lafitte, has for disciples les Lorettes. They are a mighty expensive luxury in Paris, and a dangerous one, if you are on the young side of 25. For the Lorettes have often seriously captivated, nay, even deceived; for in Paris, vice must assume a virtue, if it have it not. The good taste of the Parisians is their eminent virtue. I can forgive a crime, it may have some grand motive, but never an awkwardness, it is so useless, said Madame Recamier, the woman who reigned as belle for 20 years, and as a bel esprit, under the sentimental patronage of Chateaubriand, for 20 more. Proceed we on our pilgrimage. Here, as we merge fairly on to the Boulevards, we are enveloped in a confusion of omnibuses, of which vehicles this is a culminating point. For 6 sous you can get taken from here to the Bastille, and then, without additional pay, get a correspondence on to Vincennes. But, still more wonderful, you can take one of those little blue citadines, with its good well-fed horse and respectable driver, for 25 sous la course, or 40 for an hour, the carriage holding 2, and both being carried for the same price. Citadines are much patronized for visiting, etc. French women have a hatred of public conveyances; and then it is supreme bad taste to go in an omnibus in anything but the simplest dress, so that the citadine is the resource of all who want to make a toilette. Turn round, if you come near a citadine, for the chances are that you will see a pretty face. Now we are at the Boulevard des Capucines, and the crowd increases, fed from the broad Rue de la Paix, and its Place Vendôme, whose immortal column rises in the distance. Here, too, is the Hotel of Foreign Affairs. Elegant cabriolets, with a variety of coronets, from which spring perfumed and elegant attachés, stand before its gates. Men of business, bankers, stockbrokers, the aristocrats of the Parisian exchange, flâneurs, artists, officers on half pay, on full pay, and on no pay at all, these latter being Hungarians or exiled Italians, ladies hurrying to their milliners, blanchisseuses, with their snowy caps, pretty feet, and huge baskets, young girls so quietly unobtrusive, walking with downcast eyes, by the side of their mothers, animated in elegant editions of themselves, looking scarce 5 years older, all moving along towards the Boulevard des Italiens, the boulevard of the whole par excellence. What brilliant shops on this side, where we are walking! And with what harmony of colours, with what elegance, is all disposed! Within, too, what politeness! And then, there is such a preponderance of nice, neat, civil young shopwomen, instead of your gawky shopman, either pert or surly, as he may happen to consider the state of life in which he is placed. Women keep all the books in the various shops of Paris. They sit enthroned in comfortable armchairs, with their desk and ledger before them. And when your purchase is completed, you go with your bill, your parcel, and your money, escorted by the clerk who has served you, and pay these charming, invariably polite, and quick-ciphering cashiers. Particularly agreeable, and flattering too, it is to go to Boivins, Privat's, Meyer's, or any Gantier, and have your hand taken, and then your fingers gradually insinuated by hands soft and white, terminating the task by buttoning the button you always fumble at, and a "Voilà, monsieur," a smile, and a modest flash of a dark eye through the long lashes. No wonder Frenchmen wear light coloured gloves. It is a pleasure to buy every day a fresh pair. How many Parisians, how many foreigners, never progress beyond this oasis, not in the desert, but in the busiest and gayest of all cities. The Boulevard des Italiens is the concentration of fashion, gaiety, brilliancy, and business. For business in Paris assumes as far as possible the garb of pleasure. In no case is it the sole aim of life, but the means of obtaining all the enjoyments, comforts, and pleasures, without which life is nothing to a Frenchman. Money-making was never reckoned amongst the enjoyments of a Parisian man of business, nor has he any idea of sacrificing any portion of his existence exclusively to that grubbery. He enjoys life as it passes, rather putting off the consummation of his fortune than foregoing its advantages. It is probably for some such reason that, at about 1:00, the stockbrokers, bankers, speculators, et tutti quanti, Jews and all, emigrate from the Bourse to the stone steps, and the sidewalk in front of Tortini's, extending on to the Passage de l'Opéra, where a formidable Areopagus decide on the state of the money market and the condition of the corps de ballet. Now the Passage de l'Opéra has 2 entrances upon the Boulevards, and 2 communications with the Opera House at the other end. By a most singular coincidence, the hour at which business commences at Tortini's, the chapel of ease to the Bourse, it terminates at the salle de danse of the opera. The rehearsal of the ballet concludes. The nymphs, rehearsing in dirty satin shoes, cotton tights and calico petticoats, linen polkas and muslin caps, substitutes for the gossamer robes with fleshings and spangles of the evening, resume their morning costume. And, as after being goddesses for 2 hours at night, when the curtain is down they become mere mortals, so, after finishing their rehearsal, from dirty, impudent, perspiring, hard-working dancing girls, they become charming women of fashion, enveloped in cashmere shawls, their delicate features enshrouded in the lace and flowers of Laures or Lucie Hoquet's bonnets, with snowy perfumed handkerchief in hand, all elegance and helplessness. Thus, by this most singular chance, these business men have the privilege of seeing the heroines of the footlights. Some have acquaintances and get a word, and often a bouquet, from the florist at the entrance of the passage, out of the aspirants to fashion; whilst the D'Orsays of the Chaussée d'Antin merely call them by their names, with a careless "Bonjour," while some, the novices, remain entranced, hat in hand, gazing at the Mademoiselles, Florine, Aspasie, or Euphrosyne, as the case may be, of their nightly visions. The money-making population, those wonderful magicians, evoking millions from small papers and political telegraphs, is very different in Paris to that of any other great commercial cities. La finance, the object of sarcasm of the last century, the butt of the nobility, paying thousands and tens of thousands for admissions to the supercilious reunions of the great, has in the present day thrown off the yoke, and formed a nobility of its own. It has erected a new Quartier in Paris, composed of streets of palaces; and, if not ancestral, the residences of the Chaussée d'Antin are far more elegant and luxurious than those of the Faubourg St. Nor is this society, still laughed at by the few, any less refined than that of the noblesse; for, including in its ranks all the wit and talent of the literature of the day, and all the celebrities of the artistic world, it has achieved a character of its own. The stockbroker in Paris is an elegant man of fashion; the banker and the merchant are men of intelligence and courtly manners. At 3:00 the most elegant equipages, the finest saddle horses, wait around the classic colonnade of the Bourse. Money is made as easily in a well-fitting coat, varnished boots, and yellow gloves, as in sordid apparel and uncleansed shoes; nor do the operations of the barber and the coiffeur, on the outside of the head, take from the powers of conception or financial combination of the inside. The boulevard still continues to fill. The chairs on the sidewalk are occupied, not by fashionable, but by thoroughly respectable people, the middle class, living on small revenues in the adjacent streets, who only see the outside movement of the world. That world which they read of in modern novels and in the newspapers, here on the Boulevards except twice a year, when they go to the Grand Opera. Do not pause. Yet it is difficult to go on. All around you seems in such harmony of pleasure. No vestige of poverty is to be seen. Nothing to recall any of the miseries of life. Ladies in such costumes you never thought could be invented to look so elegant, yet seem so simple, gliding along with a gentle rustling of silk, that sends a thrill through you. A lovely face just glancing from the window of a carriage, borne onwards by swift steeds. The most bewildering foot and ankle just stepping from a brilliant equipage, lost to the gaze through a gilded glass door, revealing the velvet and bemirrored boudoir, which condescends to belong to a milliner, or a marchand de nouveautés. Then the merry and dashing young men, 8 or 10 in a row, cigar in mouth, denoting foreigners or provincials. The thoroughbred Parisian eschewing the cigar at this hour in a public promenade. The Passage des Panoramas is, however, an exception to this rule. It is the very temple of smoke. It is, besides, a crystal gallery, as full of pretty things as a veritable crystal palace. From all its various ramifications, men and smoke pour in from the Bourse, from the Rue Vivienne, from the Rue Montmartre. The delicious pastry of the far-famed Felix is, towards evening, so entirely impregnated with smoke, as to entirely lose all individuality of à la anything, but à la cigare de la Havane. However, if you come early enough, you will like the cakes, and admire the chance meetings which take place on this side the Boulevards at Felix's, as they do on the other, at the Passage de l'Opéra, Felix having an entrance from the Place de la Bourse. Only the ladies are those who occupy the boxes at the Opéra, and look through their opera glasses at the others dancing on the stage. Now for the Boulevard Montmartre. Here the bustle of life begins to mingle with its elegancies. Fiacres, hackney coaches, old-fashioned diligences join in the throng. The crowd of carriages standing round the Ville de Paris, the greatest emporium of linen drapery in the world, considerably increases the confusion. Behold! You are jostled and pushed. The lounging young men have disappeared, and the last of your elegant ladies have vanished into this town of shops, with its 25 departments of from pocket handkerchiefs at 6 sous to cashmeres at 6,000 francs. Still, though the cream of the crowd no longer rises to the surface, there is a fair sprinkling of the comme il faut. The men, however, in black from head to foot, with papers in their hands, greatly predominate. The Boulevard Poissonnière is a favourite domicile for attorneys, barristers, and notaries, whose office and dwelling house are under the same roof. The shops are beginning to be less luxurious, have more in store, and less in the shop window than those you have just left. Life begins to acquire reality here. The merry gamin begins to be heard, and to venture his tricks and witticisms upon the pavé. You are getting into his domain. For there is the Porte Saint-Martin with its temporary theatre, built in 6 weeks to receive the Opéra, when the Duc de Berry's assassination desecrated the other, and which, slightly as it must have been put up, has now lasted nearly 35 years. Here the grand atrocities of melodrama have been perpetrated ever since, raised sometimes into fashion and fortune by a Marie Dorval or a Frédéric Lemaître, though its neighbour, the Ambigu, misnamed Comique, has more universal success, from representing deeper grades of crime, proclaimed in far louder voices, and with considerably more rolling of eyes and beating of drums. Come, though we are not out sightseeing, and look at the flowing mass of water at the Château d'Eau. See how beautiful are those combinations of stone and water, the water completing the form and carrying out the idea originated by the sculptor. It is a pity that this beautiful fountain is buried in the dirty by-streets of the populous Boulevard Saint-Martin, surrounded by ignoble water carts, wooden pails, and wooden-shoed Auvergnats. Now we are in the domain of the people, the true Parisian, hard-working, barricade-making people. The blouse prevails. The women, though neatly, are coarsely clad, and their features bear marks of toil. Yet they it is who nightly fill all these little theatres, the ambigu comique, the Gaîté, and even the Gymnase, the theatre which first produced Scribe's pieces, before the Duchess de Berry and such an audience as royalty is sure to draw. Now this theatre belongs to the people, though not exclusively, like the Gaîté and the Ambigu. The Théâtre du Boulevard is a term of reproach amongst the theatrical hierarchy, so much so as to make the Opéra Comique disdain to have its façade even on the Boulevard des Italiens, and actually to make its entrances on a side street, in order to avoid this stigma. The Variété is a Théâtre du Boulevard, but the aristocracy of the Lorette monopolize its boxes, making it quite as curious and amusing with one's back to the stage as when looking at the actors, all capital and laughter-moving in their way. And now our boulevard grows thinner of passengers. Impromptu shops are all around you, selling most unimaginable things at fabulously low prices. Marionettes dance away on their wooden planks, to Pandean orchestras. Monkeys leap and chatter on the sidewalk. Real, live Murillo boys, with white teeth and laughing eyes, solicit your charity, squirrel in hand. Wax figures, grouped under canvas booths, are to be seen for 2 sous. Punchinello and an unhappy-looking girl in spangles squeak and beat the tambourine with convulsive fury. Hot coffee, limonade glacée, roasted potatoes, fragrantly bursting lion's chestnuts, hot galette, Anglis pie crust, baked apples, in turn salute your olfactory nerves, and solicit your sous. The gamin here reigns supreme, spinning his top audaciously under your feet, glorying if you stumble, enchanted if you get into a passion, overpowering you with squibs and imitations if your indignation has an English accent, and shouting Milord in all the various tones which he supposes can possibly belong to the inhabitants of La Perfide Albion. For the gamin has not heard of the alliance of France and England, nor of the taking of Sebastopol, and holds fast to his old traditions and animosities. We are now within hail of the precincts of the street and Faubourg of St. Antoine, where first arose the insurgents of the Great Revolution, and whence, in later years, the stream of revolt has often poured into the capital. The men around you, in their toil-stained blouses, their unshaven beards, their fur or sealskin caps, look as if they might have pistols in their belts. The women have a sinister, defiant look, and even the young girls make none of the usual coquettish attempts to attract admiration. Instead of the gay Jeunesse, linked arm in arm, you see men, pipe in mouth, whose very accent reveals discontent and defiance. A single look, which might seem to them supercilious, would provoke an insolent speech, and any reply, a blow. It is amongst these people that the chef de parti, with a little money and much eloquence, speedily recruits an army, rude, undisciplined, but brave, dogged, determined, and inexorable. Now and then a passenger, like those you have left at the other extremity of the boulevards, goes by, creating a marked sensation of surprise, from his entire difference from all around. The numerous curiosity shops situated here have brought these pilgrims of the antique into these unknown regions. Some years since, Paris went mad on the subject of old Louis XIII furniture, and these curiosity merchants ransacked Brittany and Belgium for all the old and uncomfortable vestiges of this oak mania. Then, without quite abandoning the sombre, sculptured wood, fashion decided to have everything gilded, à la Pompadour, and again our indefatigable merchants set off, in search of cupids and carvings in white, azure, and gold. Brocatelles, velvets, fans, point lace, the standing passion of French women, who know how well the heavy guipure shows off both the form and the dress, antique clocks, chatelaines, china, and missals, are all to be found on the Boulevard Beaumarchais, 100% cheaper than at the elegant repositories of these indispensable luxuries in the Rue du Choiseul or the Rue de la Paix. Women of fashion do not disdain a little economy, or the fun of the excursion, or of relating it afterwards. And here, at length, is the Place de la Bastille, that terrible prison fortress, of which now nothing but the name remains. Beneath these stones, how many thousands, victims of political opinions, fighting for real or for imaginary rights, lie forever forgotten, trodden into the dust by succeeding generations, each as discontented as the last. Here, perhaps, will the cannon again be brought, and the yelling multitude thirst for freedom and blood, ay, and have it too, spite of that column with its golden Mercury, on which Louis Philippe declared that he had restored the liberties of the people, and tried to immortalize names so ignoble, that their very descendants blush to see them carved in stone. Beyond is still a boulevard, and then Vincennes. But our pilgrimage is over. The groups of workmen are forming around. The soldiers are sitting outside the Corps de Garde. The omnibuses are lighting their blue and yellow lamps. We have loitered strangely. Oh, for a citadine, the cadran bleu, asterisk, a bottle of Burgundy, and a filet sauté au champagne. Asterisk, a celebrated restaurateur in this quarter of Paris. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Margueritte. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Tuileries. The Tuileries. How much of Parisian life, or the drama of Parisian life, as it is the fashion of French authors to style the events of our sublunary existence, goes on here. Not in that hard-looking, many-windowed palace, extending from one gate to another, which has witnessed so many dissolving views of various royal dynasties, but the Tuileries garden, with its soft green turf, its gay parterre, studded with flowers rare and brilliant, its sparkling fountains, its deep tufted woods, its marble statues, and its atmosphere redolent with the perfume of the orange trees, flourishing under the shadow of the thick foliage of the flowering chestnuts. How still, save for the incessant music of those nameless songsters who fill the thick trees, is this garden when at 6 o'clock the patrol, relieving guard at each entrance, throws open the iron gates. Very soon passengers begin to enter from the Rue de Rivoli. They are men in humble life. They pass, unheeding on, and merely see in this garden a shorter cut to the other side, enabling them to cross the Pont Royal, and get to the other side of the Seine, a few minutes sooner than by the more circuitous streets. This road, so smoothly gravelled, passes just before the palace windows, beneath that stone balcony where so many kings and conquerors have bowed triumphantly to the people since the days of Catherine de' Medici, who built the palace. Here Marie Antoinette, lovely and popular, bent, a young bride, to the homage of a whole people. Here lately, as young and fair an empress, attired in bridal robes, bowed before the same people. The shouts that greeted the queen were louder, and more enthusiastic than those which saluted the empress. Yet, perhaps, this may predict a better fate than that of a queen whose race, nearly extinct, seems now forever banished from the hearts and palaces of France. But it grows late. The terrace that borders the Rue de Rivoli is getting quite full. At the 3 gates, from the Rue Castiglione, the Rue des Pyramides, and the Rue Neuve de Luxembourg, passengers flock from all sides, going to the various ministères. You may almost guess the destination of these government clerks by their characteristic gait and costume. This trim, dapper gentleman, with the well-brushed coat, the stiff white shirt collar, and immaculate wristbands coming over the economical but strictly clean and whole beaver gloves, indicates the employé of the intérieur, or home affairs. He enters from the Rue Saint-Honoré, a street not far from the office of that department, and where he has, since his marriage, resided. There, every day for the last 20 years, as the clock struck 9, his wife has summoned him to the same immutable breakfast of over-fried sausages, a pat of the freshest butter, 2 pounds of bread, or rather 2 yards, for he cuts off of one end whilst the other remains on the floor, and the tasse de café à la crème, drank out of a white bowl, with a gilt edge, having also in gilt letters the initials of his name. He in dressing gown and slippers, and his wife in curl papers, which the tidiest of morning caps strives in vain to hide, a faded morning gown, and an old drab coloured shawl. Are not all shawls drab when they get old? Here for 20 years have this couple sat, in their tiled-floored dining-room, with its one window looking on to a dead wall, its 12 cane-seated chairs, and its large mahogany table. Here have they sat contentedly for 20 years, their breakfast not varying, and their conversation not changing, one day from another. Madame, the well brought up daughter of some retired tradesman, has, from the hour of her marriage, perfectly understood the duties of her position. She has known how far 4,000 francs a year would allow them to go, and has gone no further. Their 4 rooms, with une cuisine, so small that when the frying pan is on the fire the handle touches the opposite wall, but whence every day issues, nevertheless, though only once per diem, petits plats that would make an English or an American cook's fortune, but which would have required almost an expansion of the walls to contain an English Christmas joint. Nor must we forget the little antechamber into which, when the 3 doors and windows were all open and crossed hands in the middle, it was impossible to gain admittance. These had been her habitation, and for the rent of these she paid 700 francs a year. Here she had brought up her 2 children, a girl and a boy; and now, they being married and disposed of, she continued her daily avocations. She found some spare time, and, not being rich enough to indulge in social or artistic amusements, she took to a strict practice of the Catholic solemnities; hearing her opera at the church of St. Roch, working footstools and armchairs for insidious curés, and enjoying those pageants of tapers, incense, and gorgeous dresses, which the wily priests get up to appease those imaginations which monotony might lead astray. This is her round of amusements. But the great events of her life are the reception, every Sunday, of her children and their families. The advent of these young people is the text which feeds the conversation of the old couple for the whole week. But we have kept the exemplary clerk of the home department lingering at the gate of the Tuileries, and he will be too late, an event which has not happened once in the whole 20 years. He wears the ribbon of the Legion of Honour, and the sentinels salute him as he passes. The Legion of Honour is given as a reward for industry and perseverance, as well as for actions of daring and bravery; the former virtues, by the way, being by far the most difficult to practice. Another clerk has now made his appearance at the gate, having come from the other side of the Seine. He is tall and gaunt, and his trousers are most strenuously strapped under his high-heeled boots. A grey moustache quite conceals his mouth; his stiff black stock disdains all linen, and on his tightly buttoned coat are several crosses. The sentinels present arms, and add, "Bonjour, mon officier," to their salutation, upon which mon officier remembers old times, disdains the present, thinks himself the most ill-treated of men, and sulkily wends his way to the Ministère de la Guerre, the War Office, where a clerkship has rewarded his heroic achievements. Whilst these clerks are crossing the Tuileries, fair young girls, with music books under their arms, and white aproned bonnes, nurses, by their side, for no young girl in Paris goes out alone, are tripping along in every direction. The bonne, with hands in her pockets, chatters loudly, and looks you boldly in the face. The young girl minces along, and looks at you askance through her long eyelashes. There's so much modesty and grace in this look, that you think her beautiful. Yet she has but the universal beauty of a Frenchwoman, incomparable eyes. Is it because Frenchwomen know so well the art of managing their eyes and glances, that, dazzled by them, we take all other beauties on trust? Or is it that, really endowed with beautiful eyes only, they have made the use of them their study? Je ne sais. But the fact is, there is a fascination in a Frenchwoman's face, which the women of no other nation, however beautiful, possess. At the end of the Terrasse des Feuillants, which is separated by an iron and gilt railing from the Rue de Rivoli, there is another terrace, to which you ascend by many steps. It is almost a thick wood, being planted with flowering chestnuts and laburnums. Here, too, are comfortable benches, ensconced in shady bowers; and then here all is quiet, cool, fresh, for the terrace leads nowhere. Here, since 9 o'clock struck from the château, the Garde Meuble and the Invalides, has a young man in elegant morning costume been walking, at every pace of which walking is susceptible, and sitting, in every attitude into which that commonplace habit can be perverted. By his watch it is evidently 9 o'clock, though he had doubted the deep-toned clocks that had announced it, and had appealed, with a look of disdain, from their decision to that of the little breguet in his waistcoat pocket. Now he seems quite angry too with this straightforward friend; for, after a violent rush round the terrace, he looks at it, puts it to his ear, as if he thought it had been slumbering at its post, and, thrusting it away, takes to gnawing the exquisitely carved head of his cane. Now, look at him! He has darted off. Follow with your eyes the direction of his hasty steps. There, as far as he can see, almost further than you can, is a form advancing, with a step almost as hasty as his own. You admire, as the figure advances, the exquisite ankle and instep enclosed in that brown boot, which the agitation of the walk and the flutter of the petticoats (for, of course, it is a woman; what man ever waited for or ran after anybody but a woman?) have revealed. A simple gingham dress, but oh, how exquisitely made! A plain plaited cambric collar, a black scarf, a straw bonnet with a white ribbon, and the most immaculate of gloves, such is the toilette of this long expected lady. But this is all worn with such an air and such a grace, that people turn to look at her, as though she were clad in feathers and brocade. When they come within a few yards of each other, they slacken their pace, they look away from each other; then, as if by chance, and quite as if he had been thinking of the rise in the 3 per cents, and she of the last discourse of the Abbé Ravignan, with some apparent surprise and great apparent coldness, they salute each other. "Bonjour, madame." "Bonjour, monsieur." But then the gentleman turns round, and they walk on side by side. The young man's heart is beating faster than the watch which rests upon it, and the tell-tale blush mantles the cheek of the lady. "Hermance," "Alfred," spring spontaneously to their lips, and then, we leave them. We are not going to tell all that is said between the hours of 7 and 12, on the Terrace des Feuillants, because we are not writing a love story. As for the lady, if you look well in the Grande Allée, some hours later, you will find her in a very different dress, in very different company, and looking very grand and very prudish, but not half so pretty. At this moment she is supposed to be au bain. Private houses in Paris not affording this luxury, French women are in the habit of going to the public baths 3 or 4 times a week, or oftener. Provided they are at home by 12 to breakfast à la fourchette, the proprieties are observed, the husband satisfied, and all is right. Balzac, who applied a merry scalpel to Parisian manners, offered a premium to the husband in the upper and middle classes, who, on going to the bath his wife was supposed to frequent, before breakfast, should actually find her there. As for Monsieur Alfred, he is an employé at the Ministère des Finances, which department has a miraculous faculty of doing its own work, or of getting it done by 1 or 2 whilst it pays many. The clerks of this department are all young men of good family, who are put there to help their own finances, or to solve the problem of spending 10 or 15,000 francs a year out of as many hundreds. It is not of much consequence at what time M. Alfred makes his appearance at his desk. But now, under this terrace, there arises a hubbub of voices, young, gay, prattling voices, and the monotonous murmur of the older gossip. Look down over the stone wall of the terrace. Exposed to the full blaze of the noonday sun are a row of benches. A smooth, wide alley, surrounded by a parterre of fragrant roses and flowering shrubs, is in front, whilst a thick plantation of old trees shields and hides this spot from all the rest of the garden. The temperature of this place, sheltered from the wind and exposed to the sun, is even and much warmer than that of the prevailing season; and from this circumstance it is called La Petite Provence. Here delicate children are brought by their tender mothers. The bright-eyed and hollow-cheeked victim of consumption, whose heart yearns for Italy, but to whom fortune has forbidden health on this condition, comes here to inhale a few balmy breezes. And above all, La Petite Provence is the resort of the shattered old soldiers from Louis XIV's great Invalides. There they come, old and tottering, minus legs and arms, to bask in the sun, to fight their battles o'er again, or relate them to wondering nurses, curious little girls or aspiring little boys. Here these aged children come to watch the gambols of the young ones. The world has no longer for them hopes or ambitions. Henceforth it has no event that can alter their fate. They are certain to eat, drink, and sleep under the same roof until they rest in the grave. Thus the minds of the aged, detached from all passing events, return to the happy remembrance of their childhood, when all was true, when all was joy, when suffering was unknown, and disappointment unforeseen. Many an invalid has for hours held a sickly child on his knee, and soothed it into listening to his wondrous stories, until its large blue eyes would seem to hang upon its very words; and often has the old narrator, all maimed and grey-headed, hobbled to the accustomed spot long after the flowers were blooming on the grave of his young listener. The day wears on. Under the galleries of the Rue Rivoli, groups of lounging dandies may be seen, crowding the various gateways of the hotels. Carriages are standing, too, along the chaussée, at one point particularly, where, au premier, lives a lady whose ample fortune has been made entirely out of the English visitors, of whom there are on an average from 25,000 to 30,000 always in Paris. She is one of the priestesses of the Temple of Fashion, and employs a trade which has no name save in the French language. She is called a lingère. She ministers to a species of elegance which English and American women at home, and in fact every other but the Parisian, are but just acquiring. Madame Minette is an able counsellor and professor, but her lessons are rather dear. She lives on the first floor, paying a rent of about 6,000 francs. And in this atelier she manufactures those charming garments which conventional prudery has rendered it indecent to name in the feminine gender, but which are much talked of, and how much complained of, when assuming collars and wristbands. They belong to the masculine gender unmistakably. The opposite sex are not supposed, in polite language, to have an existing counterpart. An American lady, not well versed in French, and having always applied a garbled version of the French word to her own garment, was quite shocked, and set the Parisians down as an indecent nation, when informed that the same word served for the same garment, both for men and women, and that when she decently spoke of her own she must designate her husband's as a chemise also. Well, Madame Minette only makes feminine underclothes. But all the wonders of satins, brocades, and velvets must yield to these fairy-woven mazes of cambric, Valenciennes, muslins, and lace. Such graceful forms! Such stitching! Such cascades of lace from the flowing night-dress! Such bewitching nightcaps! Such fabulous morning gowns, lined with soft silk, covered with embroidery, lace, and ribbons! And these airy fabrics, looking like a realized cobweb, must they be called by the vulgar name of pocket handkerchiefs? The price of one of them would have sufficed to furnish the grandmothers of the present generation with handkerchiefs for the whole of their lives. The Queen of the Belgians is said to have presented one to her sister-in-law, the Duchess of Orleans, worth 5,000 francs. Of course, it was a specimen from the looms of Brussels, and the Empress Eugénie has ordered for herself one which is to cost 10,000 francs. But we are lingering with the fair spendthrifts over the wonders of Madame Minette, and the Tuileries has been gradually filling with its motley population. The space between the Terrasse des Feuillants and the Allée des Orangers is perilous ground. It is like going about amongst a community of ants' nests. It is literally swarmed with children. Not the delicate, sickly children of La Petite Provence, but your good, sound, rollicking, noisy, riotous, despotic boys and girls, bent on having their own way, and who have passed their whole lives in getting it. Take care. Don't dream of Madame Say's eyes, and compare them to the heavens on which you are gazing. Look at your feet. You are positively running over two very young mammas, intent upon the first promenade of Mademoiselle La Poupée. These indignant flashes of their baby eyes speak well for their future power. Now see! You have unwittingly executed a feat of gymnastics. You have gone clean through a hoop. And now you have floundered into a miniature cart filled with sand, destined for the lap of some white-aproned bonne, who is patiently sitting there, knitting her stocking as she watches her young charges. A little further on is a group of nurses with very young infants, varying from 1 month old to 12. The French ordonnance for the health of young children pronounces it necessary that these young specimens of the human race should be constantly in the air, sun and air contributing to their growth, as they do to the sprouting of young vegetables. The whole paraphernalia of the nursery is, therefore, transported to the Tuileries, and the mysteries of that usually impenetrable region revealed, for the benefit of innocent bachelors. There is another circumstance in these little al fresco establishments, which, probably, the last mentioned observers do not fail to remark: the very magnificent specimens of womankind amongst the wet nurses, the appendage of every baby born in France. They are generally from Normandy, having all the beauty which is called English, which would tend to show that English beauty, like English nobility, is of Norman origin. Plump, fair, with bright eyes, fresh colour, and white teeth, wearing the picturesque and singular costume of their province, these purveyors of food for the rising generation are by no means particular as to drapery; and a painter who might desire to take them as models would have a capital opportunity of studying nature from nature's font. Well, once free from your aunts in pink capotes and velvet blouses, you dive into the Allée des Orangers. Perhaps, take it all, in all, the most delicious promenade in all Europe. For even the lawns and groves of Kensington in London must yield the palm to the laisser-aller of the frequenters of this walk. Kensington is either a desert or a formal crowd, a rout, in fact, without the lights and supper. The orange trees which here so perfume the air, are brought in large wooden tubs from the orangery of the palace, and placed under the chestnut trees then in bloom. Under these are arranged hundreds of clean and comfortable straw-bottomed chairs, leaving in the centre a wide space for pedestrians. The left side of this alley is sheltered by a thick grove of shady trees, extending, with one intervening road, across the garden. In Paris, fortune, from being equally distributed in families whenever the father dies, is not abundant in many. The French are not extravagant. As a general rule, they live within their income. Thus there are no migrations to watering places, no flights to the country, whether for sea bathing or inland airings, in most of the families belonging to that largest portion of all populations, the middle class. Now, the country seat of the whole of this population is the Tuileries. Here, as we have seen, the infant inhales its breath and basks, a few years later, in the sun. Here, in maturer years, does the respectable class of society seek amusement. Whilst the higher and more favoured here also pass before them in the Allée des Orangers, stepping from their carriages at the various gates, and promenading before them in all the pomp of luxury and fashion. Half-pay officers, retired tradesmen, pensioned government clerks, every civil employé of the French government has a pension, reversible to his widow, old bachelors who have no home, all take their station towards the middle of the day on chairs a little apart, though within view of the crowd. For 2 sous, at a small summer-house looking building, each visitor gets a newspaper or a review, paying to the courteous lady who carries on this speculation another 2 sous, and there he sits till the palace clock strikes his dinner hour. Here the wife of the man of moderate means, having seen her house in order, sent her only servant, who, by the by, does more than 3 English or 6 Irish servants' work, and with a civility and cheerfulness which forbids all scolding, to market, been herself to mass, mended her household linen, and dusted her petit salon, with its many knick-knacks, comes, in a simple and neat dress, to her garden, the Tuileries. She cannot afford to sit idle. She does not care for newspapers, and her confessor forbids all novel reading. So, placing her feet on the spars, and her work-basket on the seat of the chair before her, she diligently applies herself to some embroidery, by which she may be able to wear some of those elegancies which she cannot afford to buy of Madame Minette. Often her children are with her, perhaps old enough to sit by her side, watching the arrival of le cher papa, who has here a perpetual daily rendezvous with his wife, in returning home from his office. Then, after enjoying the sight of the thronged alley, these peaceful citizens, happy and unenvious, retire to their very comfortable and tidy home, their frugal dinner, and occasionally, as a treat, a visit to one of the minor theatres. Meantime the allée is thronged, every chair is occupied, and the pedestrians, by far the most ultra-fashionables, move but at the pace of a procession. Here only some very elegant toilettes may be seen, for in the streets it is bad taste to dress showily. The leaders of fashion in every rank, the Duchess from the Faubourg St, accompanied by her husband, takes a sober walk from the entrance on the quay to the gate on the Place De La Concorde, where their carriages will meet them and take them to the Bois de Boulogne. The belle of the Chaussée d'Antin, the wife of some rich stockbroker or banker, sails down this allée, surrounded by her moustached beau in immaculate kid gloves. She is lovely, graceful, charming; but you can distinguish her from the Duchess by her absence of repose, a quicker walk, and a louder tone of conversation. She too will go to the Bois de Boulogne, but it will be later, when she is quite sure that all whom she wishes to kill with envy have seen her dress and her beau. Here, too, is the literary woman; but she is seated, and has a circle round her of artists and poets. Now, it is the ambition of a French literary woman to be a woman of the world also. In Paris, the blue stocking is never the pedant, but wears the mantle of poesy with the air of a coquette, and cut in the newest fashion. Here, on the left at the end of the allée, lolling upon many chairs, are a group of deputies, just from the Assembly. They have taken their station just at the end of the promenade, to which every one must come, either to turn again or to leave. This is, of all others, the group it would be most amusing to join. Amongst them they know the history of all who pass by, and their witty, sarcastic, facetious, and scandalous comments on all within eye-shot would form a far more amusing column in the papers than the reports of their dry and tedious speeches. It is all very fine to talk of scandal and old maids; but for a good, hearty set of gossipers, commend me to any body of men escaped from the day's business, of which day the business occupies about 2 hours, all the rest being talky. Foreigners of all nations, from the well-shaved, rotund, and well-brushed Englishman, to the bearded, bejewelled, and unwashed Hungarian, the present popular heroes, the Greeks and Poles having long ago become obsolete, besprinkle the motley crowd in the Allée des Orangers. Many of these foreign dandies may be seen in the train of the English. A portly woman, fenced on each side by a tall, somewhat stiff, but comely daughter, has usually a bodyguard of men, who, still believing in the traditional riches of the English, lives in hopes of being admitted into the family. Then young diplomats, with accredited positions, good historical names, and fine fortunes, saunter disdainfully into the procession for a few minutes. These very grand gentlemen, dressed in the perfection of simplicity and elegance, usually appear in groups of 2 or 3. The belle of the Chaussée d'Antin stops her witty war of words as they pass, and, in spite of herself, tries to catch their attention. Sometimes they will condescend to the most orthodox and freezing of bows, sometimes they will pass by without looking her way at all. To the literary lady they give a faint smile and a familiar nod, and even a cordial shake of the hand, to the artists around her. To the deputies, the solemn bow of etiquette. As they pass the Duchess of the Faubourg St, they take off their hats, put themselves in their most graceful attitudes, and wait for a recognition. But she is talking to the duke, not caring who looks at her, or what anybody thinks of her, so they merely get a courteous obeisance from the duke. The Duchess' saloon and society is the ne plus ultra of their desires; but it requires other credentials than those they bring, to get admitted there. To a lady of the diplomatic corps they would, of course, condescend to speak, but they never sit down. The mere fact of sitting amongst unknown people, of being jostled, of having to pay 2 sous, would be too much for their nerves. Here is a joyous group, full of national character. There are 8 or 10 persons, and 1 or 2 of the younger ladies are dressed with elegance and fashion. There are young men, too, wearing the cross of the Legion of Honour. One with a fine, intelligent brow is seated by an old woman in the striped petticoat and high cap of the French peasantry, and is deferentially listening and replying to her questions. He is not ashamed of his parentage; for as he looks up he replies to the salutations of his many friends, who address him by a name familiar in the annals of genius and literature. Here also are 1 or 2 other country people; and 2 lovely children, dressed in the picturesque elegance of the Parisian mode, are sitting on their knees. Here comes a new personage, a woman with a large basket, 2 large baskets. Full of what? Voulez-vous du plaisir, mesdames? Voulez-vous du plaisir, messieurs? Of course, the offer is too tempting to be resisted. But what pleasure can be had for 2 sous, when you have spent so many golden coins in searching for it half over the world? Of course, the group we have just been describing want plaisir too. First, the children shout for some, then the old peasant woman, and a pile of the precious commodity is deposited in a chair in the middle, which is untenanted, and upon the spars of which are resting the feet of several of the party. The plaisir thus bought and sold is a very large wafer, particularly crisp and nice. Why it is called plaisir, we know not, save that it crumbles into dust as you take hold of it, and is blown away by the wind if you don't watch it. The old peasant woman evidently enjoys it, and her son smiles at her enjoyment. The holy spirit of love for family ties is supreme in France; and to whatever degree of refinement, renown, or riches they may rise, none are ever ashamed of their origin. Such anomalous family meetings as the one we have described do not excite surprise or curiosity. Even the gaping multitude in the streets will respect and understand the motive which prompts this elegant and distinguished young man to give his arm and affectionate attention to the poor old peasant woman. But it is 5 o'clock. 5:30 is the general dinner hour, and the gardens begin to clear. The higher class have long since disappeared, in their carriages, for their drive. They do not dine till an hour later. Children, parents, loungers, all have gone. The newspaper summer house is closing for the day. The marchande de plaisir goes home to renew her stock, and the chairwoman sits down on one of her own chairs to count her sous. At this hour, in the alley called the Terrasse du Bord de l'Eau, because it looks on to the Seine, and forms at the same time the outer wall of the garden, a few solitary ladies are seen to walk. They have retired tastes; they are alone; they do not love the crowd; yet they are tastefully dressed, are all evidently young, and all seem pretty. Ah, one has dropped her handkerchief. Fortunately, that young man, so like one of those supercilious attachés, only that he now moves with much alacrity, has picked it up. He overtakes her; they are talking, nay, conversing, and oh, sin, oh, sorrow, and oh, womankind! They are leaving the terrace together. This lady belongs to a class to be found here always at this hour, called le sou dinerai-je? A question which is generally answered by some gallant cavalier, in a cabinet particulier, at Véry's, Véfour's, or the Trois Frères. There is a peculiar melancholy about this deserted terrace. At one time a large portion of it was laid out as a garden for the King of Rome. Here he would come, with all his toys and books, his wonderful little carriage; and here he would receive the many petitions given to him for his father. Napoleon, it is said, never refused a petition coming to him through the hands of his much beloved son. Here, too, in later years, when this fair child was being educated far away, ignorant of the love that had tended and watched his infancy, and of the blood that flowed in his veins, another royal boy, no less fair, played in this garden. People flocked to see the young Duc de Bordeaux, whose birth was almost a miracle, and on whom the hopes of a fading race all rested. He, too, has passed away, less remembered in his exile than the other in his grave. And here, still later, the royal financier, the wily toady of European sovereigns, paced for healthy exercise, until shot at by some of those many bullets which ever missed their aim, fate scorning to give a hero's death to such a dastard. And here the fair young princesses of the Orleans race, Marie, whose name engraved on an immortal statue will live as an artist, when all her race is lost in the confusion of genealogy; Clémentine, the gentle and the good, were wont to escape in a sweet communion from the dull monotony of their melancholy home; the Count de Paris and the Duc de Chartres, two brave bright boys, keeping pace with the spirit of the age, themselves dug and planted in this little garden. They, too, have passed away; they, too, are exiles. The Tuileries, since the massacre of the Swiss guards across the threshold of its outer walls, has been fatal to the heirs of the crown of France. When night at length leaves the garden to the solitary sentinels, the palace itself, with light streaming from every window, becomes an object of interest. It is so connected with the changes and revolutions of ever changing and oft revolutionized France, that the most unimaginative, as they look on it, must think of the many great and forgotten, whose shadows have passed before the windows, as those now do whilst you gaze, for one instant excluding the light, then vanishing themselves into shadow. The Bourbon kings, possessors of Versailles, liked not this noisy palace in the heart of Paris. The First Consul here held his first court levees, and loved the Tuileries. Louis XVIII., whose enjoyments were entirely independent of ambition, and who said, "Après moi le déluge," spent the 15 years of his reign in the Pavillon de Flore, the wing near the quay, in the smallest apartments he could find, translating Latin authors, writing witty notes, and eating suppers worthy of the Epicurean philosophers he had read in the morning. Charles X. loved St. Cloud; but the Duchess de Berry and her elegant, frivolous, pleasure-loving court made the Galerie de Diane and the Salle des Maréchaux ring with mirth and music, the last fête at which the old nobility of France ever met, the last vestige of the many generations of the chivalry of France. Louis Philippe, who would have liked to be in the chimney corner of every citizen of Paris, and who did not disdain to interfere in the most trivial details of everybody's household, crammed his whole family, attendants, servants, children and all, into the Tuileries. He, too, though his was the dullest court on record, was for ever giving receptions, concerts, balls, etc. And he assembled around him such a heterogeneous mass of visitors, that many of the foreign ambassadors were ashamed of him, and dreaded to approach him. In his varied wanderings the Citizen King had made some very queer friends, and he received them now in his glory, and would ask the ambassadors to invite them. Introduced by a king, of course the invitations could not be withheld; but English, Austrian, and Russian dignity shuddered at the plebeian contact. The people, too, have twice sat on that throne, and twice has the palace been confided to their guard, the plate, jewels, furniture, pictures, all entrusted to them, guarded by the honesty (honour in the lower ranks assumes that name) of men who had not 5 francs in the world. Excepting the personal effects of Louis Philippe, which were burnt out of spite, not one article was stolen or injured. Perhaps these rough guardians were the first who ever left power, a palace, and a throne, without any increase of wealth, prosperity, or importance. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Margueritte. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Place de la Concorde, etc. The most beautiful place in the world, ever made beautiful by the handiwork and the genius of man, refining the builder's craft into the sublime art science of architecture, and we have seen all that is renowned in Europe, whether called Platz, Piazza, Place, or Square, is, without a doubt, the Place de la Concorde. Let us take our stand here, in the centre, at the foot of the obelisk de Luxor, vestige of one of the most civilized and refined cities of bygone ages, Thebes, now covered by the sands of the desert. This relic came down the rugged Nile, up the busy waters of the Seine, to the most refined and civilized of modern cities. Here it stands, perpetuating, as it were, to the Parisians the sublime address of Napoleon to his army in Egypt: "From yonder pyramids 40 centuries look down on you." Old Egypt! Where greater deeds done ages ago, in that mysterious country, unveiled to us in part by gigantic ruins and holy traditions, than those which have swept over the wide circle on which this monument from thy shores now stands? Look to the right, down the Rue Royale, so regular in its style and proportions, to the white colonnade and façade of the Chamber of Deputies. Behind you, the Madeleine. On the left is the Pont de la Concorde, and beyond stretches the Tuileries, with its leafy bowers, its broad iron and gilt railing, with the palace in the distance. And before you, the wide extent of the Champs-Elysées, stretching to the Arc de l'Étoile, which rises magnificent in the distance against a clear blue sky. Near you 2 fountains pour their sparkling freshness. whilst colossal statues representing the principal towns of France rear their marble forms aloft. In all directions, carriages of every description, from the liveried equipage of the foreign ambassador to the modest fiacre cross and recross. In one corner near the quay, those most primitive of all conveyances known as cuckoos wait, their vociferous drivers soliciting you to go with them to Passy, Auteuil, St. Cloud, or Versailles. The little tinkling bell of the vendor of lemonade, with his barrel covered with red velvet, and ornamented with silver bells, attracts your wondering eye, whilst clean, picturesque peasant women offer their baskets, with gâteaux de Nanterre, tout chaud. Here, too, little children for a sou will give bunches of early violets, or, later in the season, a whole armful of moss roses for double that sum. To Louis Philippe, it must be owned, are the improvements of the Place de la Concorde attributable. They were planned by Napoleon, to whom was left no time to develop his great schemes for the embellishment of his capital. Louis Philippe, fond of appropriating all he could, took unto himself these plans, found in the archives of the State; and having no wars to wage, he kept an army of bricklayers at work. Here, on this bright spot, where the gay sunbeams are dancing, and all seems luxury and joy, tread lightly. The soil beneath your feet is saturated with the blood of a whole generation. Here, on this place, where the glad waters are dancing in the sunshine, stood the scaffold of the Revolution. Here fell the head of the Bourbon, who, had he been born in some country village, lord of a few acres, would have gone down honoured to the grave. Here his sister, pure in the midst of a tainted court, generous, ever mindful of the poor, tender, devoted, noble, bent her head humbly and unmurmuringly to the stroke of death. Here, too, Charlotte Corday, the enthusiast, met the heroic termination of life unfit for the common duties of her sex. And here, ponder as you gaze on that palace, and those lofty royal edifices, which stood then as they now stand, but sheltered not those who had reared them. Here fell that being whose noble birth, descended from the Caesars, no prince excelled, whose brother filled even then one of the despotic thrones of Europe, a woman whom a whole populace had worshipped and poets sung, for whom many would have laid down their lives for a glance from that clear blue eye, or a smile from that haughty lip. Here, on these very stones, perchance, rolled the head of Marie Antoinette. When France, wild with joy and enthusiasm, welcomed the loveliest and most accomplished of princesses by public fêtes and manifestations of all kinds, a crowd assembled here to see the fireworks. The place was then unfinished; and, crowding on the scaffolding, the reckless multitude bore it down, and it fell into the crowd beneath, where women, children, carriages, all mingled in confusion. A panic followed, and thousands who came on this errand of pleasure were carried home bruised and mangled corpses. Did this sad remembrance, and the fatal omen it had been, recur to the daughter of Maria Theresa, as for an instant on the scaffold, clad in poor garments borrowed from the jailer's wife, gazing on what we now gaze, she thought her last thought on earth? Did she dream of that palace stretched before her? The very windows of the room where her children had been born, there before her eyes, its splendours, its endeared home? Was not that pang of memory greater than that which severed the head from the body? Alas! that heart could bear no more. Grief had passed away, with strength and feeling. Weariness, a hopeless, tearless weariness, had taken possession of her soul. Poor queen! To minister to whose fanciful taste an artificial village had been built. In her prison, awaiting her doom, she took, shred by shred, the miserable carpet at her feet, and with 2 pieces of wood from her scanty fire began to knit, that the mechanical occupation might numb the agony of memory and thought. Never on this spot did any carriage with the royal arms of France pass during the Restoration. Her daughter, whose life of 70 years was spent, with the brief exception of 15 years, in exile or in prison, is said to have closed her eyes even when passing on the quay, that she might not behold the spot where all she loved was slaughtered. But now the Place de la Révolution, the name it took after that of Place Louis XV, seems definitely to have become the Place de la Concorde. To the present dynasty it can recall nothing but glory and triumph. Napoleon the present can here review his troops without the pang of the past appealing to him, for Napoleon the past has often ridden in glory and splendor across this square, on his way to the Champs-Élysées and St. Cloud. Let us, too, take the Champs-Élysées, first the Grande Allée, then we will diverge to the right. And before coming to the busiest, gayest scenes of popular life, we will look back for an instant on the past. Here is the Élysée. The gate before which yon stand is the one by which Napoleon issued, when, like Coriolanus, he went to claim the hospitality of his enemies. Here stood the carriage with its 4 post horses. Slowly he came through that long French window, from a small coquettish boudoir of pink and silver, strange mockery of the struggle going on within its walls. Down this very path he came, he passed the gate, his foot is on the steps of the carriage. He pauses, hesitates. England or America, in which to trust? England, England, and the die is cast. The rock of St. Helena, ocean bound, rises into immortality. Along this portion of the Champs-Élysées it is sweet to saunter in the full noonday sun. The road, so carefully watered, frequented by few at this hour, is shaded by thick trees, their monotony broken by gardens stretching from the princely habitations of the Faubourg St. Honoré down to this spot. Gardens all smooth lawns, hothouses, vines and flowers, the loveliest and most extensive being that of the English Embassy. Sometimes a strain of music will issue from the open windows, along with the singing of the birds breaking the stillness of the air. Or some gay children's laugh, sporting in their white garments like fairies on the green sward, will salute your ear. But as you wend your way the path ceases in the Rond Point, where 2 delicious fountains mark the centre of the distance between the Tuileries and the Champs-Élysées, and you are back to busy life again. And how busy! Come here the busiest of days, Sunday or a fête day, when the Champs-Élysées are for pleasure only, and pleasure and relaxation are the only objects of all you see around you. Every day of the week you will, indeed, find there gay and brilliant carriages, with the fair ladies, 2 in each open calèche, their feet reclining on the opposite seat, having on each side a cavalier on a prancing horse, reined in to the pace of the carriage. Every day you may see pretty ladies on ambling steeds, with fancy Amazones and flying plumes, thought very tasteful here, but voted shockingly vulgar in Hyde Park. English women, by the by, the very slaves of Parisian fashion in all their toilettes, have obstinately refused all foreign innovations in their riding dress. The plain cloth habit and a masculine round hat, as if they thought all pertaining to horsemanship essentially English. Each day, too, the same number of elegantly dressed men and women may be seen seated between the hours of 5 and 8, while on the broad asphalt pavement as many promenaders each day walk. But for the popular Champs-Élysées, take a Sunday or a fête day. Here, then, is every kind of amusement, and at such attainable prices. Talk of a 50-cent Italian opera. Why, for 50 sous a whole day's pleasure, an opera, a vaudeville, a ball, a battle de la Grande Armée, with refreshments and a keepsake to boot, can be had. First, there are the merry-go-rounds, in which the ladies seated in cars, very like those in which theatrical deities go to theatrical paradises, and the gentlemen riding fantastic Pegasuses, whirl round at a great pace, striving as they pass to catch upon long sticks the various enormous rings suspended from poles above their heads. 2 sous worth of this game will be enough. Descend. The drum is beating. We are in time to see, in that booth, all gold paper and dirty canvas, the very opera they are now playing at the Grand Opera. If you believe the gigantic affiche in front of the booth, it is sung, too, by the very same people. A great deal of the music is omitted, at least by the singers, but the orchestra is evidently bent on doing it all, for it is playing all the time. But then the dresses are splendid, and the libretto is the actual libretto of the Grand Opera. Would you prefer to see the Battle of Austerlitz? You can. Napoleon the First and all, for 2 sous. Or Arnal in some farce? Not the real Arnal, but a gentleman quite as facetious, to judge by his audience, for they never cease to laugh, and for only 2 sous. A little further on, and a little later, a delicious orchestra, playing with taste, in exquisite time, the polkas, waltzes, and quadrilles you have heard in aristocratic ballrooms, will invite you to dance. This also you can do for 2 sous, with any of those pretty, modest-looking women, as graceful in their tulle caps and pink ribbons, their mousseline de laine dresses, their smart black silk aprons, the snow-white cotton stocking and neat kid shoe on an exquisite foot, with the sandal crossed over an arched instep and slender ankle, as was your last season's flames, all diamonds, lace, and patchouli. Some of your partners, though they look like the sisters of the little child they hold by the hand, are the mothers. And when in reply to your request, one of the young-looking mothers answers, with a nice courtesy and a glance at her husband, "Vous êtes bien beau, monsieur," the father, with his clean blouse, will then take the urchin from her, and stuffing him with gingerbread, will sit with him, proud and delighted to see "Maman danser." Happy are the marriages in the lower classes of Paris. Husband and wife share the same toils and the same pleasures. And the influence of woman, a true and unconscious one, they dream not of woman's rights, is to be seen in the orderly conduct of a popular crowd, and the almost total absence of drunkenness in the fête of the people. Women in Paris have many ways of gaining a livelihood; and notwithstanding the outcry of the modern innovators and reformers that they do earn it, is to be seen in the condition and appearance of these assemblies, composed of workmen, common soldiers, and small tradesmen, in fact, of all, hewers of wood and drawers of water. All the women and children are neatly dressed, but not above their station. No prosperity in Paris would induce a woman in this class to assume the silks and satins of a higher one. Almost all, however, have a watch and chain, and perhaps real lace on their caps or collars instead of imitation. The husband, too, has a huge silver watch, and at home they have probably from 2 to half a dozen silver spoons and forks. 25 francs will buy a couvert d'argent, a silver spoon and fork. Is not that better than a flaring bonnet, which lasts a season only? In France, the men do not toil to minister to their wives' luxury, nor the women suffer privations at home that their husbands may drink abroad. But the 5-franc piece, saved from the mechanic's toil, or the needlewoman's earnings, is spent together in rational amusement, the children toddling after them, the baby carried alternately by father and mother. Then, how much can an artisan enjoy for nothing? The Jardin des Plantes, botanical garden, with its birds, beasts, and flowers, a practical lecture upon natural history. The galleries of the Louvre, forming his innate taste for the arts, and teaching him the history of his country by the events they commemorate. The Tuileries, the Champs Elysées, St. Cloud, Versailles, with its palace and its park, are all his, to enjoy day after day, at any hour, whenever he has leisure. How eagerly, too, from the contemplation of historical pictures, will the artisan seek to extend his knowledge, by reading, by research! How may latent genius thus arise, from contact with the master spirits of his own and of bygone ages! Come now, from that al fresco ballroom with its boarded floor, but with no other canopy than heaven and spreading trees. See, here are groups, families sitting at little green tables, drinking what they call beer, though it is sometimes made of currants, raspberries, cherries, or lemons. Near them is a furnace, with a bright, active cook, in white jacket and orthodox white cap. On his red-hot shovel, for 5 sous, he will cook you, in a trice, the sweetest, crispest gaufre made of milk, eggs, and flour, and powdered over with white sugar. Or, follow that curly-headed, urgent, vociferous boy, who is strenuously dragging his father towards that booth. What rows of china, of every possible denomination, shape, and form, gilt all over! Looking-glasses, toys, work-boxes, knives, tumblers, wine-glasses. 5 sous, 5! 5 sous is a sum, in France, on these expeditions. What, all these things 5 sous apiece? No, no, this is a lottery. If you are lucky, you will get something; if not, why, try again. Now it's full. Shake the lotto bag. We've got the cards with the big numbers on. Look down the 30s. Yes, there it is. And here is your prize. A sugar basin with a gold knob, and a white porcelain breakfast cup with, in gold letters, Pensez à moi, the moi to be thought of being ad libitum. For, of course, it doesn't mean the dapper little weazen-faced peddler who hands you your prize, with the blandest of smiles and a neat and appropriate speech of congratulations. And now the stars are peeping out. The moon glistens on the gilded dome of the Invalides. The bridges throw their bright reflections at intervals across the Seine. Lamps twine from tree to tree at the al fresco balls. Lights shine through the transparent walls of the temporary theatres, and stream from the windows of the cafes for this night only, and our little china merchant supplies all his china candlesticks with candles. Come to the Grande Allée, away from this plot of ground. Behold! From the Place De La Concorde to the Barrière de l'Étoile, 2 miles of variegated lamps festooned from tree to tree. Large crystal chandeliers seeming suspended in mid-air, the poles and cords being invisible from the height, go all the same distance down the centre of the road, illuminating the thousands of upturned faces, the grave old trees, the calm stars looking down the while from the clear blue heavens. And now, from the summit of the triumphal arch, starts forth a fantastic volcano of many-coloured fire, all around grows lighter than the lightest day, shouts rend the air, and then comes the grand bouquet, its last detonation echoed and re-echoed. Then all dies away, and gradually the living stream, coming from the lurid glare into the still moonlight, seek quietly homes humble and happy, nerved afresh from this one day's relaxation for the toil of the morrow. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Faubourg St. Cross the Pont Neuf and enter the Rue Dauphine, and where is the beautiful, brilliant, elegant Paris of the Tuileries and the Boulevards? This is Paris a century ago. Dark, narrow streets, small shops with dingy windows, muddy pavements, and no sidewalk. The Faubourg St. the home of the exclusive noblesse and of the wild, reckless student, is now before us, with its hereditary palaces, grand and gloomy, and its sordid, rickety houses, with poverty and riotous joy on every floor. There are some magnificent streets, though, in this last refuge of the historical names, whose final illustration was an heroic death by the revolutionary guillotine. The new-formed aristocracy of France, the noblesse de bourse, never felt inclined to attack the enemies they envy in their own camp. There is something in the large iron gates, the stone walls, the wide and solemn courtyards, which chills and which requires the traditions of rank, the dignity, the independence of true-born aristocracy. Your nouveau riche loves neat little railings with gilded spikes, tiny courtyards, and stuccoed walls. Those lofty chambers, with their dark sweeping velvet curtains, the furniture stately and heavy, the few solemn full-length portraits, the polished inlaid floor, and the large hearth, wide as the crater of a volcano, and consuming whole forest trees, chill the disciple of fashion and bring back uncomfortable feelings of insignificance. Whilst the d'Aubusson carpets, the conglomeration of lace, muslin, and silk, excluding the glaring light, nay, the light altogether, the elegant, slim, gilded and painted furniture, the rosewood and satinwood tables covered with knickknacks, baptized works of art, the pretty pictures with their prettier frames, the soft sofas, and the well-trimmed flower stands, form a fit kingdom for the wealthy, whose strength and importance is their gold. Well may they be afraid of disappearing in toto, in the midst of the noble and the elevated. Throughout the day, no footsteps of the aristocratic population are to be traced in any of the streets of the Faubourg St. But before the other population wakes, from every one of these historical hotels may be seen to issue the elegant and dignified daughters, with the mother enveloped in long, dark shawls, the simplest of bonnets, with deep black veils, and followed by a servant in undress livery carrying their prayer books, all going to early mass at the church Saint-Sulpice, Saint-Thomas d'Aquin, or the small but aristocratic church of Les Missions Étrangères. The old families have preserved their outward practices of the Roman Catholic Church as faithfully as their allegiance to their hereditary sovereign. And however infidelity and new religions may have penetrated into other classes of society, and been the capital of many ambitious of distinction, it has never been considered necessary for the noble youth of the Faubourg St. to deny the belief of their fathers, to acquire a reputation of capacity for political or intellectual affairs. The unmarried women of Paris see but glimpses of the world. And many of these glimpses, materials for daydreams, are obtained at this daily returning excursion to Mass. However, these young girls are too well educated and too well drilled to venture anything beyond a glance at eyes that gaze on theirs; and they know that the reverie, ending with a deep drawn sigh, is all that will follow this first transient fancy. Strange destinies are these, in a country where, of all others, hearts and imaginations are free, and yet where free will is denied to woman in the only important event in life, the only one for which she is made responsible in after years, yet in which she follows the dictates, if not the authority, of those around her. Did you ever see a French wedding? Here you are on the Place Saint-Sulpice. There, to your right, is the small windowed, Inquisition-looking building, around which the young seminarists, in their trailing dingy gowns, don Basilio hats, and with downcast eyes, are disconsolately walking. Houses built for the great and rich, but now deteriorated, degraded, into sordid lodging houses, are on all the other sides. But in the centre is the beautiful edifice of Saint-Sulpice, with its 2 open towers. It is gloomy enough within, silent and solemn. The very gilding is reflected but dimly, and the saints, painted in the hour of their martyrdom, and not of their beatification, give rise to feelings of dread rather than of consolation. But now all is bright. If the light of day comes but dimly through the windows, hundreds of wax candles illumine the aisles. On the stone floor a rich carpet has been laid. Rows of velvet surround the altar itself. The masses of white camellias, roses, jessamines, and white lilacs almost exclude the sight of the sacred images. The aisles are all filled with new straw chairs. The sacristans are in their best, the beggars in their worst, for that is their wedding garment. All stand in waiting round the door. On the steps is the Swiss, looking to the uninitiated uncommonly like the drum major of a regiment, all gold lace, with cocked hat, and a sword by his side, and his hand a long pole with a silver knob. His legs are models, and he knows it. Now the carriages arrive. The Swiss stamps his stick upon the stones, and down gets the bride, led by the mother. Fathers are rather in the background on these occasions. The organs peal, and the whole procession, headed by the Swiss, marches up to the altar. Then the aisles fill with every sort of magnificence of dress, 1, 2, 300, or even 1,000 people. Everybody whose name was ever known to bride or bridegroom comes of course to the wedding, or at least to church. When the question, "Wilt thou take this man?" is addressed to the bride, she takes for ever her leave of maternal control, by turning with a profound courtesy to her mother, to ask her permission to answer. Mamma responds by another inclination, and then her daughter says "yes," which gives her freedom evermore. The youngest sister of either bride or bridegroom, handed by the youngest gentleman of the party, and preceded by our friend with the fine legs, with his sounding silver pole, then goes through the crowd, with downcast eyes and a velvet bag in her hand, soliciting contributions, "pour les pauvres, s'il vous plaît." Then they adjourn to the vestry, and then, for the first time, the bridegroom calls his wife by her Christian name, though the timid bride does not drop the "Monsieur" till some days after she has been his wife. Then there is feasting at home, dressing, dancing, and a little crying; and then the bride, installed in her home by her mother, leaves for ever the paternal roof. Now, in all probability, the principal actors in this scene have never spoken 20 sentences to each other since they were first introduced. This is the way they court in France. One lady says to another, "My daughter is 18. She has so much. Every girl has a dowry, if it be but 500 francs. You have known her from a child. You see so many young men. Cannot you think of one to suit her?" Of course the lady can, for men are as eager, in France, to marry as the girls are to get husbands. It is an increase of fortune, and a patent of respectability, in all stations, in all professions. The young man is spoken to, and of course the young lady named to him. A party is given, and they meet. Or sometimes the girl is taken to the opera, and the lover examines her through his glass. If satisfied with the survey, he is allowed to pay a visit. Then the girl, supposed to be in entire ignorance up to this point, is asked how she would like so and so for a husband. Now, it is but just to say that if the girl does not approve, the negotiation goes no further. But if she has never spoken to this suitor, and knows she will not speak to any future suitor, if the man is tolerably good looking and the tailor has done his duty, why, she, being assured by her parents that the money is all right, generally says yes. Then the mamma of the bridegroom comes one evening when the house has been set in order, and everybody dressed in his best. And after the first salutation, she rises, and in a solemn voice asks the hand of Mademoiselle Estelle for Monsieur Achille . Then the mamma, on the opposite side of the house, accepts the offer. Mademoiselle Estelle weeps and throws herself into her future mamma's arms, whilst the son-in-law embraces the mother of his intended. The papas shake hands. The betrothed lovers, released from the maternal arms, mutually bow to each other, and the servants bring in tea. Then the lawyer set to work to draw up the contract. The mamma orders new dresses, etc., for her daughter, and puts new caps and dresses on herself. The bridegroom comes every evening with a grand bouquet, which he offers to Mademoiselle, flirts an hour or two with the mother, bows to the daughter, and goes off. The bride-elect has only to embroider quietly by her mother's side, to smile, to blush, and simper. Then the negotiating lady comes in grand state, preceded by an enormous trunk. Mamma and the bride receive her, never of course heeding the trunk. Then the lady makes a speech, opens the trunk, and presents the bride with the corbeille, namely, the wedding dress, veil, and wreath, 2 or 3 cashmere shawls, ditto velvet dresses, a set of furs, a set of lace flounces, a set of diamonds, a watch, a fan, prayer book, and a purse of gold. These come from the bridegroom. In return, the lady gets a bracelet from the bride, with many thanks for the presents and the husband. The mother scolds the intended for the reckless magnificence displayed when he comes at night. The bride says, "Ah, monsieur," blushes, and throws herself into her mother's arms. Then the mamma gives her present to the intended, 6 cambric shirts and 6 white cravats, the whole trimmed with Valenciennes, chosen with an eye to the future pocket handkerchiefs of the bride; for, after the wedding day, what man will be bedecked with lace? At last comes the signing of the contract. The bride takes one step into the world, she receives her visitors, and speaks, nay, converses, with all except the intended. That would be improper. She gives tokens of affection to her unmarried relatives, bought from the purse in the corbeille. The wonders of this corbeille are displayed in one room, while the trousseau of the bride, given by the mother, is exhibited in another. Embroidery, linen, cambric, laces, etc., are here lavished on the personal underclothing of the bride, made up in dozens and dozens of each article, with piles upon piles of tablecloths, sheets, towels, etc., all marked with embroidered marks, and tied with pink and blue ribbons. Then comes the civil ceremony, and 2 days after, the last scene of all, at which we have assisted, in the church of Saint-Sulpice. This is the way they manage marriages in France. Love is out of the question; but it comes after, in more cases than it lasts in other countries, where it is supposed to come before. There is great liberty after marriage on both sides, but a strict observance of outward forms. Women are devoted mothers, and if they do not always esteem the man, they invariably respect the husband. The family tie is stronger in France than anywhere else. If in France there are few model marriages, where happiness and love are ever blooming, there are certainly much fewer really unhappy ones. Marriage is a lottery. Why not let chance draw your lot, rather than yourself shake the bag and bring up a blank? Do you know more of a pretty girl's temper after a month's flirtation, excepting that she is susceptible of flirting, than blind Chance, who, being blind, may perhaps endow you with a prize? End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Students and the Luxembourg. The visible population of the Faubourg St. besides that described in our last chapter, are the medical students and the artists, as yet unappreciated and unknown by the world, or even still pursuing their studies of the Beaux-Arts. They throng the streets, and elbow the honest bourgeois retired from business, who take their daily walk to the other side of the Seine, having ensconced themselves in the by-streets of the aristocratic Faubourg on account of the cheapness of the rents. L'École de Droit and l'École de Médecine are on this side of the water, together with many of the public schools. You may know the student, although he be silent, quiet, and well behaved. There is a peculiarity, an exaggeration of costume, which is unmistakable. In undress he is tawdry and slovenly. In grande tenue he is dressed as those impossible gentlemen in the prints of the fashions, or as a fashionable tailor of the Palais Royal would dress an American or an Englishman who would pay him well and rely only on his taste. For the student were invented the rainbow-coloured stuffs in gigantic squares with which he makes his trousers, and he wears them in that fashion, a compromise between petticoat and pantaloons plaited in around the waist, à la Cossack, it used to be called. This hideous fashion is still retained in civilization only by the student. His waistcoat is generally much too smart for the daylight, being probably the last remains of his ball costume. His cravat is loosely tied, his coat, though threadbare, has a sporting cut. And his hat, what could it be but a Kossuth hat? These hats have such a rowdy, devil-may-care look, that a student must long since have imagined it in his dreams and had no time to realize it. He has no gloves, the ample pockets of the Cossack trousers being made to contain hands that rarely do anything else. As for his boots, they are well blacked, and if there is a hole, why, the stocking beneath is black too, and so the hole is hidden. These worthies invade the whole of the pavement 6 or 7 abreast, arm in arm. They smoke cigars for the first week in every month, but as the purse gets empty they assume the pipe, as a less expensive substitute for the Havana. The students are the reliance of the revolutionary politicians of Paris. They are one of the most terrible corps d'armée of a revolution. Far from their families, every department sends her youth to the schools of Paris, enthusiastic, having nothing to lose, brave, for bravery and a love of fighting is instinctive in a Frenchman. They may not, perhaps, care particularly about the principles engaged in the affair, but mingle in it from an abstract love for a general row and confusion, particularly as such a state of things closes the school. Indeed, how they ever learn anything, how they ever take a degree, and how it is that the luminaries of most of the learned sciences spring from this country and this class, is a perfect mystery, aided and abetted as they are, in their idleness and love of pleasure by that arch enemy of the gros bonnets, professors, the pretty tyrant of their homes, the world-famed Parisian grisette. Similarity of fortune brings the grisette and the student under the same roof, in immeasurably high houses, situated in the narrow by-streets of old Paris, into which the sun can scarcely ever penetrate, and from which in many places it is entirely excluded, owing to the houses having a friendly inclination to meet at the top, nowise satisfactory to those bold enough to look overhead. The streets, which have no sidewalk, but a gutter in the middle, are muddy in the midst of summer. They are never swept, yet never visited by the chiffonnier, for there is never anything in them worth his searching for. The porters of these houses are tailors or shoemakers; their wives, stocking menders, or housemaids to all the lodgers. These people, with their offspring, for they have children, look like vegetables grown in a cellar. There is no vestige of life, health, or strength in them. The babies, happily for them, are sent as soon as born to some farm, where the farmer's wife suckles 2 or 3 besides her own. In Paris, to fulfill the duties of maternity is a luxury enjoyed only by the higher classes; and though it is grand for philanthropists to point out that every mother should nurse her own child, it would be necessary that the lodgings and most of the circumstances of the lower classes should undergo radical changes, before such a practice would not be a sure means of deteriorating, nay, diminishing, a greater portion of the working population. In the country, the children of the poor find sufficient food; for a woman is rarely cruel to a baby, even though it is not her own; sufficient air and exercise, till the age of 4 or 5 years; thus sowing the seeds of a good constitution to help it through the miseries and privations and excesses of a Parisian life. In these dark streets, in these almost dilapidated houses, dwell perhaps the very merriest of the Parisian population, and certainly that portion most characteristic of the manners and habits of the French people. Our young student, fresh from the provinces, comes to Paris with an allowance commensurate with the straitened means of his father, or his straitened ideas of the exigencies of a Parisian life. He secures, for 200 francs a year, a lodging said to be furnished. Then he has his books, his own wardrobe, often very unfitted for the life and passion of his society, and there, surrounded by similar establishments, he takes his abode for 3 years. Fellow students become his friends instantaneously. By them he is initiated into the resources of student life in Paris. With them he goes to dine at a restaurateur's for 15 sous, and breakfast there for 5. What he gets for this sum is not to be inquired into. It satisfies, with the help of fabulous masses of bread, his youthful and not squeamish appetite; and with a little imagination he fancies he is faring sumptuously, for the external symptoms of sordid poverty are hidden under the outward appearances of white table clothes, silver spoons and forks, clean glasses, and tidy, gay-looking rooms. The student rarely crosses the Seine. Why should he? If the other side has its Tuileries, has he not his Luxembourg, with its palace and picture gallery, its groves of waving lilacs and drooping acacias, its statues, its fountains, and its long, shady avenues? The palace, a memorial of Marie de Medici's love for her Florentine associations and her early days, was built on the model of the Pitti Palace at Florence. The ceilings were painted by Rubens, who also painted a triumphal history of the Queen Mother of France. But the painter was no prophet, and could not add the dark closing scene in the garret at Cologne, where Marie, once the object of Richelieu's passion, expiated her ridicule of his pretensions and her own restless ambition, she, the wife of Henry of France and Navarre, by a lingering death from starvation and neglect. Now these gilded chambers and galleries, beautiful specimens of the florid Renaissance school, have been given to the public. Rubens and his pictorial flatteries have been removed to the Louvre, and a gallery has been formed of modern Rubenses, Roqueplan, Delaroche, Biard, Vernet, Court, living painters of France, enjoying during their lifetime the admiration and enthusiasm of their fellow citizens. Every Sunday the people, literally the people, in sabots, vests, and blouses, come to look at these pictures, recording most of them events of the present century, scenes from that modern Iliad, so endeared to the people, the era of Napoleon. The students, arm in arm with some gay, pink-bonneted grisette, much enjoy playing cicerone to an eager assemblage of listeners, describing, in the familiar language of the people, and the picturesque imagery of bombast, the heroic deeds recorded on the canvas. Soldiers, too, who have come from the unknown and inglorious campaigns of Algiers, where so much blood has been shed, so many brave deeds accomplished, without result or fame, will love to trace, in the Egyptian campaign of Vernet, many familiar places and uniforms, such as he has seen them too, though at a later period. All this crowd pass on to the throne room, to the bedchamber of Marie de Medici, to the council room, in fact, through all the magnificence of the palace, without either rudeness or noise, without any feeling of envy, but with a ready comprehension of the artistic beauties around. There is no need to watch this populace, for nothing is touched, injured, or destroyed. The Luxembourg held, too, the Chamber of Peers, as long as there were peers, and many a battle has been fought between the soldiers and the populace during the many political trials which followed the advent of the citizen king. Now all is peaceable. The children sport about their nurses, and the childers sit love-making upon the stone benches around. The graver student artists, yet without the great battlefield of fame, men with the spirit of their genius brooding within, and preparing themselves to vault into the arena of life, pace slowly up and down this long avenue, dark and shady from its thick foliage in the brightest days of summer. Here mused Robespierre, when contemplating wild theories of philanthropy, which he solved in blood and persecution. Here, arm in arm, the young enthusiastic Girondins have walked, pouring forth the poetry and dreams of liberty and heroism. Here, Madame Roland, leaning on the arm of Barnave or of Barbaroux, would talk those sublime impossibilities which women in troublous times will talk to those they love. Here, later, the beautiful Madame Tallien, with her classical draperies copied from the Greek, her bare and jewelled feet displayed in ancient sandals, sauntered, with her less beautiful though fascinating companion, Madame de Beauharnais, whilst senators, directors, all the officers, civil and military, of that most dangerous government, the Directoire, followed in their footsteps. Madame Tallien Gabarus was generous, good, and witty, and so beautiful that painter nor sculptor, nor David nor Canova, could find one fault, in either face or form. Josephine de Beauharnais, so graceful, so winning, so sprightly yet so gentle, had power too, for then she was the acknowledged favourite of the ruler Barras. Her notice it was that first gave distinction to the man. Bravery and heroism were scarcely distinctions then, when all men were brave, and all women had passed through danger with heroism, who afterwards, of the widow of the royalist and the mistress of the republican, made at once an empress and a queen. Now, towards dark, bounding through this avenue, rather traced by the sound of their merry laugh than by their gaily dressed forms, come our students and their gay, careless companions, the Grisettes, on their way to the Sunday termination of all parties of pleasure, the far-famed garden of the Chaumière. There is nothing remarkable as a garden enclosed within the high walls of Chaumière. It is not, for instance, to be compared with the Luxembourg, which they have just left. But it has lawns of soft green turf, surrounded by little tents and arbours, and above all, it has most delicious orchestras playing perpetually polkas, waltzes, and contredanses. It has, too, retired alleys, dimly lighted with coloured lamps, and it has a foreshadowing of a railroad, called a montagne russe, consisting of one inclined plane placed opposite another, so that, an impetus once given, a little fantastic car, containing two, rushes at lightning speed down one and up the other. Great is the shouting, the laughing, the struggling, the tearing, the romping, but great also seems the enjoyment. The dance, however, has the preference towards the end of the evening. Here the excitement of the day comes to a climax, in the wildest inspiration of unheard of, inconceivable, untaught and unteachable steps and figures. In vain the stiff gendarme interferes. He stops one enthusiast, and another rushes into the field. These capricious dances are forbidden by the prudish police of the popular balls, though when clad in Spanish costume, they are applauded on the stage of the Grand Opera. Students and grisettes dance merrily away, pausing merely to take refreshments of lemonade, soda water, currant syrups, a species of dignified pie crust, galette by name, cold veal, and fresh salads. There are none but young people here. People without cares, position, or responsibility. Pleasure, the pleasure of the day, of the moment, their only aim. So they eat, laugh, dance, talk, and flirt, till the tired waiters slumber as they stand. The musicians sleep over their instruments, and the lamps go out. Then, untired, untamed, and laughing still, they rush down the Rue St-Jacques, dancing as they go, to various streets and alleys, noisily screaming, "Good night!" and waking the slumbering bourgeois with their pleasantries and fun. And so they seek their homes, to dream of, not the intoxication of wine or spirits, for drunkenness is unknown in this class, but the delirium of youth, liberty, and love. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Margueritte. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Theatres and the Press. The gas is lighted along the boulevards. It streams from all the cafés, but it lights only gilded and painted solitudes. The dominoes have ceased to rattle on the marble tables. The dame de comptoir, seated in state, leans back in her enthroned chair, casts one glance at her pretty person in the surrounding mirrors, then produces from some secret drawer the last new novel of Paul de Kock, Rigaud or Paul Féval, and forgets her troubles in those of the heroines before her. The waiters loll around the doors, or flap the flies with their napkins, or noisily express their private opinions of politics, women, the arts, and affairs in general. All the world is at the theatres. The carriages flashing by convey the great and fashionable to the opera or the Italien. The peaceful fiacre takes the less pretentious, and along the asphalt pavement, arm in arm, go the modest bourgeoise with her husband, the workman in a clean blouse with his neat and merry wife, whilst artists and editors saunter after with the easy, elegant, impudent air of a class having a comfortable conviction of its own merits, fully conscious of its power, and fully aware how to use it. The Grand Opera, the school of so many others, where the worst part is the singing and the best the dancing, where pageantry reigns supreme, but in such perfection that instead of vulgar parades we have artistic pictures of bygone scenes and ages, grouped as by a painter's art, where the orchestra is made up of artists, each a master of his art, imbued with the spirit of harmony, drilled by innumerable rehearsals, and with no fault, except that they forget there are singers in their wake, and that voices can but shout and dare not sing, if they would be heard above the din of 100 musicians, blowing, scraping, and drumming, with all their hearts and souls. Still, the orchestra of the Grand Opera is the finest in the world. So is the singing, only they don't go well together. But the ballet, that is the real thing here. An assemblage of youth and grace, conventional it is true, but still grace for all that. Fresh, elegant dresses, smiles, flowers, white arms, small feet, and slim ankles. Eyes which know where to look to seek for applause and bouquets. No wonder the side boxes fill. No wonder that moustaches of every hue quiver over the parapet, that editors and writers of dramatic feuilletons are so much courted. Here is a whole phalanx of protégés dancing themselves into public favour, fortune, and distinction, and a whole host of protectors applauding, helping, and admiring. Ah, the press is a great power in France, for there newspapers are a medium for other interests than mere local politics, stock exchange reports, and civic twaddle. Paris lives as much for the intellectual as for the material. The very men who toil and chaffer all day, read a theatrical critique or an artistic review with as much interest and unction as they do a money article. True, your Parisian journalist pays a price for this sway. He has, through years and years, educated the public, and now the public can judge him. He cannot write carelessly or faithlessly or ill. He must be well informed, witty, sarcastic, intelligent. He must have a style. He must have ideas. He must choose, not merely string his words. And so, like those houris who dance through the ballet, a mere shade or gleam in a great picture, one day to come forth stars like Taglioni, Grisi, Grands, and Rosati, the journalist serves a hard apprenticeship. First he does the drudgery of paste and scissors, then the réclame or puffs. Then he is set to producing canards, or humbugs, events invented, names and all, to fill some special mission of puffery. The "Have we a Bourbon among us?" question was one of the best puffs ever contrived in the United States, where, it must be confessed, the press, in this especial department, is no whit behind that of Paris. Then the apprentice journalist is set to writing leading articles for some lazy editor, which are signed with the editor's name, till finally, a chance which is said to happen once in every man's life, and in newspaper and literary life may happen every day, brings him, in propria persone, before the public. There is less envy and jealousy amongst the women of Italy than in any other country, because beauty is more general there than elsewhere. It is, perhaps, because there is more talent among the French journalists that there is less envy and bitterness than in the press of other countries. There is a struggle, but with fair weapons, intellect and talent, and there is a thorough esprit de corps. The rights of one are the rights of all. The position of one is the position of all. Then they are a genial, social body. They have a society of their own. Joyous, brilliant, they strive not for official sinecures as a goal. They aim not at conventionality or prudish gentility. They love the luxury of refinement, but they love not the forms of ceremony, or the trammels of rule. They are generous, warm-hearted, easy and elegant in manner, squandering freely both their wit and their money, devoted in their friendship, and not over-scrupulous in their loves. They let not one golden drop of enjoyment fall from the cup of life. Admitted into all circles, the press and artistic world of Paris form a circle outside of all others, which is their own peculiar home and sphere. The magnificent abodes of the queens of the drama are their trysting places. Here, night after night, month after month, year after year, the sparkle of wit and champagne has crowned the evening. When all toil is done, the critique of the play or opera, written on some malachite or bowl table in the hostess's drawing room, within hearing of the gay laugh, the punning and pungent repartee from the supper room, conveys to the morning paper some of the grace and sparkle whence it sprung. The gamin from the printing office knows the various haunts, and startles with the magic words, "More copy," one guest after another from his place. In Paris there is no "starring" system for favourites. They begin in one theatre, and there they make their fortune and position; so that actors and actresses have permanent if not legitimate homes. Here, as around some planet, revolve all the other members of the artistic world. The women are nearly all beautiful, clever, graceful, witty, and if not learned, appreciative. A Parisienne knows everything by instinct; and as for the men, they include everything that is rich, handsome, noble, renowned, or intelligent, from the highest station near the throne to the most insignificant and unknown penny a liner. Though the position of many of the guests, particularly the ladies, is not very orthodox, and their morals will not bear much scrutiny, there is no license notwithstanding the great liberty of conversation. Nor do these representatives of the arts offend good taste by any freedom of action. Excepting that the women are more beautiful and the men more witty, there is scarcely any difference between a salon in Bohème, the nickname of the artistic world, and a salon of the Chaussée d'Antin. Bohème is what confers great power on the press. With such allies, what a large circle can they not command? All the frequenters of these artistic salons are allies; not of managers, speculators, bankers, or booksellers, but of the journalists whom they see and know, and who belong to the circle that meets there. Therefore it is that in France alone the royal "we" of the press has had its full royal acceptation. In France it is as good, nay, often better, as times have sometimes gone, to be a journalist than a king. But now, at the Grand Opera, all these joyous children of Bohème are at their work. The first tier has filled with all the rank and fashion of the higher spheres. Divided into private boxes, holding 4 or 6, it is mauvais ton to have more than 2 ladies in one box, as the display of grace and draperies would be impeded. This portion of the audience have taken their seats. In these boxes the toilettes are decidedly ball or even court costumes. You will see many of these ladies rise, before the last act, and leave the house for the various embassies, the Faubourg St, or the Tuileries. Above in the second tier are simpler dresses. The boxes are filled to their capacities, the attention to the performance is greater, and the visitors are fewer. Below, in orchestra and pit, are none but men. No woman is admitted to such very uncomfortable places as a perpetually changing pit affords in every country. But there is an intermediate state, a sort of purgatory, between the paradise of the boxes and the pandemonium of the pit, called the amphitheatre. This is 5 or 6 rows, raised at the back of the pit, fenced in with gilded balustrades, and containing comfortable armchairs. A woman with any pretensions to fashion or distinction would rather never go to the opera in her life than sit here, though the seats are quite as dear as anywhere else. Fashion has abandoned these places to the unknown, the provincials, les Anglaises, and the dowdy. Between the gilded columns which divide the house on either side, are the boxes of the various ministers, given away each day by the ministers themselves to some of the higher employés. Those 4 proscenium boxes, so gorgeous with mirrors, velvet, and gilding, represent the 3 powers of society. The lower one to the left is the imperial box. The one opposite belongs to the royalty of wealth, represented by Aguado, Marquis de las Marismas, once a retailer of Spanish wines, now a grandee of Spain and a financier of Rothschild proportions. Above is the royalty of politics, typified by the ambassador of Austria; and opposite him, the royalty of fashion, represented by the various bearded faces and gloved hands of the members of the Jockey Club, or Loge des Lions. To this box are directed all the glances, the pirouettes, and even the roulades and the passionate appeals of the mimic scene with real meanings. There, at some decisive moment, sits enthroned some dreaded feuilletoniste, courted by the protector of the dancer or singer now in action, flattered, fawned on, by the lions, who, ferocious and supercilious to all, are gentle and genial to the almighty journalist. The draught his pen can draw on fame is as valuable to the fair postulant, "Oh, splendide lion," as the draughts which yours can draw for her upon your banker. It is not a clique, or a claque, or bouquets, or a bonbon, that can make a success. It is a word of praise from Théophile Gautier, Carr, or Janet. You will not persuade the public accustomed to these oracles to listen to the fiat of any other. Geoffrey, the critic, made Talma, and Janet made Rachel, caused her step by step, with inexorable judgment, to rise from a prodigy uncultivated and wild, to a genius refined, classical, passionate, and sublime. There are 15 theatres in Paris. One would scarcely think, to look at the yawning parquet and solitary dress circles of most of our American theatres, that 15 could nightly keep open in one city, and perform, too, to crowded and enthusiastic audiences. Yet so it is. Each theatre has its peculiar style, its special actors, and its special audience. Of course, there are always restless interlopers and wandering foreigners in each theatre. But if you yourself become an habitué, you will soon know, at sight, all the boxes, have a bowing acquaintance with the pit, and a confidential friendship with the stalls. The stalls! The resort of criticism and the hard-to-be-pleased old gentleman who, in the presence of a modern prodigy, is sure to remember some great bygone celebrity of his youth, and to shake his head sadly as the applause thunders around him. "Ah, monsieur," will he say, with a faint smile, "how Duchesnois said that!" or "how Mademoiselle Georges looked this part!" "Ah, monsieur, we shall never replace the actors of my youth." The actors dread the stalls more than any other part of the house. It is not the genius of their predecessors they cannot rival; it is the feelings of youth, hope, and love, which they cannot rouse in the hearts of those old gray-headed men before them, with withered affections and bitter knowledge of the world. The stalls of the Théâtre Français in the Rue Richelieu listened unmoved to Rachel for many months before they roused to enthusiasm. Her genius required no inspiration, but her industry was urged to study by the deep damnation of their bas. The audience of the Théâtre Français is, however, at all times a very formidable one, composed of the literati, of the most refined and educated of the higher classes, those who, with every element of fashion, beauty, fame, riches, refinement, and rank, are too sensible to be fashionable and to frequent operas only. Another feature of this theatre is the number of young girls among the audience; for you must know that, in France, young girls are rarely taken to the theatre. Passion of any kind, however pure, is not thought to be the fit thing for young minds; and the double entendre and the intrigues of comedies and vaudevilles would pollute the ears and fire the imaginations of beings with whom ignorance and innocence are synonymous. A very little observation will enable you to distinguish this one peculiarity of French life: une demoiselle. Her condition varies little in all stations of life. Revolutions, innovations, reformations, restorations, or usurpations have never altered her condition for centuries. Although the convent walls are not as frequent, the education without them is as strictly conventual, as in those days when a girl stepped from the convent to the court, learning at the altar in the morning, for the first time, the name of her husband under whose roof she slept that night. Look, do you not see that box? There are 2 ladies, both young, both graceful, both pretty, both exquisitely dressed. But, oh, how different they are! The one to the right has flowers in her bonnet. Her dress is in the most recent fashion, open in front, and amidst falls of beautiful lace, the white throat is visible, and the swelling bosom just perceptible. The rich and waving lace sleeves, the handsome bracelets, the jewelled lorgnette, the falling cashmere draperied so artistically, the sparkling eye, the laughing mouth, and the gay and continued conversation with the men who filled the box, all this reveals a woman in the happiest state of French existence, that is, the first few years of her married life. Now look at her sister. The dress of sober coloured silk high to the throat, the neatest of all collars in simple embroidery, no lace anywhere, not even on her handkerchief, nothing but a simple scallop, and her name embroidered by her own hand. No chains, no bracelets. A plain velvet band with a silver buckle clasps her waist. She wears no brooches, no flowing shawl, bernous, or other coquettish invention with which fashion forms a background for her portraits. Her bonnet is of plain crape with a white, pink, or blue ribbon. The only 3 colours allowed to girls: white, the colour of innocence; pink, the insignia of youth, and never worn by any woman over 30; and blue, the colour consecrated to the patroness of the young girls, the Virgin Mary. She has no flowers, no lorgnette. Heavens, she might discover that there were other men in creation besides her brother and her cher papa, a fact she is now supposed to ignore. Her eyes are modestly cast down, or immutably fixed upon the stage. A ready blush and a demure "Oui, monsieur," or "Non, monsieur," is her limit of conversation. Such is the young lady, une demoiselle, in her state of probation. Come again in a month or 2, and probably she will be metamorphosed into an elegant woman of fashion. A feat achieved as quickly as the change from the word mademoiselle to madame is effected in the magistrate's office and in the church. Oh, a Parisian woman, une Parisienne, is a wonderful product of civilization. Balzac, their historian, says they know everything without ever learning anything. And so you would think if you watched this shy, silent, demure young girl emerge into a jeune femme. She becomes at once, as if by magic, gay, elegant, witty, full of taste, of amiability. Thoroughly acquainted with the literature of the day, perfectly posted in the Chroniques Scandaleuses, knows who gave Mademoiselle So-and-so her diamond necklace, and who interests himself in the new danseuse. She can tell you which horse will win the steeplechase at the Croix de Berny, and who will be sent to the Crimea in case anything should happen to General Canrobert. With all this, she is a charming, good-tempered wife, making her home a bright emanation got up for her husband's special gratification. In due time, she is a devoted mother, never forgetting to be a true and affectionate daughter to the home she has left. And finally, she becomes a cheerful, sensible old woman, neither envious nor querulous, claiming respect, not admiration, loving that youth should enjoy its pleasures, content to be old, honoured and loved in the many homes of her married children, where with her simple dress, her silver hair, her gentle but faded face, with its still bright eye and its ever sweet smile, she fills the place of honour. But how far we have wandered! Come, let us leave Andromache and Roxalane, the classical on the stage, and the orthodox in the boxes, and come into the centre of fun, frolic, and fifi. On along the Boulevards to one of its theatres, the Variétés. Never mind the stage, though that is the abode of fun, the origin of half the jokes one hears every day at the cafés and clubs, and the purveyor general of all the farces enacted in the English tongue on both sides of the Atlantic. Now, the public of this theatre is principally made up of actresses. Yes, those young, lovely, clever, warm-hearted, careless, utterly devoid of talent actresses, who have appeared and disappeared in rapid succession on the minor stages of Paris. They rose from obscurity, from the dark and dirty loge of the portières in the small streets in the old portion of the Cité. They have known poverty, toil, and want. They have learned, at incredible expense of perseverance and industry, the various accomplishments necessary to warrant them in offering themselves as candidates for publicity. All has been difficulty and hard work, even to the very language they are to speak on the stage, so different from the slovenly, incorrect, ungrammatical, but picturesque dialect they have heard and lisped from their infancy. Off the stage they speak it still. On the stage they speak the words of the author, never varying a vowel or adding a syllable, for if they did, they would assuredly be wrong. These young ladies once en vue, that is, placed on the pedestal of the stage, soon find appreciators and admirers. They are not sentimental or cruel, and their admirers do not sigh long in vain. They are, however, often conscientious and faithful; and in a few months we find them solving one of the most extraordinary arithmetical problems ever heard of, in which it is proved that instead of 100 francs a month making 1,200 francs a year, it often makes 12, 15, and even 25,000 a year. A grave old Parisian judge, having got one of these renowned jeunes premières into the witness box some time ago, resolved to get all the financial information he could on the occasion. So he began: "How much do you receive from the Variétés, Mademoiselle Ozzy?" Such was and is the name of the culprit. 1,200 francs a year." "What do you pay for house rent?" 2,000 a year." "You have a carriage?" "I have, and 3 horses." "Servants?" 4. "Diamonds, I know, for the court has just been discussing the bill for their resetting. What is the value of the India shawl you have on?" 3,000 francs." "Your rooms are well furnished?" "From the best fournisseur. I have some valuable pictures, too." "And you receive?" 1,200 francs a year." "Mademoiselle, you should be Minister of Finance, and not jeune première. How do you manage?" Mademoiselle Ozzy looked through her long eyelids, enveloped herself tightly in her cashmere, so as to display the ins and outs of her exquisite form, advanced a little foot, with its high arched instep, made a graceful curtsy to the judge, and faltered, in a clear, thrilling voice: "Monsieur le Juge, nothing can be easier. J'ai un ami." There is the secret. The ami is a rich man, varying in rank from the peer to the shopkeeper, but oftener to be found in the rank of the financier of the Chaussée d'Antin. He has, somewhere in the vicinity of Notre Dame de Lorette, an establishment where he takes his ease, puts his dusty boots, unchidden, on the velvet sofas, orders dinner when he pleases, invites his friends, and smokes his cigar without apology or rebuff. The Variété is the favourite resort of the ami, because there he runs no risk of meeting any of the society in which his mother, wife, or daughter moves. Men of his own class are there, but they are bent on expeditions similar to his own, so all's safe. Ensconced in the back of the box, the front is left for the full display of the elaborate toilettes and brilliant beauty of the ladies, for 2 there generally are, as they are fond of the society of their own sex; and the pleasure of out-dressing and outshining each other adds zest to the enjoyment and satisfaction of being pretty and fine. Here at length you will, for the first time since you have been in Paris, see those toilettes displayed in the fashion plates, and studiously copied, to a shade, 3 months after date by the belles of Broadway, Chestnut Street, and Washington Street. Here, as there, neither flounce nor feather, flower nor furbelow is spared. How the skirts flow from the taper waist over inflated crinoline! How deep the lace, wherever lace can be! How long the ribbons, wherever ribbons can stream! How expensive the silks, how fanciful the forms, how gorgeous the varied hues! For these fair ladies, too, are invented those marvellous morning wrappers, with beflounced underskirts, gold cordelières, and queer polkas. A Parisienne knows them, and eschews them as she would the people who alone delight in them. But an American or an Englishwoman will pounce upon them, revel in their oddity, and take them home with the conviction that she is a model for all those fortunate enough to come within the rustle of her skirt. How merry are all these parties, and how the pit loves to look at them. To see the actresses in private life, though at the same distance, is so much more amusing than to see them on the stage. How obsequious is the ouvreuse! Women perform the office of box keepers in France. How ready is the petit banc, footstool! An inestimable luxury unknown in American theatres, which it is their province and their perquisite to offer to all the occupants of the boxes. What fragrant bouquets adorn the cushioned balustrade of each box! And how many bonbons are crunched between the pearly teeth of these children of pleasure! However rich the amis, these prudent though spoiled children never give up their situation on the stage. It keeps them ever before the public, it amuses them to invent dresses and costumes; and, being actresses, they are not classed among the lorettes, which latter look at them quite with envy and respect. Then if by any chance their good looks or acting obtain applause, it serves to fan the flame of their oftentimes careless admirer, and if they should happen to have one spark of talent, why, they rise to celebrities, and often change places with those who once protected them. The freaks of fortune in the financial and artistic world are so extraordinary. To the credit of these fair and frail beings be it spoken, they are never ungrateful, but give with kind and generous profusion to those who once were kind and generous to them. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Margueritte. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Odeon, the Grisettes, and Franconi's. Our last chapter, long as it is, was not long enough to include all the theatres of Paris. So we must again cross the Seine, and recommence our enumeration, beginning now with the Odeon, the only theatre in the Faubourg St. the largest, the handsomest, and the least frequented theatre in Paris. There are probably thousands of theatre-goers who have never been within its walls. It is called the Second Théâtre Français, and depends on the government and management of the Français of the Rue Richelieu. Here it is that stately establishment tries its young actors and plays its old pieces; and here it is that the student and the grisette cultivate their taste for the drama, an audience noisy and exacting, but by no means unappreciative or cold. The grisettes have all a woman's instincts, her sensibility, her love of the marvellous, her excitability; and the students are severe judges, classical scholars when they choose to remember it, having also a quick eye for the ludicrous, and a warm heart and stentorian lungs for the heroic and magnanimous. In this theatre you will see almost every individual occupied, either with oranges, apples, bonbons, or galettes. But the favourite pastime consists in eating those large, fragrant, browned, roasted chestnuts, which in winter tempt you at the corner of every street. The grisette's apron pockets are full of them. Her companion's pockets are full of them. And there is a further supply in the pocket handkerchief by her side. These chestnuts are hot, and the ceremony of divesting them of their skins, and of eating them, gives rise to most expressive pantomimic evolutions; for they sometimes burn the fingers, sometimes the mouth, and sometimes that part which comes in contact with the pocket when a man sits down. How they shout! How they caper! What faces they make! And above all, how they laugh! Sometimes one of these rollicking behoys in the boxes will spy a friend in the pit, and then, without further ceremony, he rises, and having caught his attention carries on a confidential conversation in the hearing of the whole house. No matter what is going on upon the stage. If Bocage is ranting, our student only shouts the louder, in order to outshout Bocage. At this theatre, the obsequious box keeper, as usual a woman, has almost a sinecure. People dash about from one place to another without consulting her; they go from the Première Galerie up to the Paradis, and then down to the pit, without so much as raising their hats. So she generally ends by sitting down in the corner of an unoccupied box, and knitting quietly her good man's stockings. Sometimes, however, she may see a good-natured grisette or two whom she knows. Then it is her delight to sit down by them and relate anecdotes of all the actresses she has known, all the wonderful changes of fortune that have happened to her. She was, of course, a thoroughly unappreciated actress in her younger days, and a deposed beauty, infallibly. Then she will advise her hearers as to their prospects in life, or listen to complaints of some mauvais sujet, Philemon, Adolphe, or Theodore, who is scampering over the house with his graceless companions. Or she will sympathize with the sentiment for ce cher Alfred, or ce pauvre Auguste, who is so fond and so devoted to his chère Anastasie, or Aspasie, or Olympe. Grisettes are as fond as negroes of fine names, whom his embêtant professor has detained over some absurd study. Now, it is a remarkable thing that this ouvreuse, who in her day has probably been renowned for her gallantry, though she will give some very shrewd advice as to the management of a rich lover, still appreciates in the highest degree the value of a true affection. She takes the deepest interest in all the details of such an attachment, and with a sigh from her very heart, a tear in her eye, and a pinch of snuff between her fingers, will exclaim, "Ah, ma petite, true love is, after all, better than riches or fine clothes." The grisettes who frequent the Odeon, though perfectly unacquainted with etiquette, manners, or savoir vivre, laughing loudly when pleased, crying quite as obstreperously when affected by some deep tragedy, eating incessantly, and pointing across the house at their friends, are not women of disreputable conduct, or women who come here to seek their fortune. They would reject a liberty or an impertinence quite as quickly, and much more violently, than any more staid or prudish lady. A strange class are these grisettes; and by foreigners how little are they known or understood. In the first place, the origin of their very name is perverted, and the word grisette is supposed to mean an infamous class of women, from whom they are as different and as far removed as they are from the timid young bourgeoise who has never left her mother's side. Grisette is nothing more than an historical name, and means simply the wife or daughter of a burgher, or a citizen, who first by royal edicts, and latterly by custom, wore cloaks and dresses of sober gray, gris, all gorgeous colours being reserved for the silks and velvets of the dames and gallants of the luxurious courts. La robe grise belonged to civil magistrates; and the noblesse, who often found prettier faces in their tailor's shop than in their own homes, gave the pretty and graceful diminutive to the whole class of citizens' wives and daughters, and called them grisettes. But as luxury and extravagance progressed in one class, and thrift and riches increased in the other, kings and nobles were forced to come to burghers and tradesmen for loans and credit. Then, of course, if there was accommodation on one side, there were necessarily concessions on the other; so that after a while rich grisettes began to infringe on the brighter and interdicted class. Then some burghers, richer and more generous than others, were, by the grateful and needy lords, invited to court. Some were presented to the king; until finally the money lenders, bankers, brokers, etc., became fermiers généraux, the magnificent Fouquet crowning the whole race. You will easily imagine that the ladies had not been backward in profiting by all these honours and favours, so that, very shortly, all distinction of dress ceased, the traditional gray coat and robe were laid aside, and the traditional word grisette, though still retained, descended a few grades. It now means absolutely a young girl who earns her own living, but it refers entirely to position, and does not necessarily mean anything bad. The character or reputation of a grisette may be as depraved or as virtuous as that of a princess, whom in either case we call a princess. Now, although this is theoretically exact, yet a strictly virtuous grisette, that is to say, a girl thoroughly chaste, who gives her heart only when she gives her hand, like any other girl of family and position, is not to be found, except in the Mysteries of Paris, where Eugène Sue has realized the species in Rigolette. But then, the grisette's code of morality is not the same as that of the educated social world. A virtuous grisette, according to the grisette code, means a girl who is faithful to one attachment, who never has but one lover at a time, and who does not change often. The code of the grisette admits of no mercenary views; and though she will not refuse a barège shawl, 16 francs, or a pink bonnet, 10 francs, or a tulle cap, 6 francs, from her beloved, still she is quite as ready to give him a black silk cravat, gloves, handkerchiefs, or anything within reach of her purse, and between the student's purse and the grisettes, the balance is often in favour of the latter. It is singular, though obvious, that there is a great difference in refinement between the two sexes of the same class, the workman and the grisette. And thus, naturally, the grisette, with her gentle voice, her white hands, her cat-like cleanliness, is more suited to be the companion of young men of family and refinement, if not of fortune, than of rough-handed, blustering workmen. In these connections the advantage is entirely on the side of the man. The grisette has all the cares of the community. She comes, for they do not positively reside together, every morning before going to her day's work, and puts some kind of order in the most disorderly of apartments. She mends the shirts, sews on the stray buttons, and gives the things to the wash. Protection, kindness, and affection she gets in return. But then she, too, is a tender nurse in sickness, a never failing friend in sorrow, and as fond of him in the dark days as in the bright. She exacts nothing; but she expects to be fetched every evening from the boutique where she works, to be taken out every Sunday, to be taken to see all the melodramas, and once a year to be taken to the opera, where the nakedness and attitudes of the dancers excite her wonder and shock her modesty. Then she must be perpetually supplied with sweetmeats, chocolate, and chestnuts. A bottle of cider or small beer must be occasionally offered. Walnuts and galette must be for ever on hand. And you mustn't think any other grisette pretty; though you may admire, and she will admire with you, the beauty and grace of any grande dame who falls in your way. One of the hardest things for a student, who leaves the schools and returns to his province or his home, to assume his station and profession, is to part with this kind-hearted partner of his youthful life. And here is the Rubicon of the grisette's destiny. If she gets reckless, if she forms too lightly another liaison, and so change again and again, then she loses caste, and sinks till she is lost to all who knew her and loved her. But usually, as the grisette always has occupation, and never depends on any but herself for support, she takes steadily to work, cries a little, gets gradually a little older, and is often, before 30, the well-conducted, well-looking wife of a hard-working mechanic; or, if she remain unmarried, she becomes either partner with her employers, or première demoiselle of the establishment, which gives her 200 francs per month. The Ambigu on the Boulevards is also a great resort of this riotous and romping portion of the population. Eschewing the Boulevard des Italiens, des Capucines, etc., they congregate their pleasures on the Boulevard du Temple, where in summer they delight in the Jardin Turc, placed conveniently near 3 or 4 of the smaller theatres, the Gaîté, the Funambule, the Ambigu, and Franconi's. Yes, Franconi's, where dramas are performed, where horses take parts, where the whole campaign of Italy is enacted, where Napoleon, seated on a real white horse, as in David's picture, really harangues real soldiers, who can be hired as supernumeraries, which saves much drilling, and where all ascend to Italy and glory over stupendous pasteboard Alps. Here, too, a heroic Poniatowski and his long-maned horse leap into a flowing ulster, also like the picture of that hero by Vernet. Great is the delight of the audience, but more particularly of the grisettes, who adore Napoleon, sympathize with Josephine, and apostrophize the sham Marie Louise whenever she appears in good round terms for her base desertion, while some student well versed in the imperial history fills up the hiatuses of the drama with anecdotes, explanations, and running commentaries, all uttered in a loud tone for the benefit of those around him. Between some of the 8 or 10 acts, Franconi thinks nothing of that. There is a dash out of the student and the grisette, a plunge into the Café Turc, a miraculous absorption of ice creams, orgeat and watery syrup, a practical joke upon some old fogey, a compliment to the pretty lady who takes your money, a sprinkling of coppers to the gamin, and then a rush back again, with hands full of cakes. And if the act has not begun, an inveterate stamping, shrieking, and whistling, till Napoleon and his generals do the reverse of what they did in reality, bring peace and tranquillity. The workmen or mechanics have a profound admiration for the students, and entertain very exalted but vague ideas of their immense learning and science. They love their never-flagging spirits, their witticisms, their jokes, and have a great esteem for the carelessness of their costume, a dandy being the abomination of the people of Paris. Together the people and the students have made and unmade a good many governments. The assemblies on the Boulevard St. Martin, or a descent from the Faubourg St. Antoine, are causes of great anxiety. But when the students des écoles cross the Seine and head the mob, then come the days of barricades, fighting, and convulsion. And yet these very men, both students and people, have an unmitigated admiration, love, and enthusiasm for Napoleon, who was the sovereign of despotism, who decimated their ranks and led them to die on the sandy plains of Egypt and the frozen steppes of Russia. But then he appealed to their imagination and flattered their vanity. Two great points, which we recommend to the consideration of all political leaders. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Bal Masque and the Literati. Is a Bal Masque a pleasure? Does the real spirit of fun animate it? Is it really so superior to all other diversions as to merit the interdictions of the prudish and the rhapsodies of the unscrupulous? These are questions which have been agitated by several generations, without ever having received any decided fiat or resolution from any century, though the present one comes nearer to the solving of the problem than any other has done, by almost universally eschewing the soi-disant merry Bal Masque; for it is a popular error to imagine that the Parisians revel in their carnivals in dominoes and masks. Ladies are not nowadays, when they seek more for general effect and less for private admiration, fond of hiding their faces under a mask, or their figures under the heavy and really concealing folds of a black domino. A black domino and mask! Why, where are the glories of costume, and the fancies of historical conceits then? Gone, passed away. Now, without exception, the only costume a woman of reputation can wear at a masked ball is, as I said, a black domino with a large hood made of black silk, closed from the head to the feet, and a black velvet or silk mask. The only distinction allowed her is in her chaussure, which, provided it is black, may be as elegant as she pleases; and in her gloves, which, if they are white, and she desires to keep them so, must be changed 2 or 3 times in the course of the evening. As to the men, there is not one of them with any claims to respectability, whoever puts on either costume, mask, or domino. Always, however, excepting our student of the Quartier Latin, a few provincials, and some ignorant or misguided foreigner. Now, here are not the elements of a brilliant ball. And when we add that at a masked ball, at least at the only one still frequented, the Grand Opera, there is no dancing, it will be found that a Bal Masque owes its fictitious charms to the imagination of its votaries, or to some extraneous circumstance, of which more anon. There are, however, during the Carnival, masked balls at every theatre, besides those at public rooms, such as Musard's Valentino's, the Casino, etc., etc. But if you love not wit without mirth, license without writ, or woman without modesty, a peep of 5 minutes into any one of these modern Saturnalias will more than suffice to give you a proper idea of the obscene realities of the Bal Masque of your poetical and historical imaginings. Of all these, the Bal Musard is the most remarkable and the most characteristic. An immense space, well decorated, brilliantly lighted; a delicious orchestra which, for certain kinds of music, dance music as the Germans call it, has become proverbial, and which, before the Strausses and Juliennes had arisen in imitation, had no equal, give Musard's ballroom great advantage over all its impure fellows. Here the comme il faut domino is scarcely to be seen, and men and women are all in fanciful, gay, and even rich costumes; the women with very bare shoulders, and the slightest apology for a mask hiding but just enough of the face to give piquancy to the rest. The men are in every species of grotesque disguise, from the traditional polichinelle and classic Pierrot, all sleeves and ribbons, to the modern Robert Macaire, all rags and rascality. The women here are noisy, rough, and bold. If a pretty tournure, or what you can see of a pretty face should tempt you to a nearer acquaintance, forbear. Her name is, in all probability, inscribed on that register of infamy, kept by the police of Paris, the list of those wretched women, whose existence would seem to be one of the necessities of civilization as it now stands. Now, hour after hour, this mad, reckless meeting has been growing more riotous, more hideous, yelling, drinking, quarrelling, till the witches' Sabbath in the Hartz Mountains pales before their orgies. And now, after a short pause in the orchestra, scarcely perceived amidst the din of the floor, the signal for the final galop is given. To witness this far-famed galop de musards, almost all Paris has been clandestinely within these forbidden walls. Closely masked, under the protection of their husbands, carefully attended by a gendarme whom the husbands have hired for that purpose, ladies, stationed for a few minutes on the highest benches, have looked down on the crowd beneath. With a loud crash, the orchestra begins. Then, in mad whirl, 80 or 100 couples start, with shouts and yells, as if impelled by the infernal power that sent Dante's damned in one eternal whirl through the murky air. On, on! Quicker, yet quicker still! Over all obstacles, spite of all fatigues, still breathing changes to sobs, and shouts become groans, till the long hair of the women, shedding its ornaments at each step, streams over their panting bosoms, till the mask, sodden with perspiration, literally crumbles from the face of the men. To stumble or fall in this whirl of insane revelry is death. The crowd will pass heedless over, not even stopping to kick the prostrate body from its path, but crushing it out of all life or shape. Nor does this end, till all have thrown themselves exhausted on the benches around, and are taken by the gendarmes, in the delirium of a brain fever, to their homes, if they have them, to the hospital or the corps de garde, if they have not. Very different is the only ball to which we can go, the Bal de l'Opéra. Though here, after your curiosity is gratified, unless you have inspired some secret passion which is waiting this opportunity to declare itself, or unless you are gifted with that conversation which keeps wit afloat, and throws a repartee from one to the other as jugglers do their balls, I question whether you will not yawn at the end of the first hour. Before the second is over, you will be fast asleep, dreaming that you have had the courage to go home, and are sound in your bed, instead of sitting on a hard bench, propped up against a stuccoed wall, with 3 gas burners flaring over your head, and a sombre procession of women, looking like grand inquisitors, laughing somewhat contemptuously at you as they pass, if they notice you at all, which they are generally too much occupied to do. But the orchestra peals away unceasingly. The motley swarm pushes crowds and jokes in the jammed pit and on the stage. The boxes are filled with dominoes and with rows of well-dressed provincials, innumerable English and Americans, sitting soberly and gravely looking down and around, wondering when the dancing is to begin, which it never does, after a polka of 5 minutes, executed by order of the managers, by a few figurants and ballet girls, and convinced that there is, no doubt, a great deal of fun going on, if they could only find it out. Now, my dear naive novices, there is a great deal going on, a great deal of fun, and much that is far more serious, at least in what it leads to. But this is not the place. Nobody you would care to see, nothing you care to know or understand, is going on in the body of the house. The bonne compagnie, that for whom a Bal Masque is still what it used to be, in more corrupt perhaps, but more courtly times, a medium of intrigue, of love, and of wit. All this is only to be seen in the saloon, or foyer. At 12, a masked ball does not begin till midnight. You will find men with no sort of disguise sauntering into the foyer, and seating themselves on the benches around. Then 2 or 3 women, all strictly masked, in the close black livery, will come in, arm in arm. Then one alone. Then others in 3s and 4s, but all dressed alike, and all unaccompanied by gentlemen. In the foyer of the opéra, a woman, under the protection of a mask, is as safe from insult, except such as her conversation may afterwards provoke, as in her own drawing room. Of course we are too well bred to make any attempt at discovering who may be hidden beneath these flowing veils of black silk, though one could almost give a catalogue of the rank, if not of the actual names, of the wearers. There are many great ladies of historical names and reputations, brought here by some overwhelming passion or bitter jealousy. There are many giddy young married women of the Chaussée d'Antin here, because les grandes dames are here. All the very great actresses are here. One can almost detect the majestic walk of Rachel stalking solitary, and sometimes looking around as if to accost her beloved young sister, who is now no more. All the femmes d'esprit are here, that is, all women who write, but whom I won't call blue stockings, because nothing is less like a blue stocking than a French authoress. There! I listened but an instant, yet I recognized the sparkle of her wit, light, brilliant, and unmistakable as the foam of champagne. That is Madame Émile de Girardin, the Vicomte de Launay of the siècle, and near her is Madame d'Agoult, the grave and metaphysical Danielle Stern, so long the companion of Liszt. And yonder, though you can scarcely follow her restless movements, is an English woman, clever, bright, handsome, and heartless, having 1,000 intrigues on hand, caring for no one, speaking every living language, capricious as a sunbeam, now wild as a bacchante, smoking, drinking, riding, and fighting, now gentle, pious, prudish, and devout, a strict observer of the practices of the Romish Church. That is the authoress of the best book on Paris life, Mildred Vernon, of which you know nothing, of many clever articles in the Revue des Deux Mondes, and is also the wife of a pale little poet, much too slow and slight for so overwhelming a wife. Madame la Baronne B de B is her name now. Rose S is the one she chose, for neither father nor mother had one to give to her, and Hamilton Murray is the name under which she writes. But we are getting very indiscreet. Let us come to the bench opposite, where all the ladies pause before the men, who, lolling with their hats on, seem the very pashas of the evening. There is Jules Janet, with his twinkling black eyes, his fine though sensual mouth, his long black hair standing crisply out, as though each were a shaft. Here used, also, to be Balzac, whose small hands and refined, intellectual head seem not to belong to that coarse, ill-clad body. Poor Balzac! The real genius of his age, the painter of the manners of the century in which he lived. How long he struggled with debts, privations, extravagant habits, generous impulses checked by poverty, till he found, at last, a wife after his own heart. A widow, noble as the Czar of all the Russias, of whom she was a subject, rich as a platinum mine, handsome, affectionate. And then, having at last time to exist, to breathe, to enjoy, he laid his head on his down pillow, and, surrounded by all he had ever desired or dreamed of, died. And there is Alphonse Karr, the most sceptical, satirical, witty, elegant of mortals, who writes political squibs and sentimental novels, and cuts fashionable womanhood into shreds; who goes into ecstasies over a flower garden, and loves his dog better than he does the poor girl who left home and family for his sake. Yonder is Alexandre Dumas. He has said enough for himself, and has made himself as well known as his books. He promised, a little while ago, to come to America, and seek some quiet asylum on the banks of the St. Lawrence or the Ohio, which certainly left him a pretty wide range. But, spite of his genius, his happy audacity, and his popularity here, as unbounded as our boundaries, he would never be happy long way from Paris, where he has now returned from an involuntary exile beyond the field of Waterloo. Besides, it is only necessary to look at him, to see the unmistakable traces of that African descent, of which he is as proud as John Randolph of his infusion of Pocahontas; and Yankee Doodle, with his southern antipathies, would not make half so much of the author as he has of his works. And there, handsome and uncombed, is Alfred de Musset, who wrote the best of all the poems in the style of Don Juan. There is Sainte-Beuve, the elegant scholar and profound critic; and there — but did I not prophesy rightly? The hour is not yet up, and you are yawning. In a few minutes you will be asleep. To bed, to bed." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sentiments and Cemeteries. All French sentiments have a tendency to the dramatic, that is, the French are fond of a mise en scène; and, while fully comprehending the magnificent patriotism of Brutus, are also full of the feeling which led Caesar to arrange his robe gracefully before he fell at the foot of Pompey's statue. Over all that is repulsive or commonplace, the French throw some concealing drapery. They were the first who idealized and embellished with flowers, wreaths, gardens, and vestiges of this world's luxuries, the place where the dead cease from troubling more about the sordid interests of this life, and where they rest forever from all weariness and sorrow. Once the dead bed struggle over, and the body consigned to the earth, death seems to lose its horrors, and the survivors seek by every means to link the loved ones, now hidden from their sight, with the family which once was theirs. They treat the grave tenderly, as though the silent tenant beneath could hear a harsh or unkind word. They surround it with the flowers he most loved. They remember the various epochs of his life: his birthday, his bridal day, and the day on which he died; and on their anniversaries, fresh garlands are woven around the monument, and crowns of immortelles hang on the stone that bears his name. And, that none may be uncared for, even those who went down silent and alone to untended graves in quick oblivion, even those strangers from distant homes, dying unmourned, unknown, in a foreign land, or those hapless ones, to whom shame and crime have given nameless tombs, or which the long grass waves, that none may mark the spot, there has been one day set apart for that population of many, many generations, over which we tread, a day sacred, not exclusively to the dead still linked by kindred to the world, but sacred to all now mouldering into ashes. Le Jour des Morts it is emphatically called. Nor the scoffings of philosophy, nor the storms of revolutions, nor the coldness of skepticism, have ever obliterated this day from the memories of the people. On the 1st of November, Le Jour des Morts, every cemetery in Paris is crowded with one long and ever-changing procession, in every grade of life, and all in the deepest mourning. Let us, too, go to Père Lachaise. None of our dead lie here, but here are the dead whose names are still, in the living world, heard above all others, as, in this city of the dead, their stately monuments tower above the humbler and inglorious tombs. From earliest dawn, every species of vehicle, including the omnibuses from every quartier of Paris, has been pouring forth its load at the wide gates of Père Lachaise. Before you reach its avenues, however, you pass through a double line of stone masons, which announces your approach to the funeral city. Here you are assailed, as at a railroad terminus, with cards, offers of service, and supplications for custom. Tombs, fantastic mausoleums, monumental columns, or simple gravestones are offered you at the lowest prices. Your own designs are promised to be carried out in the smallest possible space of time. Or, if you are satisfied with the ready-made designs of others, why, you may, in 3 hours, become possessor of quite an elegant family tomb. Happily, we want none of these sorrowful tributes. Let us enter the garden. Had we been early enough, we might have followed the procession of priests in all the solemn pomp of the Roman Catholic Church, winding from the chapel in the centre of the garden, through all the alleys, and sprinkling the graves on either side with holy water. But you see, by the well-trodden autumn leaves with which the wind has strewn the road, the crowds have already been before us. Of course, your first question is for the tomb, of which you have heard so much, of Abbé Hilard and Héloïse, the French Romeo and Juliet, though Héloïse, far more unhappy than the Italian heroine, burned with her love for years and years within her charnel house; and for Abbé Hilard there was no poison that could reunite them in one grave. Strange, that a love in opposition to the laws of man and God, a love fulminated against by the Church of Rome, should have been held sacred by succeeding generations who still obey the same laws, and recognize the same Church. Yet, under this monument, a small and beautiful Gothic chapel, formed out of a portion of the Paraclete, the abbey in which Abbé Hillard was abbot, the two now repose together. The statues we see further on, making the alley look like a gallery of sculpture, are mostly those of the generals of that wonderful era which has just passed before our eyes, with its pageantry, its marvellous victories, and its hecatombs of warriors. Foix, Lefebvre, Messina, with the names of battles for their epitaphs. Then other tombs, the fame of whose tenants, not evanescent, like that of the hero of the battlefield, still endures, children, not of the sword, but of heaven-born genius, and, like heaven, eternal. Here sleeps La Fontaine, surrounded by the heroes of his vivid fables. Here Molière, Talma, Garcia, the father of Malibran, Bellini, the young and fair-haired child of Italy, sleeps here. Those crowns of laurel and white camellias, evidently just placed on the marble steps, show that some are still mindful of this lonely grave. The offering is said to be an annual memento of gratitude, on this day, from Giulietta Grisi, to the composer of I Puritani, his last work, written for her. Here, too, is an exquisite monument, a chapel of white marble, erected over the remains of a Russian princess, Demidoff is the name inscribed. And many bear it still, and until a few months ago, when the war trumpet called the luxury-loving children of the Czar to their icy home even in this very Paris. But none have remembered the one who sleeps here. The marble columns have no flowers, the classic purity of their outlines is undisturbed. There is in another part of the cemetery, you will see it presently, another chapel, even more exquisite than this, though evidently modelled from it. It stands, too, on more ground, for a garden of choice flowers surrounds it, and in winter, fresh bouquets, and even exotics, though enduring but a day, are brought to this tomb. Who rests beneath has never been revealed. No name is inscribed on any portion of the monument, which was executed after designs sent for that purpose, and paid for, promptly and magnificently. None ever have visited it, but strangers and artists who come to admire. The gardener, paid regularly his very high charges, furnishes the flowers, and disposes them according to his order; but none have ever prayed or wept over this beautiful tomb. What name has love or hate hidden from the world under this pure marble? It would take days to see all you would like to see here. Almost as many as to visit those monuments, whose domes and spires are rising in the distance amidst the living Paris. But one of the great sights of Père Lachaise is to look from its silent hills, down at the wide extent of the busy city, now spread with its arrowy Seine at your feet. The site of the cemetery was well chosen. You may easily understand that the original possessor of these grounds, now much extended, was of those who know how to choose and enjoy all the good things of this world. A Jesuit and a priest, the confessor of Louis XIV., who gives his name to this great cemetery, once lived here. He was one of those who, to ease, and comfort, and health, are fond of joining luxury, riches, and the picturesque. But this is le jour des morts, let us not forget the humble graves. Many there are, which appeal more strongly to the imagination and the heart than those more celebrated and gorgeous we have passed. Here is a tiny grave, scarce 2 feet long, its garden and its marble slab all covered with glass, as if the mother would still shield her child from the winds and storms of heaven, as heaven has forever shielded it from those of earth. Amidst the flowers you see are childish playthings, some broken, just as the little hand last left them. Here is a young girl's tomb. Under a glass case is the prayer book and the white wreath of her first communion, the unfinished embroidery with its long silk thread, but waiting the hand to draw it. But there it will rest, immovable forever. Many, many graves, particularly those of children, have these inanimate memorials surviving the dead, and pertaining now more to the living than to the dead whose once they were. There are graves, too, not in marble, but in common stone, and even in wood, with inscriptions that tell whole histories, evoke vast images from your imagination, and send it wandering into the regions of poetry and romance. There are some, also, that bring the quick tears to your eyes, as though you had known the being who thus speaks from the grave. Adèle. The world linked scorn with your other name. Love remembers but this. Ernest. My grave is my revenge, and your punishment. A simple column, broken at the top, and bearing no name, has these words: The first at the trysting place. Another tomb has, sculptured in marble, on a marble cushion, an exquisite hand, holding a ring, and the word without any name: Remember. But why go on? The imagination of a most imaginative people, romance, passion, and sentiment, have, through 50 years, inscribed their annals on the tombs of this cemetery. We will leave them now. When the cares, the toils, the vexations of this world sting and goad you, when friends betray, and the world, that petty, bustling, self-satisfied, hollow, sordid world below, palls on you, come here to this city of the dead. Wander through its sunny streets, so crowded, yet so solitary. Then gentle, softening feelings will steal over you, and resigned, consoled, and hopeful, you will go back, content to suffer and to toil, as those have toiled and suffered, who now rest calmly here. Now the stream of sable-clad visitors is getting dense. We cannot pass. There is a mass of people, kneeling and praying round this large mound, where thousands, undistinguished even by those who love them most, now sleep. This is the fosse commune, the common grave, the grave of those who, having no possessions in the world, had not wherewithal to buy a grave, and were put here, on the coffins of those whose lot had been like theirs. And thus this great population moulder together. Nor child, nor wife, nor lover, can mark where the loved one rests. But they know that 'tis somewhere beneath this green waving grass, and their tears flow fast. See the lowly crowns, not of roses and camellias, but of common field flowers and holly, piled upon this grave. The pale autumn China rose, the wallflower, and the fragrant mignonette are here and there scattered. Flowers are cheap in Paris. All classes are fond of flowers, and there is not an event in which they are not a commemoration, from the christening to that baptism of tears, the grave. The crowd hushes its footsteps, and the curious there questioning, here. The low, monotonous prayers for the dead, even the falling of one bead of the rosary on another, is heard distinctly. Sobs for the recent dead will sometimes rise in uncontrollable violence above all, and the voices of the little children praying for their father's father, with eyes upturned in awe and wonder to his, which, blinded with tears of manly grief, are now upturned to heaven. The rich, on their way from their own dead, kneel here in homage. And often luxury will throw on this humble mound offerings of the choicest hothouse flowers, such as bloom around it in its home. Well, come now away. I have taken you through the enchantments of Paris. It was but just that you should weep with those who have been gay and happy with you. It was right that you should remember le jour des morts. And now for our cabriolet. A dash, a whirl, allez donc. Once more we thread our own way through bustle, life, and animation. We are going along the Boulevards to the Maison Doree in the gilded Cité des Italiens. I am going to give you a dîner maigre. Fresh oysters opened at our table by the prettiest marchande, in a picturesque opera comique costume, with high cap, long gold earrings, striped petticoat, handsome legs, and wooden shoes. Shrimp soup, the shrimps having disappeared into a rich gravy, so don't look contemptuously. Then turbot au capre. Ah, you've no turbot in America. Then filet de sole. You've no soles either, so you can't have this exquisite bit of fish with its pieces of crisp toast, no bones, and gravy à manger son père. But you shall have some salsifis à la barigoule. Sardines, tunny fish, côtelettes de pommes de terre. What, potato cutlets? Why, my good friend, I cannot give you any other to-day. Le jour des morts is a fast day, but we will end with some charlotte russe and a poule d'eau, roasted. But a poule means a fowl. Yes, but a poule d'eau means a waterfowl, and therefore not fowl, but fish. You look incredulous. Nonsense. Why, did you never eat a squab owl in New York, and know that it was not what it seemed? And had not the game laws interfered, would you not have called it a no matter what? We have the canon laws before us, and so we call our duck a poule d'eau. And it is just as brown, tender, crisp, and roasted to a turn, as when called by its other name. Another glass of champagne. Champagne is not forbidden. Bishops drink it even on Good Friday. Then you shall melt a pear in your mouth, taste some roast chestnuts, nestled hot and golden in their snowy napkin, a cup of mocha, a glass of cognac, and then what you will. There is nothing impossible after such a dinner as a dîner maigre at the Maison Doree. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Louvre, its kings, courts, and galleries. The Louvre. How, at this name, the whole stirring times of the gorgeous, romantic history of the Middle Ages of France rise up, as one crosses its now silent courts. Leading the imposing procession comes Francis I, for whom Pierre Lescotte first designed these walls, giving to France the finest specimen of what has now almost become a recognized order of architecture, like any other, and which, partly copied from Italy, was called the Renaissance. The great Titian, too, is said to have given his advice and suggestions to both architect and king. Later came, with Catherine de' Medici and Henry II, all the Italian sculptors, painters, and architects. Then, too, Diane de Poitiers, the woman so lavishly endowed by nature with beauty, talent, intellect, taste, all in fact but the one great gift, without which all others are as naught, a womanly heart, came with her counsels and directed the hand of the greatest sculptor France ever possessed, Jean Goujon. And in return for this patronage, he has immortalized her in a statue as her namesake, Diana the Chaste Huntress. And here, as at Fontainebleau, are entwined in immortal arabesques the beloved cipher with the royal one of France. Then came Francis II, and in these galleries the deep schemes of the Guises, the deadly hate of the Huguenots and the Catholics, the jealousies of the perfidious Catherine, and the suspicions of the discontented nobles from the half-revolted provinces, all grew and ripened, whilst all these discordant elements were mixed in a continuous round of pleasure. Here, too, the lovely but unfortunate Mary Stuart passed the only happy period of her life, her 2 years of royalty as Queen of France. The long galleries of the Louvre, with their floating plumes, their soft music, the diamond-hilted rapiers, must have been the bright spot to which the poor Queen looked back in her long years of exile and imprisonment. Then her pure first love for the young husband who, leaving at 20 the throne of France, died with the name of Mary on his lips, must have been the one oasis which that heart, torn by contending passions, remembered with holy reverence. She seemed to feel the sad presentiment of her fate on leaving the shores of France, which expresses itself in her plaintive farewell. Adieu, plaisant pays de France, ô ma patrie, la plus chérie, qui a nourri ma jeune enfance. Adieu, France. Adieu, mes beaux jours. Next in the palace of the Louvre appeared Charles IX, the modern Orestes, born with furies in his heart, a type of the crimes and vices of a whole long, long race. What dark spectres waked him, shuddering, from the slumber youth should have made so calm and so serene? How, pursued by some tormenting demon, has this pale phantom of a king paced through the night these deserted and moonlit galleries? Under these windows flowed the blood of the Huguenots, on the terrible night of St. Bartholomew. Beneath these very windows was Coligny, the Protestant hero, born before the eyes of his perfidious king. That window, with the low iron balcony looking on the quay, is the spot whence, according to tradition, Charles fired upon his own people. And it is no doubt pleasing to stand, in the proud security of freedom and democracy, under it and look defiance. Stop, though. This may indeed have been the spot, but this is not the window. For not only the window, but this whole wing of the building, was not built till many years after Charles had been gathered to his ancestors. The luxurious and effeminate Henry III. Followed with his minions and his little dogs. Still, he has left posterity his contribution to the Louvre. That wing to the left, as you stand looking towards the clock, was the apartment of the great Henri IV., then a poor but dreaded solicitor at the court of Henry III. And there that strange compound of love and Latin, feminine caprice and manly courage, of tender devotion and heartless debauchery, Marguerite de Valois, La Reine Margot, kept her strange court; where love was made in Latin, rendezvous in Greek, and the dénouement in good French daggers and rapiers. Over the whole of this long line of royalty, the spirit of Catherine de' Medici seems to hover, inspiring deeds of hatred, perfidy, and blood. Through the deep arches creeps the stealthy step of the astrologer and necromancer, confined for many months in one of those upper rooms, gazing at the stars that presided at the birth of Catherine, as though the stars of heaven could direct such actions as Catherine performed on earth. But Henry IV. Came at last. He added one whole wing to the royal palace, and begun what his son Louis XIII. Accomplished. That long gallery, which is what all foreigners come to see, where the treasures of art, of all nations and ages, are collected, and which has no rival but the Pitti Palace at Florence, where stands the statue that enchants the world. In the early part of the reign of Louis XIV., Anne of Austria, or rather Mazarin, with his Italian tastes and instincts, carried on the Louvre con amore. No less a personage than Bernini, the architect of the circular porticos of St. Peter's, was sent for; but after all, the plans adopted in this portion of the palace were those of a physician, Claude Perrault. Louis XV. Found the Louvre ready made to his hand. He hated the clamorous noise and the dirt of Paris, and cared for neither art nor fame. So the poor Louvre, one side of it, was left without a roof, till Louis XVI. Began to make plans and collect materials for finishing it; which materials were taken, stone after stone, and brick after brick, in the Revolution, and used by the people as missiles against the royal troops. Napoleon, the great genius of activity, carried the work of the Louvre briskly on; and in his gigantic plans intended that in the world no chef-d'oeuvre should be found anywhere but under its roof. The galleries of the conquered continent were despoiled of all their best works, and all was sent to Paris. But he fell before the Louvre was finished. The restored Bourbons worked away at it, and Louis Philippe did a good deal of frippery about it. But it was left for Napoleon III. To accomplish the work, the pastime of so many dynasties and kings and ministers. It now joins the Palace of the Tuileries, and really may be said to be finished. The jeering proverb, applied to all thoroughly hopeless and impossible enterprises, "Quand le Louvre sera fini," may be now said to have lost its meaning. Let us pause before we leave this inner court. Observe that the work of so many hands, of so many generations, is complete, harmonious, as though it had sprung all finished from one magic touch. The true love of art has presided here. No desire for individual distinction, no joining of various tastes in various styles, no individualities, have been attempted by each succeeding artist. The original idea of the original architects has been carried out, and the exquisite keeping, the proportion, creates that calm solemnity of grandeur, which is the distinctive feature of harmonious beauty. The courts of the Louvre are not much frequented. You can hear the measured tread of the sentinels at each gate, and between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, groups of men, whose white neckcloths and rusty black clothes indicate them to be lawyers, barristers, and magistrates, hurry across with bundles of papers under their arms from the Palais de Justice on the old Ile Saint Louis to their various abodes. By this gate you will catch a glimpse of one of the finest specimens of old Saxon Gothic architecture in Paris, the church of St. Germain l'Auxerrois. It was considerably damaged by the revolutionists of July, but has been repaired, with great regard to the original style of architecture, showing the characteristic good taste of the French. This is the parish church of the Palace of the Tuileries. But the last church-going queen, Marie Amélie, preferred the modern magnificence of Saint Roch and the courtier-like eloquence of its curé, Olivier, the present Bishop of Evreux, to the grey solemnity of these old walls. Without the gates of the Louvre, the victims of July lay for some time buried, with pompous inscriptions. But they were afterwards removed into the heart of the popular Quartier, whence probably they came, and now rest under the column of July, in the Place de la Bastille. One more historical remembrance, and then let us enter this famous gallery, which all these kings and emperors have been building for us. Turn round to the right, towards the quay. There is a little garden, enclosed within the gilded railing. To this day it is called Le Jardin de l'Infante, the garden of the Infanta, though she who gave it that name is dead and crumbled into dust 2 centuries ago. I doubt whether, of the many thousands who pass it during the day, there is one who knows the cause of its bearing the name it does. Here, then, 2 centuries ago, was brought a young Spanish princess, who was selected by the cabinets of France and Spain for the wife of Louis XV. She was a fair young creature, a mere child; and this garden was made for the sports of herself and her boy lover. She lived here for some years, until she grew to womanhood, and Louis became one of the most accomplished princes of his day. But then, just as the marriage was about to be solemnized, politics suddenly changed, and the Infanta, torn from her young lover, was conducted solemnly back to Spain. Louis XV probably never thought of her again, but Clara Eugenia, like a true Spaniard, turned from love to devotion, and ended her broken-hearted life in a stern Spanish convent. It is said that a little drawing of this garden of the Louvre hung constantly in her cell. Strange that time, revolt, and invasion, which have destroyed so many marble palaces, and razed fortresses to their very foundations, should have spared this little spot of earth, where the trees under which the Infanta sported have grown into sturdy old oaks, and where shrubs, the offspring of the first planted, have mingled in one tangled mass. This memorial of the one pure passion of a corrupt age and a perverted king, bears still the name love gave it, and exists now as it did 2 centuries ago, in all the simplicity of nature. And now for the pictures; for which, tired perhaps of my dull lesson in history, or careless about persons and events that can have no claims upon your democratic sympathies, you have been impatiently waiting. But I am not going to take you to the regular picture gallery tour, and tell you of all the Raphaels, the Titians, the Giorgionis, or the Lesseurs, Joseph Vernets and Davids, the Riberas, Murillos, and Velasquezes, about which the connoisseurs of various countries are continually wrangling. A picture gallery is a picture gallery, whether it be at Paris, Florence, Dresden, or Munich, so far as concerns the pictures. You will choose your school according to your taste. Of course you will pause at the Belle Ferronnière of Titian, marvelling at the artist, and wondering at the taste of the king; for those cold, straight features scarcely seem to warrant the absorbing passion, his last, of the witty, chivalric Francis I. Then, too, those deep magic eyes, that long wavy hair, brown in the shade, and golden in the sun, of the Gioconda, whoever she may have been, whom Giorgione has chained to the canvas, breathing through centuries the reality of passion and intellect, you cannot choose but pause and do reverent homage to her. The pictures here are all of times and all countries, but the true Parisian features are to be noticed in everything around. Observe, as you enter, the polite Swiss in the imperial livery of green and gold, which has succeeded the scarlet and white of the 2 Bourbons. He almost apologizes for fulfilling the formality of looking at your passport. He doesn't think it a bore to rise from his seat. With a Frenchman's national vanity, he fancies at that moment that he represents la grande nation, and is proud of doing the honours of the Louvre to an Englishman. Ah, mais Monsieur is an American. An extra bow and a very hard look at your white skin. Ah, Monsieur vient de loin. Ah, Monsieur is from the glorious country of Washington, that Monsieur may admire notre musée. And he waves you up that grand imposing double staircase, which seems large and wide enough to admit of a friendly meeting of the 2 nations on the landing. How this magnificent staircase prepares you for the majestic, far-extending, gorgeous, yet grand simplicity of the finest gallery in the world. The arched ceiling, so beautifully carved and gilded; the pink marble entablature beneath the pictures; the marble columns which here and there break the monotony of this long extent; the polished oaken floor so bright that it reflects, as in some dark lake, the objects above and around it; the proportions, the harmony of the whole, proclaim a monument created by generations of kings and immortal artists. Here again are our polite friends in the green and gold. They civilly answer any question, and show you any particular picture. As you lean on the brass railing which separates you from the paintings, these liveried guardians will most delicately insinuate the rules of the place, one being against desecrating the polished floor with the juice of that weed, for discovering which Sir Walter Raleigh richly deserved the fate he got for some far less heinous offence. They will tell you various anecdotes and of various proposed improvements, but they will take nothing from you. Indeed, as you may notice, you get all your sights for nothing; and, as a foreigner, you are privileged to come whenever you like. We French must have a special permission, or a public day, of which there are many, or a Sunday, to come to our own glorious gallery. Well, we have no time for the pictures. Who would look at an inanimate canvas, when there are pretty faces, beaming with intelligence and life, with large bright eyes looking up so becomingly, and delicate white hands tracing so beautifully and so patiently the masterpieces on the walls? Paris is the paradise of women, says the proverb; but if it is, and we do not deny it, a woman's paradise does not consist in idleness; for in no other country does woman find so much occupation, or share in so many of the toils of life which produce independence. Now, one of the favourite resources of the industrious is the art of drawing and painting. Girls are regularly educated for artists in France. They have a happy knack or custom of learning to draw before they begin to paint, unlike some countries, where the brush comes first and the pencil never comes after; and there are many distinguished painters among these female artists. The patronage which the Catholic Church extends to the arts ensures full occupation to all who are capable; for, from the highest metropolitan cathedral, to the humblest village chapel, copies of the great pictures of saints and scriptural subjects are continually being ordered. See how many of these fair artists are here, particularly before the panels of the Italian school. Young, more of them under than over 20, so neatly dressed, not a stain on the white manchette, or the simple muslin dress, so grave, so silent, so intent; no gossiping or giggling; so absorbed that they never turn from their work to idle after visitors. These girls belong, by their education, to the higher middle classes of life. They are daughters of government employés with small salaries, of professional men, often of artists, for talent is frequently hereditary. Their ability does not frighten away suitors; and, as a wife, the young artist will probably continue to minister to the comforts of her home, if not to its necessities. There is nothing masculine in any of these women, who have not scorned to make use of those intellectual faculties which Heaven has distributed in equal proportions to the male and the female. They are modest, graceful, cheerful; nay, very women, fond of dress and amusement, quite as much so as their sisters of other countries, who think it their first duty to be utterly useless to themselves and everybody else. In every Parisian counting house the wife or daughter keeps the books, and conducts the correspondence in the old mercantile houses, such as those of the Rue de la Verrerie. The Quai Voltaire has almost as many female as male engravers on steel and wood. All the circulating libraries are kept by women, and most of the country post offices. The great booksellers and publishers have some female member of their own family who, courteous and willing, will give you the intelligent information you may require as to any rare edition of old or new works, such as no surly, ignorant clerk would condescend to do. The great printing establishment which prints the Journal des Débats belonged to, and was under the personal superintendence of, a woman, Madame Lenormand. Woman, in France, is the helpmate, the companion, the friend as well as the wife. And though it is the fashion to laugh at French domestic habits, there is no country in the world where there are fewer unhappy marriages, or where family ties are so much cherished and revered. Some of these young girls, over whose easels you are now bending, will perhaps marry artists. It is more than probable; for I see many of those bearded and moustached copyists, looking by the by like models for their own pictures, gazing very intently towards that young creature with her clear blue eyes, her white forehead, with the brown hair so tastily brushed up from it, revealing the small pink ear and the blue veins of the temple. Well, then, they will have the happiest of earthly lots, mutual love and congeniality of taste, together with a thorough appreciation of each other's susceptibility, and a complete understanding of all the hardships and difficulties of the career before them, for which they both have sympathy and consolation. But to return to our Louvre. Over these old pictures, when the time comes for the annual modern exhibition, the pictures by the living artists will be placed, so that for some 3 months the immortal works will be hidden to all by the contemporary candidates for immortality. Beneath us are the sculpture galleries. The best works here are modern. There was a time when the glories of ancient art were all assembled here, in the days of the first Napoleon. But, on his downfall, the Allies took each their own back again. Here was brought the Belvidere Apollo, and here, at the foot of the godlike statue, stood, bewildered and transfixed by its beauty, the young daughter of one of the modern masters of French art, the Baron Gros. Day after day she would come before this realization of her dreams, and, placing wreaths of fresh flowers on the pedestal, sit for hours gazing on her idol, until, perhaps, she fondly hoped some spark from her own burning bosom would endow the cold marble with love and life. Paler, day by day, grew her cheek, and slighter the slight form that crushed at the feet of the inexorable, unmoved, majestic god; until one day they found her, with her head buried in her hands, leaning against the pedestal, cold, pale, and dead, as the lover she adored. Was this madness? It was called poetry, romance, at that time, and poets have made this love their theme. But some years later, when the father, full of honours, wealth, and power, beloved and happy, so said the world, sprang into the waters of the Seine, they said as they laid him by his child, that both the father and daughter had been mad. Who shall judge? The father has left pictures which reveal endowments, the excess of which might lead to madness, whilst his child has left but a vague tradition of hopeless love, to which, even now, her name is scarcely ever affixed. The solemn grandeur of these walls, the white immovability of these ghost-like statues, the cold atmosphere which pervades this sculpture gallery, an atmosphere peculiar to such places, I know not why, have made one quite melancholy and gloomy. Hark! The Garde of the Tuileries is beating to arms. Let us go and see the representative into which the imperial dynasty has now firmly passed. He is coming from the Tuileries, and after reviewing the last regiment of the new reinforcements for the Crimea, he is going, accompanied by his Empress, to view the gigantic building and street improvements which he is carrying on in the heart of the city, and especially to inspect the progress of a new model mechanics' lodging house, erected according to his own plans, and under his own immediate supervision. This is a utilitarian age. The Valois and the Bourbons built the palace and the galleries of the Louvre. The Bonapartes build houses and workshops. Well, one Louvre is enough for the world, but there are not half enough of houses and workshops. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sister of Charity, the Dame de Charite, and the Enfants Trouves. Did you ever take Paris in its serious point of view? No, never. I see it by your wondering look. You have thought of Paris only under 2 aspects. One, as the emporium of fashion, fun, and refinement; the abode of good fellows somewhat dissipated, of fascinating ladies somewhat over-kind, of succulent dinners somewhat indigestible, of pleasures somewhat illicit, the others as a place par excellence, of revolutions, barricades, fightings, and émeutes. But these are mere thunderclouds. The serious part of the population, those who take life in earnest, those who live for others, those who exist for the consolation of humanity, to reform its vices, to minister to its ills and sorrows, these you have never thought of. I will not take you to the hospitals of Paris. Your guidebook will tell you all about these, and will also show you that there the first physicians tend the sick, and that the best of nurses watch them. But I will take you to the one of the holiest institutions that Catholicism has inspired, the most appropriate to woman's nature, the most useful in all its appliances. I will take you to the establishment of the Sisters of Charity. Do not expect a convent, with its monastic solemnities, its traditional tourière with her large keys, its majestic abbess, and its pealing organs. Where we are going is simply a shabby-looking house in the small dirty street leading from the Rue St. Honoré to the Boulevards, and from its vicinity to the church of that name, called the Rue Saint Roch. Knock and enter. You tread on a sanded floor. Horsehair chairs and sofas are around. At a table, piled with papers, sits an aged woman, in the garb of the Sisters of Saint Vincent Paul, all black, except a cape of white linen, and a headdress of the same material, somewhat like a sunbonnet, but protruding further over the face. Now we are here, what shall we say? The superior looks up and waits. Ma sœur, we are foreigners, and we come but to look through the establishment of les Sœurs de Charité, of whom we have heard so much. There is no establishment. We have no pictures, no sculptured altars. We cannot tarry to kneel on tessellated pavements before images of saints or martyrs. Our place is for ever among the sick and the suffering, with the dying outcast, with the wailing and abandoned infant. But you behold us here. This house is known to belong to the Sisters of Charity. Here I, the secretary, am ever ready to receive all visitors. And in an adjoining room are sisters waiting to fulfil the mission of charity at the first summons of my bell. To all, without distinction of nation, creed, or rank, are our services given. The poor and friendless, or the rich whose selfishness has made a solitude around them, even to the degraded, dying of disease and vice, to the resigned Christian, to the raving blasphemer, to each, to all, do our sisters come, and, with tenderness, care, and patience, tend and heal the weary and suffering bodies, and often calm and bring to God the desolate and despairing. Ah, women in your country, they tell me, Monsieur l'Américain, have claimed women's rights. But ours is the sweetest, noblest right of all. It makes us equal to angels. Angels, not such as poets and admirers call us, but God's angels, like those who ministered to Christ. You smile to hear me speak of poetry and admiration. You wonder that, in this solemn garb, I should know anything of the world. But we are of the world. Our ranks are recruited from the highest, as well as the lowest ranks of society. Our vows are not perpetual until after a long and practical novitiate of many years. 5 years is the usual term, and then, without the slightest blame, or a remark of any kind, a woman can, if she chooses, return to her family and to social life. It is neither despair nor bigotry, nor tyranny, which gives us nuns of the order of Saint Vincent de Paul, but it is a vocation for charitable deeds, a tender pity for the ills of life, a desire to be of use to our fellow creatures. I, who now speak to you, am a widow. I am well off. I have children and grandchildren, married and prosperous. I see them every day. My presence does not check the mirth of their guests, though it may hollow the conversation. Nor does my sombre black dress repress the lisping caresses of my grandchildren. I have done my duty towards them all. They have their inheritance. They will have mine. But, rather than spend my income and my time in frivolities, ill becoming an old woman, I give both to the great family of the poor and needy. Now I must show you the flower of our flock." And she tinkled a silver bell. The door of an inner room opened, and there, clad in the same garb as herself, a tall, graceful girl of about 18. To describe the holy sweetness of the expression pervading a face faultless as to feature, dazzling as to complexion, would be impossible. Its apparition was like some pure and holy thought of our childish memories, evoked in an hour of worldly toil and tribulation. The vision with its earnest eyes looked straight at us, and smiled. The salutation, so easy, so elegant, was such as is taught in courts. We scarcely dared to speak. "Sister Rosalie," said the old lady, "these visitors are from a far off land, bien loin, au-delà des mers, from America, and they have brought a tribute of charity, for the one of your charges who needs it most." The vision smiled again, so soft a smile, yet beaming from the brightening eye and mantling in the flushing cheek. It thanked us in words, though we listened but to the gentle voice; and it was not till she who had first received us repeated it the second time that we understood that our gold piece was rejected, and that 5 francs was all that would be accepted. Then, from the long, wide sleeves, a fair, soft hand was withdrawn, and in its rosy palm we placed with reverence our offering. Another slow and graceful obeisance, a frank "Merci," a smile which included all, and the vision vanished. "That," said our hostess, "is the daughter of the Duchess de , the only daughter, beloved, admired, happy. She has been here 4 years. One more, and she will return to her proper station. Young as she looks, for 'tis not toil but evil passions that wrinkle the brow, pure thoughts prolong our youth, she will then be 25, and in a few months afterwards, she will bear the name and the title of a husband as noble as herself. There was no peculiar circumstance or event which induced her determination of coming to us. It was the result of a comparison of the wretched lot of so many, with her own favoured and happy fate. She felt as though God would exact for so many good gifts something more than the mere giving of alms. And she came amongst us, a saint in conduct, a child in thought, a woman in tenderness and long suffering. Her fiancé, who is her cousin, and known by her from infancy, as he passes in his carriage often sees her waiting through the rain. But she turns on him her sweet smile of love and hope, and he feels she is protected by a higher power. Here we felt it right that our visit should end. We had already occupied too much of the invaluable time of the good sister. Examples such as this we had just heard related are not rare, either in the higher or in the middle classes. The women of France, of all ranks, are actively benevolent. Does distress or sickness come upon you, go to one of these houses of the Sisters of Charity, and at whatever hour of the day or night, one of the sisters will obey your summons. If you are rich, she will not ask, or even seek to know why you are alone, and have no help but from public charity and pity. If you are poor, she will bring such succour as the funds of their special branch afford. Then, if the case is beyond her means, she will have recourse to the assistance of a Dame de Charité. Now, a Dame de Charité is a lady of high position. Each section has a certain number. Marie-Amélie, wife of Louis Philippe, was a Dame de Charité, though of course her functions were filled by deputy. These Dames de Charité give amply from their own purses. They are the bankers of the Sisters of Charity. And when their own means are exhausted, they step into their carriages, and with a large velvet bag, go round to every house within their district, begging succour for the poor and suffering. Their high names, their elegant toilettes, their winning manners, their splendid equipages, are all adjuncts in the cause of charity, and the poor cease to envy when they see the use to which apparent extravagance and folly are put. Behold, too, the Sister of Charity at the cradle of infancy, by the deserted pillow over which no mother ever bends, within the walls of the Enfants Trouves. There, in 2 rows, on either side of a long dormitory, enveloped in clean swaddling clothes, lie more than 100 infants, sleeping or wailing their first hours in a world which has reserved no place for them beneath a father's roof. A large numbered card on the breast of each is all that distinguishes them one from another, all the parentage they can ever claim. But how unwearingly from bed to bed, feeding with sweetened milk, or soothing to soft slumber, goes the gentle Sister of Charity. None will ever claim this child. Its own mother, who scarcely looked at it on its birth, would not know it among so many. But to the Sister of Charity it is a well-beloved child, a soul from God; and she tends it, as though it were the offspring of the tenderest love that ever bent over the cradle of a firstborn. Rousseau, harsh and morose, might well send his children to the Enfants Trouves, away from the drunken brutality of such a mother as Thérèse. These children, unclaimed and unmarked, may have gone forth to the world able and useful members of society. Or perhaps some gentle sister's kiss has caught their last sigh in the early days of their infancy. What was the inheritance their father could have left them? A name, linked with high genius, but a fame obscured by petty vices, envy, hatred, and discontent. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The small trades of Paris. There are many ways of making money in Paris, which are not dreamt of in the economy of other cities. And some of these trades ought no longer to exist in the present age of civilization. To make a confession, humiliating as well to Paris as to a Parisian, this our well-beloved capital of the artistic world, whose refinement of manner, wit, eloquence, taste, literature, and the arts are far in advance of every other country, is, in material civilization, 1, nay, 2 centuries behind other capitals, especially New York and Philadelphia, whose dwelling houses are more convenient and comfortable than those of any other country in the world. These minor professions and trades of Paris go on from generation to generation, and though there is not one of them in which a fortune ever was or can be made, yet they are all industries which supply a living to those engaged in them, with an occasional billet de spectacle, without which no Frenchman is truly happy. The truth is that, without wishing to take away any Othello's occupation, we must say we think the evils or primitive nuisances which have made these occupations a necessity should be done away with. For instance, it is a stubborn fact that at this very moment all the water consumed in every house in Paris is carried every day, by pail, into the kitchen, by a man whose stock in trade is the water he gets from the various fountains in the city, constructed for that purpose. First it is brought in a large barrel placed on wheels, which the owner, harnessed like a beast of burden, drags about to his customers, to whom it is distributed at 2 sous the pail. The sum which this very necessary commodity thus costs a small family is from 5 to 6 francs a month. Just imagine the many inconveniences of this river god in velveteen jacket and wooden shoes, bringing the daily supply of water to all the various tenements of a Parisian house. Your pail travels to the porter's lodge, where the tribute for the right of way is a gratuitous supply of water to the portière. Then up the 6 or 7 stories, to the mansarde of the grisette, whose 2 pails a week supply her limited wants. At the very door, la porte cochère, begins a premonitory puddle, and on every step of your staircase there is a capacious arabesque in aqua pura. Or, if the man is careful, and not in love with the cook of the apartment to which he is going, merely a slight dab, expanding until it is lost or absorbed by your own polished boots, or the trailing petticoats of some lady. Now the conquerors, legislators, revolutionists, socialists, kings, emperors, and all other possessors of Paris, have never suggested any other mode than this most primitive one, of supplying the city with water. They accumulated the fountains in the streets and on the Boulevards, but the idea of a general reservoir and pipes communicating with the houses seems never to have occurred to them. So, round these fountains, so beautiful in their architecture, you will see a conglomeration of wooden casks on wheels, wooden pails, and wooden shoes. You will hear such a rendering of the French language as you never heard before, first for its dialect, and next for the exceedingly rich and picturesque oaths with which it is seasoned. As the Savoyards have a peculiar vocation for chimney sweeping, so have the Auvergnats the monopoly of water carrying. They are a strong athletic race, bringing from the rugged mountains of their picturesque country the honesty and simplicity supposed to distinguish the Swiss, but which has been educated out of them by numerous tourists. Sober, of course, for intemperance is an exception in France, handsome and good-natured. Your porteur d'eau, in his deep blue velveteen jacket with many white buttons, his turned-down collar, and broad-brimmed hat, is the passion of some sentimental cook, who watches for his daily visit with a beating heart, offers him a chair, calls him not like others by his professional appellation, but Monsieur Antoine, or Monsieur André, and presents him with a cup of the fluid in which he deals, infused with a portion of her master's Mocha. The Auvergnat is no gay deceiver, nor is he easily caught. He has an eye to the main chance, and chalks up his profits on the end of his cask, and therefore knows how many more such sums it would take to maintain two instead of one. He would not marry for money, fi donc, not for money alone. But a comfortable little capital at the savings bank will settle the question between two rivals for his affections, and make him at once decide whose of the many eyes that look favourably on him are the brightest. It takes about 50 francs to set up a porteur d'eau, and the only ambition open to this class is to possess several water casks and farm them out. The porteur d'eau is a great politician, particularly in the part of the city near the Temple and the Faubourg St. Antoine. About 4 o'clock each day, his work being ended, the Château d'Eau, with its classic lions ever pouring forth the sparkling water, becomes a sort of debating society. Seated on the shaft of his cart, he may be seen, surrounded by some scores of his fellows, diligently reading and commenting upon the contents of a crumpled and somewhat torn newspaper. The porteur d'eau varies his political readings. Sometimes he is calm, juste milieu; sometimes violently red; sometimes he belongs to that wholesome opposition necessary to sustain the ministers; sometimes he stoutly upholds all people in power and the authorities generally; or at others, eschewing graver studies, he gets deep into the details of the fashion or the discussions of the dilettanti, of which he understands very little, excepting when metaphorical musical critics compare certain voices to limpid streams, torrents, avalanches, and sparkling waters. Then, between the memory of his mountain streams and his water casks, he gets at the true meaning. His tastes and his politics of course depend upon the paper which his Dulcinea, like her of Tobosa, much addicted to the peeling of vegetables, and not at all literary, contrives to steal from her master. To her a newspaper is a newspaper, one is as good as another. She regards them all as a sort of luxury indulged in by men, much the same as those small vices to which tobacco is the ministering angel, and knows no more about the merits of one paper above another than she does of the various qualities of the weed. Your porteur d'eau, too, is also a hero of Paul de Kock, one of the fruitful author's novels bearing the title and treating of these distinguished personages. Paul de Kock chooses his heroes most judiciously among his readers. Next to this hero of the kitchen comes the hero of the anteroom, the frotteur. Now, your frotteur is a much smarter man than your porteur d'eau. He is almost always a Parisian, full of the true Parisian wit and vivacity, honest and merry. He has read some stray volume from all the libraries he goes into in his daily avocation, and usually prefers Voltaire. He likes the way in which that witty philosopher has treated all obscure and metaphysical subjects, and appreciates more his Dictionnaire Philosophique than he does the dreamy, serious, and melancholy essays of all the modern philosophers and reformers. He is a man of the world, too, and listens eagerly to all he hears; and he hears much, and often strange things, for people think no more of him than they do of the furniture he rubs. He is sans conséquence. The femme de chambre, who looks down on the porteur d'eau, simpers and smiles at the frotteur, and will go on a Sunday to the ambigu or the vaudeville with this most gallant of cavaliers, whose running conversation between the acts makes her laugh as much, for he speaks loud, that all may have the benefit of his good things, as Arnal, Le Peintre, Jeune, or Ravel on the stage. The frotteur is an exclusively French production. He is, like his avocation, untranslatable. We can only give you a catalogue raisonné of his duties, in order that you may get an idea of him. To every family he comes once a week. He arrives with a green baize bundle under one arm, and an enormous feather broom under the other. No sooner has he entered than he doffs off his coat (he wears a coat), puts on a linen jacket, gets out of his shoes, appearing in very clean blue worsted stockings, and, retaining his jaunty cap on one side of his curly head, dives into the various rooms of the apartment. *. The reader of course understands that the word apartment in its French signification means the several rooms composing a household in a tenement house. Then, after a preliminary sweeping of floors, shaking of curtains, the moving of every article of furniture to free it from dust, he ends by strapping to his foot a hard brush, well waxed, which, with a supply of wax he has taken from his green baize, now transformed into an apron. Thus equipped, his arms akimbo, whistling or singing some popular air, he begins skating over the rooms in all directions. Carpets have, it is true, made sad inroads on the duties of the frotteur. Almost every salon has its D'Aubusson carpet in the middle of the floor, and la chambre de madame is carpeted all over with the looms of Salandrouze. But the dining room, the library, the ante-room, in fact, every other portion of the apartment, has not been invaded by the Anglo-Schismatic carpet. So that all these floors, composed either of oak or of brick, have to be rubbed and brushed, until they are polished as the brightest mahogany table. Then how the frotteur glories in his work! And how puzzling it is to feet unused to the slide and guide of a Parisian walk, to get safely over the floor without being suddenly precipitated upon it. It is decidedly pleasanter to look at than to sit on. The frotteur's is hard work, though it has a certain dignity which compensates for much. He is well paid, and his ambition is boundless, but he generally attains nothing beyond marrying a femme de chambre, who so considerately administers to him a verre de vin with some stray piece of pâté in the ante-room. Then they settle down as the concierge in the fourth-rate Hôtel Garni, where she, by furnishing breakfasts, and attending generally to the lodgers, makes a nice little profit, whilst he, with one or two sprawling frotteur apprentices, keeps the whole house in order, executing confidential communications, giving obliging information, and in every way helping out strangers in their Parisian experiences, for which he gets well remunerated. At the corner of every street you will observe there stands, with the pertinacity of a policeman, an honest, good-natured looking man, with a quick eye, which seems to have the power of glancing all ways at once. He is a commissionnaire, the most intelligent, discreet, and trustworthy messenger that ever carried billets doux, challenges, or billets de banque. In summer, he sits on a little truck, peculiar to his trade, and plays with very greasy cards eternal games of écarté, with the lemonade merchant on the corner, the mechanical cry of limonade glacée by the latter, in no wise interrupting the scientific combinations of the game. In winter, the commissionnaire stands by the warm, fragrant furnace of the marchand de marrons, a trade frequently to be seen in New York and Philadelphia, or just shelters himself from the snow and rain within the sill of the marchand de vin. Here, or perhaps within some hospitable porte cochère on a rainy day, the commissaire establishes a profitable, and heaven knows how necessary, in the streets of Paris, an industry. Producing brushes of every size, and limpid blacking, he cleanses your boots from all traces of the mud of the dirtiest streets you ever imagined or ever saw, excepting, pardonnez, those of your own New York, immaculate boots being indispensable in Paris to all. His humble establishment makes wonderful profits, and the last few years have produced many imitators, on a grand scale, in all the frequented localities, such as the Place de la Bourse, the Passage Choiseul, the Passage de l'Opéra, etc. These are large shops, hung with mirrors, and having high velvet benches, on which the customer sits, reposing his feet on a lower one and reading the journal, always on hand here, whilst the décroteur performs his office. 2 sous pays for this luxury, no dearer than at our friends the commissionnaire. Yet immense sums have been realized by this trade of such universal utility. Many people have their boots cleaned before entering every house they visit, and a clerk bringing a parcel from a linen draper's is as particular as a suitor, bouquet in hand, going to visit his intended. Strange, is it not, that with this love of neatness and luxury, the French should be so slovenly in all the details of their houses and streets? It has given them the reputation of a dirty people, whereas personally, perhaps they are the cleanest in Europe. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Margueritte. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Jeunesse Doree, the Garde Nationale. The name of Jeunesse Doree was first given to the class it indicates in the time of the First Empire; and, though we use it metaphorically, it originated in the literal fact that Napoleon I, with the tastes of his Italian origin, though he never indulged them in his own person, covered the military and court uniforms with gold and silver embroidery. Subsequently, the Jeunesse Doree were supposed to mean a class of young men devoted to vanity, dissipation, and pleasure. At least, this was the acceptation of the name to all the plodding, money-making community. But this was exactly the reverse of the truth. For in France, riches, name, a great tailor, and unexceptionable equipages will not give a passport to high society, or include an aspirant in the exclusive circle of the Jeunesse Doree. Such worthies are only the Jeunesse Doree for the crowd. They themselves are perfectly aware of their own insignificance, in the estimation of the circle to which they aspire in vain. Under the first Napoleon, the great and indispensable desideratum was to be a military man. Not a fine militia captain, or colonel, or general, which you are so fond of being on the other side of the Atlantic. Not a slim, sighing stripling, tied to a clanging sabre, like the Life Guardsmen of England. They may have improved, though some of them certainly have not, under the discipline of the Crimea. But a warrior whose rank gave him only the privilege over the common soldier of being first to face the enemy. Deeds of valor were then thought the only ones worthy of a man. And women would scarcely listen to the vows of a civilian, however distinguished he might chance to be. Then all this passed away. The Napoleon of Peace, as his flatterers styled him, the Napoleon of Pence, Louis Philippe, as he was, with more appropriateness, called by impartial contemporaries, introduced an era of circumspection, of reason, and sharp bargains. The head and not the arm manifested strength. The Parisians went into the other extreme, and ridiculed the eternal love of uniforms and gewgaws. The enrolling of all the fat civilians in the National Guard entirely destroyed, for a time, the military prestige in France; and it was not until the excitement and enthusiasm of the present war, encouraged by the language and actions of another Napoleon, that the innate love of fighting, existing in the breast of every Frenchman, broke out again into full activity. Some years since, the Jeunesse Doree formed themselves into an association which, from the Anglomania which even then began to prevail, a forerunner of the present strict and cordial alliance between the two nations, was called the Jockey Club. This club includes many gradations of rank, but all are distinguished for some talent. Most of the politicians, whose eloquence resounded during the 2 years of anarchy and intoxication which reigned in France, Dalton Shee, de Montalembert, etc., etc., were members of this club. So was the Duke of Orleans, and his artistic taste much affected the general tone of young men in the reign of Louis Philippe. Journalists, authors, artists, some of them uniting both birth and fortune, are members of this club. The very slight distinction which still existed between the artist and the man of letters was entirely obliterated under Louis Philippe. The familiarity of the Duke of Orleans with his friends and associates was proverbial. Eugène Sue was his intimate companion, as well as Dumas and other distinguished littérateurs, among the rest Alphonse Karr, until a most romantic and scandalous love affair of Karr's, a man of no principle in affairs of gallantry, excluded him from the moral court presided over by the Queen Marie-Amélie. In the wing of the Tuileries allotted to the Duke of Orleans and his exemplary wife, all the taste of the Parisian artists were consulted in the arrangement and embellishment of a suite of apartments, which, when finished, presented the rare aspect of a royal salon without ennui or etiquette. Liszt and Chopin would sit down at the piano, unasked, and improvise while the inspired fit was on them. Those who loved to hear them would gather round; whilst others would saunter about the adjoining rooms, discussing poetry with Lamartine and the beautiful Duchess de Nemours, while the mathematical duke, her husband, talked politics and statistics with Guizot, Perignon, Séguier, and other celebrities of the bar and cabinet. Gautier, Sue, Dumas, and Janin would carry on a war of wit with many of the sparkling belles of this novel court; whilst the Duke of Orleans himself would promenade through the picture gallery with Biard, Gudin, Scheffer, or Winterhalter, conversing with them on his favourite subject of the beauties of art, and the high mission of artists. There were few women of celebrity excepting for beauty, accomplishments, or elegance. The Princess Elena here gave the tone; and, unfortunately, women of talent in all countries contrive to put themselves into exceptional positions which exclude them from society, or, choosing their own friends, eschew and avoid all general assemblies, where even in the most refined class, both men and women are ready to attack, calumniate, and prejudge the words, motives, and actions of a being who infringes on the privileges of both sexes. Such a woman invariably excites general envy and ill nature, as well as the most violent admiration and most extravagant attachments; two things which women doomed to dwell in decencies for ever, never forgive; and which men, for the sake of their own family ties, are called on to resent and censure. Biard was the most intimate chum of the Duke of Orleans, and his wife, lovely, well educated, elegant, without any preponderance of genius or esprit, sufficient to make her enemies, was one of the exceptions to the general rank of the female guests. She has since acquired an ephemeral and disgraceful celebrity. Madame Paul de la Roche, the beautiful daughter of Vernet, was another bright particular star in this serene horizon; but she has faded into an early grave. One day the Duke of Orleans, who was in the habit of visiting his friend in his studio, inquired at the porter's lodge, before going up, whether M. Biard was at home. "I don't know," replied a voice which the duke did not recognize; for the concierge and his wife, having gone on a holiday, had confided the loge to a friend. "But you can go and see, and at the same time as you are going up, you can take these things the tailor has just left for him." The duke obeyed, mounted the 6 stories, for the sake of the light, a studio is always at the top of the house, and, not finding the artist, deposited his bundle, with a message for his friend, with the stupefied servant, who of course knew him, and could in no wise see the connection between his master's new clothes and the Prince Royal. Meantime the duke descended the stairs, and putting his head into the little aperture in the door of the porter's lodge, always open for the accommodation of visitors, said, "Mon ami, I have left the coat and trousers in safe keeping. Tell M. Biard I hope they will fit." "Merci, monsieur. Who shall I say called? Will monsieur give me his name?" "My name is not a difficult one; but in case you should forget it, there is something to help your memory." And giving him a louis d'or, he added, "Tell M. Biard it was his friend, the Prince Royal." In such a state of things, it was natural that the Jeunesse Doree should assume a tone of dignified simplicity and intellectual superiority. The real "fast men," as you call them, Shanghais is the slang word, I believe, in the land of Barnum, are neither horse jockeys nor blacklegs, nor heroes of schottishes and polkas, though they profess a great taste for the turf, have many English members in their club, ride steeple chases at the Croix de Berny, dance, and are gallant and attentive to women in society. But to compromise any woman by manifesting their admiration, or monopolizing her society, before the world, would lead to ostracism from their own circles. They certainly patronize danseuses of not immaculate virtue, and often have a snug establishment in the Quartier de la Lorette. But such liaisons are strictly private, and not one of these young men would take his Dulcinea in his own carriage, to his own box at the opera, or give her his arm in public. If this were done, neither mother nor sister would ever trust to his escort again. The quietest possible dress, the simplest and most unobtrusive equipages, etc., are tokens of the Jeunesse Doree. Moderation in their expenses, so as to bring them within their income, respect for age and family ties, and a thorough absence of affectation, characterize the members of Le Jockey Club, the crème de la crème of Paris. It is true that since the commencement of the Russian war, the military spirit has assumed its ancient power over the enthusiastic and patriotic young men of France, who are as eager now as were those of former generations, to win renown in arms and glory to the flag of France. Still, all ostentation of mere material display, all boasting, all affectation, all pretension of dress, style, or equipage, is considered snobbish and vulgar. But there is a class, however, a class of young men, as handsome, often richer, clever, brave and bright, who are of a different quality, and who do duty before the general public as the genuine Jeunesse Doree. This gilded troupe may be seen passing in most eccentric carriages, with the fastest horses, scampering through the streets. Those brilliant waistcoats worn by the simpering gentlemen in the fashion plates are invented for them. They glory in the love of the most dévergondée danseuse of the opera, the lionne, a woman who talks slang, smokes cigars, drinks a bottle of champagne at breakfast, and wears the beflounced, becorded, velveted peignoir, also seen in the fashion plates and at Newport and Saratoga in your country. Money these young men have, and debts too, which latter they think essential to their position as fast men. Pastes, pomades, oils, cosmetics, patent razors, gold-inlaid dressing cases, brocade morning gowns, betasseled green smoking caps, and Morocco babooshes are especially invented for them, and are by them enjoyed. They think it fun to cheat at play, to founder a horse, to seduce an ouvrière, to enrich a courtesan, to fight with the gendarme, and before being an officer in the National Guard might imply hot gunpowder and cold lead, that was considered as being almost a hero. Now, however, the cue of this class is to affect to despise everything, and more especially the Garde Nationale. They loved in reality only the importance, the uniform, and the display of mock soldiering. It was considered, a year or two ago, a high achievement for them to be called before a court-martial. How little martial, Mars himself only could know, where pacific grocers, retired butchers, and guileless linen drapers sat in solemn judgment. Then to be condemned to an unheard-of number of hours' imprisonment for such misdemeanours as dodging one's turn to mount guard, or misleading the patrol, or making a sergeant drunk, was the climax of fun. As also to go to the prison called the Hôtel des Haricots, from haricots or beans, forming the principal prison food, and there ordering the most heliogabaline supper from Chevet, seducing the authorities into putting so much of the enemy into their brains as to considerably fuddle them, and make each learned Dogberry write himself down an ass. Fun it was deemed, also, to go to this prison; and after making a great fuss, getting a room, and arranging, to the inconvenience of the whole establishment, to stay the full time of your condemnation, to then signify your intention of remaining but a quarter of an hour, the Rhadamantine Tribunal aforesaid allowing you to pay your imprisonment by instalments, at any period, or for any length of time it might suit them. But now all this is over. Grim War has laid aside his masking mood, and donned the armour of the battlefield. A band as steady and a will as stern as his whose career the first Jeunesse Doree attended through all its glories, guides the military ardour of the nation, and points to achievements as glorious as those he has immortalized. Our sham heroes have suddenly forgotten their patriotism, and it is now, by our heroes of the flashy waistcoats and incredible cravats, universally voted that the Garde Nationale is a vulgar institution. But what they still consider as special fun, beware, O young America, for to you I have been speaking from the first, it is a special fun to get hold of a foreigner bent on becoming the fashion. They will not hesitate to take him into the most equivocal society, to introduce him to some fair and frail creature, and induce him to take her to the Bois de Boulogne, the opera, and the cafés, thereby for ever shutting against him the doors of those really noble, intellectual, and elegant salons, so ready to receive and welcome strangers. It is fun to teach their victim to waste his money, to buy their spavined horses, to dress ridiculously, to learn slang French, and then to let him go home, ruined in health and robbed in pocket, swearing that there is not a good horse or a virtuous woman in Paris; that all the men are chevaliers d'industrie, and that the absurd and laughable figure you cut, in your crimson waistcoat, flaring cravat, little watch chained to a buttonhole by a gold cable, and a bunch of gridirons, horseshoes, hearts, and opera glasses, by way of charms, and your little legs stuck into landscape trousers, with a view of Fontainebleau on one leg, and the Drachenfels on the other, is the height of the Paris fashion. Beware, O innocent stranger, again we say, beware. These people may be found, with remarkably curled and perfumed heads, walking 5 or 6 abreast, down the alleys of the Tuileries, talking loudly, and flourishing impossible canes. At the Café Anglais, or the Maison Doree, they will order everything out of season. And at the Opéra, they will lean out of the box, clap louder than the orchestra with their yellow kid gloves, take you with a flourish behind the scenes, and to show their superiority, utter an impertinence to, or take a liberty with, every dancer who comes in their way. Finally, they invite you to supper, with an actrice du boulevard, or a circus rider of Franconi's, and whispering in her ear that you are un brave Américain un peu jeune, a little green, set you down to lansquenet or bouillotte, while your hostess, wrapped in lace and muslins, buried in her armchair and cigar in mouth, surveys you with a knowing air, winks at one of her own friends, shrugs her shoulders at your introducers, and laughs in your face. This may be called the Jeunesse cuivrée, copper, which to the ignorant looks like gold, as the Elkington plate resembles silver. But those who become friends of the family, or wish to buy, must know the difference. So, would you not be made a fool of when you go to Paris, be sure of taking some means to enable you to distinguish between the true and the false Jeunesse Dorée. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Margueritte. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bourgeoisie. Louis-Philippe, in addition to his other names, was also called Le Roi de la Bourgeoisie. So he may have been, but then, when the bourgeoisie came into power, it grew ambitious, like all other parvenus, aspired to distinctions and to rank, and emerged into what it deemed a higher sphere. Certain it is that during the reign of the Citizen King the bourgeoisie almost entirely disappeared. If it elected the monarch by its own individual power, it was not to prove that, after all, the bourgeois or burghers were the most sensible, the most patriotic, the most enlightened class of His Majesty's subjects, but merely that they might be enabled to spring from the mediocrity and inglorious usefulness of a middle class into ministers, deputies, courtiers, consuls, and ambassadors, expanding their ample chest to the many ribbons, honours, and crosses, which they had all their lives sneered at and secretly envied of the privileged class they banished. I can find you some bourgeois still, however, bourgeois who glory in the title as the citizens of the Middle Ages who so successfully oppose the kingly powers, bourgeois who would rather be what they are, merchants or tradesmen, succeeding each other through long generations, than nobles dating their nobility from yesterday. Your bourgeois is rich. Yet there are certain luxuries which he would as soon think of buying as of wearing a crown instead of a hat, because he could afford to pay for it. He keeps a carriage, but it will have only one horse, a good, strong, serviceable fellow, who gallops off with the whole family as if they were additional wings instead of additional weights, for the fine, sleek rogue has been eating his corn in the stable all the week, whilst his master has been working. Your bourgeois never dreams of taking out his carriage during the week. He takes a cabriolet, whilst his wife and daughter modestly ensconce themselves in a citadine, if by chance they have a distant visit to pay. Though a bourgeoise does not often leave her home except on Sunday. In this class it is a matter of pride that all the members of the family should work, the sons, the mother, and the fair, young, elegant, and accomplished daughters, who will combine all these charms with a thorough knowledge of business, and a perfect contentment with the routine of horrid word, a trade. Will you come with me across the Pont Royal, then all along the Quai Voltaire, pausing perhaps at every 10 steps before bookstalls, with rare old books and engravings, such as patient fingers made them before the various lithographs and photographs, and heaven knows how many other graphs, came to thrust such toiling plodding aside, looking up for a moment at the Hôtel de la Villette, where Voltaire died, closed now for more than 80 years, left in solemn darkness and solitude out of respect to his memory, whilst the revolution his pen had raised has stormed and raged itself to silence without, till we come in sight of the bronze Henry IV. On the Pont Neuf. This is the Quai Conti. Here is a high house, regular and symmetrical, with traces of the mansard architecture, dating in about Louis XIV's time. A large porte cochère gives it the appearance of a mansion, but above it, A painted board declares that au premier, Messieurs et Fils, silversmiths and jewelers, have their magasin. Ascend the broad stone stairs, push those large glass doors, and here we are. A large room with elegantly gilded walls and soft carpets, mirrors, comfortable chairs, etc. A drawing room, in fact, except that the large cases around contain most magnificent specimens of orfèvrerie, rivaling Benvenuto and his followers, and that one end of the long rosewood counter contains every article of jewelry, from the cheapest and most important, the wedding ring, to the dearest and most useless, the diamond rivière. As we enter, a young lady, with her neat dress made in the latest though not the most extravagant fashion, and her silken hair — French women have beautiful hair, artistically yet simply arranged — advances with a courtesy and a grace which custom only associates with courtly manners, and asks you what it is the object you desire. She leads you to the counter, shows you what you want, will enter into your views, advise with you as to what is most serviceable, what most becoming. Then, if the purchase is important, the quiet, ladylike mother will rise from her seat, put down her embroidery, and fastening the earrings in her daughter's ears, or the diamond sprays in her hair, will give you the practical illustrations of the becomingness of Parisian art. All the families of the Faubourg St. Germain bring their family jewels to this magasin. Here, for centuries, are inscribed on the books of the house, generation after generation of the same names, by various hands of the contemporary generation of this family of jewelers. During the Revolution of 1793, many were the family jewels hidden and preserved by these high specimens of honesty and honour. The original possessors of these jewels were no more. They had died on the scaffold. But their children have received, from the children of the jeweler, all of them back, safe and intact to the smallest stone. Sometimes the grandmother, with her white hair, her open silk dress, with the flounced stiff petticoat beneath, and the fichu which Marie Antoinette crossed over her bosom, will come from the inner room, leaning on the arm of a young and blooming granddaughter. She comes to greet some aged customer, as old as herself, whom she has known as one of the beauties of Marie Antoinette's court, but who is now a grave and sorrow-stricken woman, who has left husband and children in foreign graves, and to whom privation and suffering have grown familiar. The aged bourgeoise, so happy that her obscurity and insignificance preserved her from the revolutionary storm, will talk, with saddened tone, to the good duchess of years gone by, of the brilliant and courteous seigneurs of former days, so gay, so liberal, so polite. How all are now dispersed! Some on the plains of La Vendée, some on the shores of Germany, some in unknown graves in England, and many in the Fosse Commune of the Guillotine at Clamart. The son of this model bourgeois is a fine, intelligent young man, who brings an artist's tastes into his trade. He has travelled and has studied the setting of stones in all the shrines of the saints, in Italy and Spain. He is an accomplished draughtsman, and passes his time in the workshop, and in furnishing elegant artistic designs. Family love is the great religion of this class in France, where in all ranks respect for family ties is universal. A desire to extend their business, in their own sphere, is their only ambition; whilst the greatest of all their enjoyments is the possession of a country house, near Paris, where, on a Sunday, the whole family, from the aged grandmother to the very youngest grandchild, may assemble at the same table. It is for this that the sleek horse above mentioned is solely reserved. Railroads and steam cars may puff and dash past the very door, you will not get your staid bourgeois to give up his jog-trot of 2 leagues an hour. And if Victor or Oscar, the young men of the family, will be so reckless as to trust themselves to these new inventions, mammas, sisters, and wives will offer many secret halves for their preservation, till they see them safe and sound at the garden gate. The country house, so called, is at Auteuil, Verrières, Sceaux, or Clamart, all lovely environs of Paris, within a 2 hours' drive. Auteuil, since the fortifications, and the almost incorporation of the Bois de Boulogne into Paris, has been very much deserted by the bourgeois. Artists, actors, and authors have bought those lovely cottages and luxuriant gardens, for in the capital of the arts, artists, authors, and actors, elsewhere proverbially poor, are rich and prosperous. Scribe has a beautiful house here, also Béranger, Anicette Bourgeois, Delacroix, Mlle. Annet, Mlle. Dose, Dumas, or had, and many other celebrities. Every Sunday brings to these people guests of their own set, making, as you may imagine, very merry and delightful parties. As you pass by, the sound of billiard balls, music, and laughter makes your heart glad for sympathy. Now, there is nothing your bourgeois so much dreads as an artist. They scarcely believe in his talent, for they cannot understand the utility of his labours. Then they set him down as an extravagant, unprincipled, irreligious. The bourgeois would rather see his daughter married to the poorest workman in his atelier than to an artist, and to know that the son had spoken to an actress would be a source of actual grief to his mother. So our bourgeois has left Auteuil, and behold him ensconced in a square stone house at Verrières. It has in front a large paved courtyard, and behind a garden with its vines overhanging alleys, its currant bushes, its strawberry beds, its peach, cherry, almond, apricot, and pear trees teeming with fruit. Here is an alley for ninepins. There, opening on to the lawn, a billiard room. Close by, shaded by an overhanging willow, fashioned into a bower, sit the matrons of the family. Then, a little further off, are the younger matrons, showing off to sisters-in-law the toddling progress of the babies since last Sunday. Further on, their arms twined round each other's waists, slowly pacing up and down a shaded alley, are the young girls, whispering low those girlish secrets which the week may have furnished, or consulting about some surprise to be got up out of their slender purse, for the fête or birthday of some member of the family. At 12, the breakfast with its cold dishes of meat and fish, its hot and deliciously seasoned vegetables, with fruit of every kind, its Bordeaux, its sweet vin blanc, ending with a cup of such coffee as only a Parisian servant can make. Then, at 6, the dinner, such as is not to be had out of France but by those rich enough to pay a sawyer or a Yule of their own, a sum equal to a revenue. Here at the right hand of her son, the master of the house, let whoever will be the guest, sits the venerable grandmother. And then around are dispersed the family, even to the child, propped up in its high chair. Well brought up, and accustomed to be with their parents, it must be said that French children are well behaved, having discretion to cry only in proper season. In this rank of life, young girls never go to school, but under the eye of their mother acquire, by the help of masters, the instruction and accomplishments suited to their station. A part of the company not to be forgotten are the servants, so attentive and respectful. They have probably been for 20 years in the family, and love it as their own. Between breakfast and dinner, a long strolling walk in the woods of Verrières is taken by those who love the country, really, though it must be confessed that the true bourgeois does not include long walks, woods, or fine scenery among his enjoyments. The trees of his garden and his own flower beds satisfy his aspirations for the picturesque, and his pedestrian tastes are sufficed by walking round his own billiard table, inhaling the country perfumes through his open windows, admiring the prattle of his grandchildren and the song of canary birds, as it is borne to him on the gentle breeze that shakes the blossoms from the trees. But the absence of city noises, the assembly of the whole family, and fresh fruits and sweet cream, are all the bourgeois asks from the country. Now, to arrive at these, every barrière or gate of Paris offers on a Sunday a confusion of vehicles of every description, vehicles undreamed of in the annals of coachmaking, vehicles that seem never to have been made, they are so ugly, so heavy, so inconvenient. No workman ever could have designed or executed these excrescencies of coachmaking. There is your coucou, a large cabriolet containing 3 seats in depth, and supposed to hold 9 people, but on Sunday it is discovered that these 9 can hold 9 more on their knees. Then, en avant Marengo, shouts the driver to the thin, lank harridan, who stands whisking the flies away with his miserable shorn tail. Arrêtez! Shouts the voice of some belated passenger, and the driver stops, or the 20 drivers of 20 cuckoos all alike stop, to catch the last passenger. Ici, mon bourgeois, ici! Rattles from all quarters. Marchez donc, S-R-R-N, from the groaning and reeking inside, with an oath that sounds like a conglomeration of all the R's in every alphabet in the world. Montez! Montez! from all the drivers in a breath, and the bewildered passenger climbs up the nearest vehicle. The driver gives him his own seat, and coolly seats himself on the knees of his passenger. En avant! And off they go. No, not yet. What, another? Where is he to go? There's plenty of room. Where? Where? Why, on the footboard, to be sure, with your legs stretched out so comfortably on the horse's back, the best place in the world. You ought to pay double, for you have the pleasure of a ride on horseback and in a carriage at the same time. This is called riding en lapin, though why, I cannot tell, any more than why the vehicle is called a cuckoo, for it has no ornithological resemblance to that bird that can be seen. Well, at last, off they go in reality, all good-tempered, all beginning to date their day's pleasures from the accidents and events of this ride, whence they emerge into the Bois de Vincennes, the Park of Sceaux, or the plains of Clamart, very red, very hot, and very thirsty, as the marchand de vin can tell you 10 minutes afterwards. Then for Montmorency and Versailles, such aristocratic places, you have the real diligence, with its coupé and rotonde, and its 4 horses with rope harness, jingling bells, and a wag of a conductor with his blue uniform and gold-laced cap, saying pretty things to the chambermaids as they stand at the door as he passes, drinking with the outside passengers, and talking so gingerly with the fine ladies inside, bound for a picnic in the forest of Montmorency, a forest composed mostly of cherry trees, under which you dine and have the dessert, dropping voluntarily from the loaded boughs into the dishes beneath. Then you have the omnibus, which will carry you for 6 big copper sous, and an unheard-of number of bits of pasteboard, of all colours, mysteriously dealt out by the conductor, and called correspondance, from the Barrière des Roules to the Barrière du Trône. There, ensconcing yourself in another omnibus, under the protection of another piece of pasteboard and the same 6 sous, you will be taken to Vincennes, or to any place you choose, within 6 miles of Paris. A good deal of shouting, a good deal of laughing, some quarrelling, a little fighting, lots of pretty grisettes, quantities of witty workmen in brand-new blouses, twisting their well-trimmed moustaches, some rollicking students, a few very quiet and discreet young ladies, with papas in blue coats, white gloves, black trousers and pumps, leaning on gold-headed canes and looking indignantly solemn, innumerable gamins emerging from everywhere, and climbing heaven knows where. Such are the charms of a jaunt among the petite bourgeoisie of Paris, very funny, very characteristic, and uncommonly dusty. What, are we going in reality on such an expedition as this? Certainly. This is Paris. Here are the people painted by Paul de Kock. You will only find them here, as you will only find him in the porter's lodge, the grisette's work-bag, and the workman's pocket. Englishmen and Englishmen alone read him in the higher ranks, and fancy they are getting an insight into Parisian life. One wonders they ever come to Paris after such a course of reading. The Paris there depicted can have so very few attractions. But they do venture, and many, perhaps, are sorry to discover that there are other authors than Paul de Kock, and other ranks of life than those he painted. The publisher of this work would beg to observe that Paul de Kock's works are of a different description from the innumerable infamous volumes which have been published in this country under his name, and which were composed by persons in New York and Boston, whose vileness did not hesitate to add fraud to obscenity. The real works of Paul de Kock, although treating for the most part of the life and manners of the lower classes, and written in exceedingly bad taste, are still not such as to exclude their author's name from all mention in decent society. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Margueritte. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Swimming Bath. Let us again at early dawn, say between 6 and 7 o'clock, walk across our Tuileries. The gates are just opened, the birds are awakened, and the flowers send forth fresh perfume. It is the month of June. The genial morning foretells a warm day. Now let us go over the Pont Royal, and turning rapidly to the left, go down a flight of steps which leads to a very picturesque looking wooden house, and beyond to a large extent of canvas, which may be anything. Now it is no use proceeding any further if you are of the nobler sex. There is no open sesame for you, nor bribes, nor favour. This is the ladies' swimming bath. Suppose we are a sylph and have whisked through the keyhole, or a lady, and have paid our money at the gate. Either one or the other will do. And so we will give you a description of these watery mysteries which without us you could never penetrate. Beyond the barrier which has closed behind us, and most inexorably before you, is a heavy, thickly stuffed, oilcloth covered door, which excludes even the sound. But if you lean over the balustrade of the bridge, you will catch many a splashing sound, and many a merry laugh will reach your ear, as though the Seine had suddenly become thronged with nymphs and naiads, and the waters as busy as the streets. We, meantime, have entered the sanctum, and find ourselves on a wooden gallery enclosing some 300 or 400 feet of the Seine. Along these galleries are dressing rooms furnished with chairs, tables, mirrors, all of graceful forms, but made of simple pine wood, without any painting or varnishing. Indeed, from out of the whole of this establishment paint is entirely banished, as are also carpets; for soon all these beautifully clean and dry floors will be wet and dripping from the paddling of innumerable pretty naked feet. The water enclosed within this gallery is divided into 3 compartments. The first has a boarded floor, allowing the most timid and the least tall to walk about in perfect security. The next division is deeper, to allow of swimming, but not drowning. The last is without any false flooring, meant for the use of skilful and expert swimmers. This last compartment is separated from the rest by a fanciful wooden bridge, without any parapet, of which more anon. Now, forth from the numerous dressing rooms before all alluded to, come the bathers. There is one universal costume: black merino or serge pantaloons, and a black tunic with a broad belt. Some of these dresses are embroidered and embellished in various colours. Those who have pretty arms, you may be sure, wear short sleeves. The feet and ankles are bare. All forms and all ages, sizes, and complexions, are here, even to young children, who, by the by, are the only gloomy looking beings in the merry throng, on whom cold water appears to have no exhilarating effect. Children of all nations seem to have an innate natural antipathy to cleanliness and cold water. When we said that none of the nobler or sterner sex were admitted within this canvas sanctuary, we ought to have made an exception in favour of 4 amphibious specimens of that sex, chosen for their colossal frames and gigantic strength, as well as for their skill as swimmers, who preside over the whole assembly. These 4 Tritons, clad in white flannel from head to foot, are here to impart the art of swimming, now considered a necessary appendage to a lady's education, and to rescue from drowning any who, with the reckless daring of a woman, may have ventured into deep waters, and with the helplessness, also, of a woman, require a strong arm to get them back to shore. These Tritons are not regarded by any prudery by the lady bathers. They are the familiar gods of the place, and each as she passes has a cordial salutation for the wet, brawny, and good-natured monster. "Bonjour, Jean." "Prends garde, Jean, je vais me noyer." The children, too, will climb upon Jean or Pierre's shoulders out of a spirit of frolic and fun, and also to retard the ducking, so much dreaded and abhorred. If you hear a shriek, it is from some unlucky urchin who has been traitorously precipitated from the rock it clung to, namely the shoulders of Jean, into the water, or scolded into it by mamma or elder sister. Amongst the young girls and the young married women, of which the bathers are almost entirely composed, more mature ladies rarely venturing here, there is the greatest cheerfulness and harmony, no ill-natured remarks, no rivalling, no retorts, no haughtiness. They vie with each other in dexterity when in the water, and send showers of pearly drops at each other. Here there is a genuine admiration and appreciation of each other's grace and beauty, a desire to please, a desire to oblige, because, must it be said? The element of female discord, man, is absent. "Trois poules vivaient en paix, un coq survint." And the hens begin to fight, says La Fontaine. So it is with women. If ever women could be seen to advantage, not physically, for we doubt the becomingness of black merino in cold water, but morally, it would be at this side École de Natation pour dames. The young girls, freed from the conventional swaddling clothes which encase young French girls, are full of easy grace, ready wit, and merry laughter. The young married women of Paris is said to be the Paradise, laying aside all coquetries and pretensions, are as charming to their young companions as they are to their admirers; and the Tritons look on with broad jocund faces, as once old Neptune may have gazed at the sporting of the nymphs of Thetis. The real object of these baths is, positively, to learn to swim. For this, a broad belt is fastened round the scholar, to which is affixed a rope, by which one of our flannel Tritons holds her suspended in the water. In his other hand he has a long bamboo, and with this he indicates the movement of the limbs, giving directions all the time in a stentorian voice. The scholars, as soon as they begin to feel confidence, are made to swim in the boarded or safe portion of the bath, getting gradually into the deeper water, where, as we have said before, imprudent and reckless girls often venture too soon, their foolhardiness ending in a convulsive scream for help. Then one of the Tritons rushes to the spot, plunges into the water, seizes the gasping patient, and bears her off in his arms as though she were a baby, laying her quietly on the gallery and then leisurely resuming his accustomed place, without any visible signs of emotion, apparently as unconscious of his wet condition as he is of having saved a human life. About 9 o'clock, the swimming bath is in the height of its glory. The children have been sent home, and the élégantes, for whom 9 o'clock is early, because 3 or 4 in the morning is not late, have arrived, as the long string of carriages on the quay will testify. Then commence the trials of skill, the tricks, the merry jokes, the bespattering with glittering drops the snowy shoulders and the glossy tresses so beautifully braided. Here, side by side, swimming gently down the stream, the round ankle and moulded arm just moving the waters, are 2 friends or sisters, exchanging in whispered accents the mysteries of their feelings and sensations. The only events in the lives of women born to the monotony of prosperity. Here, floating like a personified nautilus, stretched at full length on the waters, her dark eyes closed, is one who is communing with busy memories or deep thoughts, which take her far from all around. Now 3 or 4 merry nymphs pass by at full speed, with flashing eyes and heaving bosoms, the red lips parted and the transparent nostrils dilated with excitement, like ardent steeds, to win the race, whilst on the wooden shore the admiring Tritons stand and bet upon the winner. The result of these meetings ends generally in 2 or 3 impromptu parties, to breakfast or luncheon at the restaurateurs of the Palais Royal, a frolic perfectly allowable in Paris to ladies, and to which prudery, nor even respectability, that most susceptible and unindulgent of despots, has anything to say. There is, however, one condition and one exception to this rule, that is, no unmarried woman is of the party. As soon as the black costume has been laid aside, and the costume de ville resumed, the mammas and daughters re-enter their carriages, the order is given to the coachman to drive to the Palais Royal, but, en route, he is desired to stop at home and deposit Mademoiselle. Mademoiselle gets out without a murmur, and proceeds demurely upstairs, where, on a little table, drawn close to the window by the attentive femme de chambre, she finds a delicate breakfast of bread, butter, eggs, fruit, and coffee, prepared for her. This she proceeds to demolish with such an appetite as 2 hours in cold water may have given her, discoursing all the time with said femme de chambre who waits on her, of what she shall do and what she shall wear, and where she will go, quand je serai mariée. When I am married can safely be said by a French girl. She is sure of being married. Her marriage is the business of her whole family and her friends as soon as she reaches a marriageable age. An old maid is a rara avis in France. Then it must be said that in France, where marriages are made by the father and mother, they are not so ambitious or sordid as, in other countries, the daughters who manage their own matrimonial affairs have proved themselves in modern times to be. Fathers and mothers are content to think that there is every prospect of their daughters attaining, when she shall have arrived at their age, the prosperity they enjoy. They do not expect that a man at the age at which men marry shall have reached the height of his profession, or the honours and riches to which he will ultimately attain. Daughters in free countries read life as they do a novel, the 3rd volume first. Meantime our swimming mammas have driven to the Frères Provençaux, or to Véfour. Entering from a side street, and going up a private staircase, they are ushered into an elegant and retired dining room, with its cosy round table temptingly set out. Here, free from all intrusion, or from all suspicion of anything unseemly or unorthodox, they throw off their mantillas and bonnets, and proceed to order breakfast. It begins always with huîtres d'Ostende, oysters no bigger than a 2-shilling piece, and green as a mermaid's tresses. Then these delicate creatures proceed through all the luxuries of the carte, ending always with the inevitable café au lait, and probably, between the first and last, taking the foam from a bottle of champagne. During this time there is a lull at the École de Natation. The money takers read the news, and dip their bread into a frugal café au lait. The Tritons, grouped together on a wet and wooden bench, anything dry would feel uncomfortable, absorb great hunches of fromage d'Italie, head cheese, fromage de Brie, or sausage, helping the same in its downward course by long draughts of pure red wine, water being only used outwardly by these goodly creatures, too wise to abuse any of God's good gifts. Towards 1 o'clock, about the time the theatrical rehearsals end, the swimming bath resumes its activity. Every one is at his post. The money taker puts aside her paper, and the Tritons hide their bottles and resume their bamboos. Very different are the ladies who now enter the watery arena. Instead of the simplest, they are in the most elaborate toilettes, and many are accompanied by a maid, who in her well-fitting dress, her jaunty cap, and her silk apron with its coquettish pockets, is quite as important and ambitious a person as her mistress. As they advance into the galleries, which, however, have been swept and dried, exclamations of horror, little shrieks of affectation, and loud complaints of all and of everything resound on all sides. Jean and Pierre are scolded and ordered about in most imperative tones, and these worthies, without replying, obey the various orders in a most cold and dogged manner. To the complaints of the wet and the dirt, and quel désordre, they do not deign to reply, but mutter something about the folly of satin boots and trailing silks, winking at the dapper maid, who replies by a smile, and an expressive shrug of the shoulders. When these ladies come forth from their dressing rooms, they have, it is true, all black dresses, but they are made in the most fanciful shapes, and most elaborately embroidered in all sorts of colours and devices. The hair is dressed in curls, braids, or ringlets, as though for a ball. Most of them have valuable, some even diamond earrings, and on their bare arms 1 or more gold bracelets. The maids follow with embroidered and perfumed handkerchiefs, smelling bottles, and fine towels. Now, with many pretty coquettish airs, the fair bathers, all by the by much handsomer than those of the morning, get down into the water. Their object, however, is not fun or health or enjoyment. It is evidently display. The arms and glittering bracelets are thrown about with affected carelessness. If by chance one comes unclasped and falls into the water, the cool indifference displayed by its owner excites, as it was meant to do, the admiration of all around. The conversation now carried on is far less good-natured, and not clothed in such elegant or correct language as in the morning. But it is perhaps much wittier, and takes on an epigrammatic turn. The Tritons flirt and joke on the galleries with the ready and forward ladies' maids. There is little chance of their services being required, for most of these bathers are expert swimmers, and of undaunted courage. To explain the mystery, the present company consists of the actresses of the Variétés, the Ambigu, the Opéra Comique, the Gymnase, the Vaudeville, in fact, of all the subordinate theatres. Not the leading actresses, in point of talent, but the leaders of fashion, in their own society, bohème, in point of riches and extravagance. Some few laureates of celebrity are mingled in the throng, but these are very humble in the presence of the artistes, and much looked down on by these exalted ladies. Since the cold swimming bath has become the fashion in the higher circles, and amongst the femmes honnêtes, the class who are pariahs from this society, but ever eager to imitate it, have adopted the cold water bath, though the whole affair is entirely contrary to their lazy habits and their luxurious natures. They are all just come from rehearsals. After this bath, which they make no longer than sufficient to make their friends admire and envy their ornaments, and die with jealousy at the liberality and extravagance of one another's protectors, they get into their carriages, drive about the Boulevards, buying everything they fancy. Then home to their perfumed Louis XV boudoirs, where they taste of some very light repast. Then comes an hour's sleep, after which it is time to go to the theatre. Supper follows this. Supper, the only meal of these children of luxury and pleasure. The grisette, who loves pleasure also, has distinctive tastes from the actress. She loves the country, is hungry at all hours, and feels sleepy at 10 o'clock. The actress, on the contrary, hates the country, has very little appetite, and only begins to live after midnight. These are the ordinary days at the École de Natation. But, towards the end of the season, there comes a grand gala day which has a most original aspect, and from which, be it told en passant, the class of bathers we have last described are rigorously excluded. About 12 o'clock on this day, which takes place at the end of the season, numerous visitors, all ladies, however, are admitted with tickets into the interior of the swimming bath. There they are received by the Tritons in elegant white flannel costumes, bound with blue worsted and with bouquets in their buttonholes, and shewn to seats which have been prepared all along the galleries. Towards 1 o'clock the bathers issue from the dressing rooms, and circulate amongst their friends, their dark dresses forming a strange contrast with the elegant morning costumes and the pink and white bonnets of the visitors. Then, at a given signal, the exercises begin. First comes a race. From one extremity to the other of the enclosure, between the most expert swimmers, quite as exciting to the spectators as the race for the Derby or the Emperor's Cup, though the prizes are only huge bouquets of lovely fading flowers, instead of trophies of silver and gold. Then come various evolutions, diving, floating, swimming with only one arm, with the feet only, in fact, all the difficulties of this difficult art. This is the first part. Then ices and lemonade are handed round. A band, engaged for the occasion, stationed within hearing but without the enclosure, strikes up some merry music, and the dripping bathers cause much fun by going round amongst the visitors, who dread their approach as one does that of a shaggy Newfoundland, just emerged from a pond. After a pause, the signal for the second part is given. Then, on the wooden bridge, which we before alluded to, appear several ladies. One in some picturesque fancy dress comes slowly along, absorbed in a book which she holds in her hand. Two others, walking arm in arm, are gaily chatting. And, lastly, a stately dame with flowing robes, a fan in one hand and a bouquet in the other, advances majestically along. Suddenly, the fair student's foot slips, the bridge has no parapet, and she is precipitated into the water. She disappears, there is a breathless moment of anxiety, when suddenly she rises to the surface, laughing, her book still in her hand, and springs all dripping on the wooden shore. Scarcely has she reached it before the stately lady, her hands and person embarrassed with all kinds of ornament and drapery, falls also into the water. This time the spectators look on with curiosity, but without alarm, when almost at the same instant one of the two remaining on the bridge likewise falls off. This time it is an accident, and there must be, danger. Hark! A cry for help! The young girl on the bridge has heard it and springs to her companion's assistance. She is but just in time, apparently; and yet those men placed there for safety in case of accidents are immovable. They stir not, move not, but look placidly on. The visitors rise en masse, some scream, some turn pale, and appear ready to faint, when all at once two laughing faces appear above the surface of the water, and with an arm on each other's shoulders, the two young girls swim to shore, much delighted at the sensation they have created, and highly flattered by the bravos and applause of the Tritons, who shake hands with each other, exchanging congratulations on the skill of their pupils. But the stately dame, what has become of her? How will she get to shore? See, there she is sweeping majestically along the waters. Why does she not come now to shore? See, she dives again. What does she seek? Her fan. She has it now, and now again she disappears. What does she seek now? Her bouquet. Here she comes, the bouquet in one hand, the fan in the other, her features unmoved. She sails calmly, like a stately vessel before the wind. Now she comes to the wooden steps, and mounts them at a majestic pace. Then, with a merry laugh, throwing her wet bouquet to Jean and her fan to Pierre, both grinning like jolly sea monsters with satisfaction and delight, she runs to her friends, and amidst bravos, kisses, and exclamations, surrounded by the whole of the bathers. The victors in these river games receive the huge bouquets and wreaths given by the establishment, and presented with many awkward attempts at a speech and much real emotion by the head of the Tritons. Then the assembly disperses, the visitors going first; and soon after, out from the dressing rooms, come the bathers themselves, joining the remaining groups of relations and friends who are awaiting them. Not one of these happy young girls leaves the école without a word of kindness and a gift to their good-natured instructors, who stand all melancholy in a silent group by the door, watching each well-known form as it disappears. At length the very last has departed. There are no more within any of the dressing rooms. The check-taker has closed her little window, and the poor Tritons follow this last of their pupils out beyond the barrier, to the very outward gate. They see her spring into her carriage, and as it drives off catch the last sparkle of her bright eyes, the last wave of her hair, and last sound of that gentle voice which says so sweetly, "Au revoir, Jean, au revoir, à l'année prochaine." "Au revoir," murmurs Jean, turning back disconsolately into his deserted canvas hall. "Au revoir. Qui sait?" Ah, worthy Jean! Who does know, who can tell, what a year may bring forth to beings lovely, young, and susceptible, placed within every temptation, exposed by their refinement, education, and sensibility to 1,000 ills undreamed of in other and humbler classes. The École de Natation lasts 3 months, from June to September; all a Parisian summer will allow of cold water, though it is said that Diane de Poictiers and Ninon de l'Enclos owed the prolongation of their beauty to the daily use of the cold bath. If this be the case, it is rather a practice to be discouraged, for what would become of the rising generation of beauties, if the preceding one retained their charms and powers of fascination to the age of 82? CHAPTER XVII. Chapter 17 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerittes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Versailles. Versailles is almost Paris, so we will take the railroad from the Rue Saint-Lazare, and for 2 francs we shall, in 20 minutes, be in the city created by le grand monarque Louis XIV. It is a lovely route, passing through some of the most beautiful portions of the Park of St. Cloud, Ville d'Avray, which by the by comes first, with its beautiful villas, and reaching Versailles in one of the best parts of the town. Before we go sightseeing, let us look a little about the town. No one ever thinks of doing that, and I question whether many people ever think there is anything but a succession of picture galleries and palaces in Versailles, excepting restaurants, which adjoin them, and barracks and soldiers, which are everywhere. Now it is not so. The palace, which called such a numerous court within its walls, also founded one of the handsomest and best built towns in France. The streets are wide, the houses regular and of fine stone, in the grand and massive architecture of the day. Mansart and Le Notre were not monopolized by the king. They have displayed for nearly all the noble families of France the taste and talent which raised the finest palace in the world and laid out these far-famed gardens. Of course, the mansions I speak of have changed proprietors. They are no longer the abodes of revelry, elegance, and riches. Still, Versailles is very well inhabited, and the society assembled there, though of course nothing in proportion to the capacities of the town, is select and high-toned. House rent, the most expensive item in Paris, and the bugbear of small incomes, is very low in Versailles. Many of the families of the Faubourg St. Germain, who on their return from immigration found their property had become national property, and were reduced to mere competency, prefer the large and lofty houses of Versailles to the little, close, coquettish apartments the same sum would procure for them in Paris. Widows of officers or distinguished men, but poorly pensioned by government, men of studious habits, literary men of the highest grade, all love Versailles. The retired tradesman eschews it as dull. Artists, actors, the arteries of the great city body, can take but snatches of it; for their life is the capital, and they, like the light of a lamp, so brilliant in the night, but so pale in the sun, can exist only in the tumult, turmoil, and excitement of Paris. But, more than its palace, where art and its wonders absorb the mind, do its solemn, silent, majestic, and grass-grown streets appeal to the remembrance of bygone days. And the echoing of your own footsteps through them, made so wide to admit the four-horsed equipages and outriders that continually dash through, speaks in earnest tone of the vanity of human greatness and human glory. The race for whom this town was built, the proud nobility of France, has passed away. Its power has gone. The names engraved on every page of past history are no longer inscribed side by side with the great deeds of the day. Another class has arisen, a class without ancestors or antecedents, created from the blood of this very race which flowed for days over the pavement on which we tread. The king around whom all clustered, for whom mythology and ancient lore was searched to find some name that should express beyond all others the godlike attributes of their idol, has had his very ashes cast to the four winds of heaven. His descendants are in exile, the power of his race has fled from them, and even the memory of Louis XIV has been dragged from its pedestal, the grandeurs of his reign analyzed, despoiled of its halo, his magnanimity slandered, his passions anathematized. And he now stands like a stranded vessel which the wreckers have despoiled, a mere symbol of royalty, as the mouldering hulk is of the once fair ship which breasted the foaming waves. Perhaps, as you enter the palace, Marie Antoinette and her fair-haired children present themselves to your mind, rather than the prosperous and gilded court of the founder of this palace, but in this gallery of the Œil de Bœuf, with its mirrors from floor to ceiling, its gilded columns and painted ceilings, it is the court so teeming with life, youth, love, valour, and brilliancy which come before you. These splendours want the waving plumes, the rustling silks, the clanging swords. On this polished floor one cannot fancy blood, or rifle balls through these gorgeous windows. And yet Louis Philippe, the much-quizzed old fogey king, did more for Versailles than the Bourbons, and its present condition is owing to his arrangements. The whole of the Restoration was governed entirely by the master intellect of the Duchess d'Angoulême, and she turned with a shudder from Versailles. She remembered the massacre of the Swiss guards, her mother's terror, and the last flight of the last princess who ever slept under the roof raised as a world-wide memorial of Bourbon greatness. Well, people, French people, have laughed at the somewhat superficial embellishments and restorations of the citizen king. They have ridiculed his yards of historical painting. But it cannot be denied that though some of the paintings are daubs, it is a very pleasant way of studying history to follow this pictorial chronicle of all the events of the French reigns, from Charlemagne to Louis Philippe. And one can forgive his paternal vanity in having made his sons heroes of battles in Africa, as grand and bloody looking as those of Fontenoy and Waterloo, for the care with which he has composed the Napoleon Gallery, whose pictures recall, grouped within the brief existence of one man, as many noble deeds, lasting institutions, wonderful achievements, and heroic actions, as are recorded through whole centuries of 3 lines of kings. Till Louis Philippe's time, the pictures of Napoleon's reign, though painted by Gérard, Gros, David, and Vernet, had been sedulously hidden from the public. But Louis Philippe hunted up from the royal garret every memorial art had left to immortalize the immortal deeds and name which have distinguished France forever amongst all nations. Here are portraits of Bonaparte at all periods of his existence, from mere daubs of the thin, bilious sub-lieutenant, done by some artist friend to try his skill, to the emperor in ermine robes placing the imperial crown on his brow at the altar of Notre Dame. Here are portraits of Josephine, when first he saw her, the great and admired lady he trembled to address. Here she is, weeping by his side, when first the word divorce, so long echoing in her heart, assumed a sound and substance. There she lies, with Hortense and Eugène weeping by her corpse. Further on is Marie Louise, a fair, fat, unmeaning German face, which does not even give indication of force enough for the vice and degradation to which she fell. The King of Rome, too, he is everywhere. In every palace, in every room of the palace, where he was likely to pass, the fond father placed the image of his son. and yet they tried to erase the father's name from the memory of the child. But the heart knew it, and broke over the remembrance. This is Pauline, the beautiful Pauline. Canova had but to copy the form for these statues of loveliness and grace, and the face was worthy of the form. All Napoleon's sisters are here, all his generals, most of his enemies. The Duke of Wellington, who owes his fame to the importance of his adversary rather than to his own achievements, is here. Alexander, the Judas who betrayed with an embrace, is here. Talleyrand, with his wrinkled face and pale blue eye. Fouché, all are here, and eagerly we go from one to another, for there is something about the wonderful career of Napoleon which appeals to our imagination, like a ghost story to which one listens with beating heart and kindling eye. In the sculpture gallery is one statue you must see. You know I am not a cicerone of sights, but of sentiment. It is the lingering spirit of the good angel of the Bourbon family within these walls, and shows the immortality of art above all other glories. There it stands, beautiful in itself, a statue of the virgin heroine Joan of Arc, sprung from the genius of the young Princess Marie of Orleans, the second daughter of Louis Philippe, who designed, moulded, and chiselled with her own hand this statue, so marvellously vigorous, expressive, and yet feminine. Now for the gardens, for you have before seen the chapel, so still, so magnificent, so calm, yet so aristocratic, that one feels it was made for kings to pray in, and do not care to follow the crowd to see Louis XIV's bedroom as it was when he lived, restored in all its velvet and gold hangings and feathered canopies by Louis Philippe. Come into the gardens, park, as they call it. Here is the Fountain of Neptune, which costs such herculean labour and such immense drawing of the public treasury. There is very little water now, but when it plays, fountains issue from all these tritons and fishes, and even the horses of the god himself spout forth their streams in all directions, a pretty sight. But every time the waters of Versailles play it costs the city 20,000 francs. Poor Louis! Little he cared for these wonders he created; for, at last, his only enjoyment was to creep to one of the ponds and feed fishes, who knew him, or the bread he threw, and wriggle their tails at his approach. Stand on the terrace of the palace. To the left is the orangerie. The trees are all out, and about the grounds the perfumes are wafted. Before us, bordered on each side by thick shrubberies and flower beds, is a large extent of green sward, leading by a declivity to the Pièce d'Eau des Suisses, a lake made by royal command. Beyond are the woods of Sartory, a lovely view, a magnificent sight, unequalled in the world, where art has created all nature denied, and fashioned to picturesque civilization the beautiful productions of nature. Not only was the garden laid out and embellished with wondrous care and taste, but for miles and miles, as far as royal eyes could see, was the landscape fashioned into pictures. No hut, unless picturesque, was left, no tree, unless cut to shape, left standing. Admire! Nay, you cannot but admire. You may talk of the uselessness, the tyranny, the injustice of such a palace for one man, but admire you must. Years hence, too, when you are far away, and your thoughts recur to this palace and this scene, you will acknowledge that you have seen the greatest monument of the taste, genius, and power of man, the greatest effort of art and its splendours that successive generations ever bequeathed to the world. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Life's first ceremony, and its last. It would appear that, different as are the habits and customs of Parisians, their manners, and their modes of living, scarcely could there be any difference in the few first days of a baby's existence, in France and in other countries. Yet in none of the various stages of existence does France differ more than in its earliest hours. In the first place, the wailing epitome of mortality, destined perhaps to hold a very large place in the world in which he now takes so small a corner, is generally introduced into this life by a female physician. Be it known that these lady disciples of Lucina about which there has been so much wondering and discussion in the United States, since women have aspired to the study and practice of the arduous science, have existed for many years in Paris. Here they are regularly educated in the schools, follow a regular course of lectures, both theoretical and practical, and at length obtain regular diplomas. This peculiarly feminine branch of the medical science is, however, the only one practised by women. They do not give consultations, or attempt to dabble in any other branches of the healing art. All men being thus almost universally banished from the sick room, the baby is washed with wine, then with water; after which he is enveloped in a succession of broad bands called swaddling clothes, and then placed in an elaborately bedecked cradle, and left literally to chew the cud of his own sweet and bitter fancies; for, beyond a spoonful of camomile tea and 2 or 3 of warm water and sugar, your new-born gentleman gets nothing during the first 24 hours of his existence. Within these first few hours, however, he is wrapped up almost to suffocation, and carried by papa and the nurse to the mairie, here to be registered as a French citizen, and as the son of his papa and mamma, without which formality he would, in after life, be nobody's child at all. At the end of this time, his country nurse has come, with her own baby, to fetch this addition to her family, if the child is to be taken into the country, the best thing that can happen to it, by the by, or alone, her own child being put out to nurse, if the nurse is to be that most spoiled and petted of despots, nourrice à demeure, a resident wet nurse. The fortunate peasant woman, selected for her health and beauty from the environs of Paris, receives as much as 80 francs a month ($18) for her services. Every caprice of her appetite is satisfied, for fear of souring the font on which the baby fattens; every ill temper humoured, for fear of souring the baby's temper. A sub-lieutenant assists this commander of the nursery, sparing her all the hard work, and getting many hard words in return. In fact, between the despotic nurse, the yelling baby, and the timorous, inexperienced mamma, papa is made to feel particularly uncomfortable at home, and begins sometimes to feel as though he ought to apologize for being there at all. Meantime, the mamma is not treated at all like a sick person. Air and light are not excluded, though flowers and perfumes are most rigorously so, by the bevy of female Cerberuses at the door of the sanctum, namely, the mother of the accouchée, the monthly nurse, the doctress, and the wet nurse. On the 3rd day, mamma is dressed, that is, as much as is seen of her, in a beautiful soft conglomeration of lace and embroidery, combined with blue ribbons if she has presented a son to her liege lord, and pink if it is a daughter. The room is set in order. The drapery of the window and bed are put in graceful folds, and an elegant counterpane, generally of muslin lined with silk, is displayed on it. Baby, all black, yellow, and blue, lies, grunting and sleeping, in his beautiful cradle, wadded and patted, carved, frilled and laced, himself the ugliest thing about it, and his nurse in her high Norman cap, with gold earrings, looking like play hoops for her charge, and clean white apron, sits majestically beside him. About 12 o'clock, all these preparations being completed, the newly made grandmamma, dressed in a toilette bespeaking the circumstances, at once suited to do honour to her visitors and not misplaced in her daughter's room, takes up her station in the drawing room adjoining. Now, during the 3 days it has taken for the women folk to come to this stage of the proceedings, papa has been having printed and distributed to all his acquaintances notes to the following purport: Madame est heureusement accouchée d'un garçon, or d'une fille. La mère et l'enfant se portent bien. Monsieur a l'honneur de vous en faire part. Madame has been happily brought to bed of a son or a daughter. Both mother and infant are doing well. Monsieur has the honour of informing you of the event. This billet is equivalent to an invitation for all the lady's acquaintances to come and call on her; and accordingly, from the 3rd day, preparations are made to receive them. Very soon, the bell in the ante-room begins to tingle gently, and sisters, aunts, cousins, friends, and acquaintances, in full morning toilette, drop in. After the hugging and kissing and congratulating, and a full relation of the most ordinary of everyday occurrences, always considered and talked of by women as wonderful and unheard of events, the visitors are ushered in to the bedecked and expectant mamma. N.B. No unmarried ladies, Not even a sister can be admitted to these gossip visits. A few days later comes the first grand ceremony of the aspirant to life, the one which is to make him a Christian. It is pretty hard for the sleepy, struggling baby, who hates to be roused from his torpid state, or bothered in any way, except for his oft-repeated meals. But there is another person for whom this ceremony is the very height of tribulation, botheration, and bewilderment, besides being no trifling expense. And this is the person chosen for the high dignity of godfather. Usually this much to be pitied personage is the grandfather of the infant, or the most intimate friend of the newly made father. He has the privilege of giving his name to the child, and of choosing his own godmother. Having done this to his satisfaction, he proceeds to send to said godmother 12 white kid gloves, 3 or 4 dozens of boxes containing sugar plums, called dragées de baptême, which said godmother is bound to distribute among her friends, a present of jewelry or something else for herself, a present for her, the godmother, to give to the mother of the child, a present for the said godmother to give to the nurse, ditto for said godmother to give to the godchild. To the mother of the child he himself sends 12 gloves, 3 dozen boxes of sugar plums, the mother must give to her friends on returning her visite de couche, some present of value or a costly knick-knack. To the child, a silver cup or a silver knife, spoon and fork, with the privilege of repeating the offering in some form every year, as long as they both shall live. To the nurse, a present in money. Ditto to all the servants in the house, including the concierge. Besides all these taxes on his purse, the godfather pays all the church dues, and finds all the carriages, and feeds all the beggars, who at a christening, a wedding, or a funeral, are inevitably to be found at the church doors. Such are the attributes of the godfather, and, strange to say, they are accepted cheerfully and executed with great good temper. But good temper is one of the great distinguishing characteristics of the French nation. The godmother's attributes are a mere sinecure, consisting of a pretty new bonnet, a smiling face, and, if an unmarried lady, an intense feeling of love for the little squalling godchild; if a wife and a mother, a magnificent display of a thorough knowledge of the whole matter. Young ladies, excluded from taking an active part in almost every ceremony of life, are allowed to be godmothers. A christening being a religious ceremony, and often the godmother is chosen by the gentleman with ulterior views to another religious ceremony, more interesting to both. The papa, as we see, plays a very subordinate part in all this. At the christening, however, he is bound to provide for the christening party on their return from church a déjeuner, of which they partake with much delight and jollification, sending in to the originator of the feast, the mamma, some delicate dish, or some choice fruit, sufficient to scare all the matrons and monthly nurses in Great Britain or the United States, and make them prophesy all kinds of calamities and catastrophes to the patient. A patient, however, the mamma steadily refuses to be; for before the baby is a fortnight old, we find her attending high mass, and then proceeding with demure step and self-important air, to take her station in the Tuileries, followed by the no less important nurse bearing the indifferent, torpid baby, amongst the little colony of the rising generation we have already described. And so we leave this sprig of mortality, to wend his way from petted and spoiled infancy, into the rude scenes of the world, where, unless he is a rare exception, he will have to repay with usury all the enjoyments and endearments of his childhood. We have seen now a French wedding and a christening. We have seen how the graves are tended, and how the loved ones gone before are remembered. Let us now see how in France they bury their dead. With a strange inconsistency, the French, with whom family ties are so sacred, for whom the graves of the departed are so hallowed, have a strange horror of death. Scarcely have the physicians declared that medical science can do no more, and that even hope is extinct, before the priests are sent for, and love, affection, and sorrow retire from the death-bed, leaving all that remains of mortality in the bosom of the Church. The extreme unction once administered, all earthly ties are dissolved. Kneeling far from the bed, where in silent agony the work of dissolution is slowly going on, the wife, children, and friends are absorbed in prayer. They have said the last word that is to be said on earth, they have looked their last look. Henceforth the loved face will be seen but in the tablet of their memories. It is a priest who will receive the last sigh, it is a priest who will close those eyes, which, with one last wild look, gaze around before becoming for ever sightless. After the ceremonies of the church, not only do the relations and friends leave the room, but they actually leave the house of the dying or dead. By rude, strange hands are the last offices performed. No gentle hand with vain but touching tenderness is there to wrap the beloved form in fair white draperies, or place with holy care the pale cold head, now for the first time cold and insensible to caresses and affection, upon the pillow where it is to rest for ever. Watched by a priest, covered with a sheet, 4 candles burning at the 4 corners of the bed, the corpse lies alone untended, and uncared for, during the few hours that intervene, in France, between death and burial. By order of the police, it is required that a body should not remain above ground over 24 hours. On the morning of burial, rude hands, the undertaker's underlings, bring a rude coffin of common deal, unlined, without any ornament or paint, and whistling, joking and smoking, they enclose what once was endowed with feeling, intellect and life, in its narrow bed. Then the coffin is carried down the street. Beneath the large porte cochère or gateway, a temporary chapel is constructed, consisting of black velvet and silver hangings, and tall silver candlesticks with lighted wax candles. On high trestles, the rude coffin is placed and quickly hidden by a velvet pall, having deep silver fringes and silver spots made in the shape of tears, as if they had any. On one side of this coffin stands a priest with a brush in his hand, which he dips continually into a vessel containing holy water, and then sprinkles it on the coffin. All the passers-by throw holy water on the coffin, and some kneel down beside it and murmur a prayer for the repose of the departed. Men, as they pass the dead, lift their hats, and women make the sign of the cross. After some hours of this exhibition, the hearse, followed by as many carriages as are necessary, takes the corpse, still covered with its pall, to the parish church, which is inside and outside hung with black, and over the principal door of which there is the name of the deceased, his titles, age, and qualities. Now, when we say that the church is hung with black, we mean to say that its magnificence is in proportion to the money expended in the funeral pomp. The burial of the dead is in the hands of the company called Entreprise des Pompes Funèbres, and each class of funeral is by them taxed at a certain immutable price, the lowest being 100 francs. Excepting, however, the funerals of the poor, a mere hurrying of the coffin in a sort of hand-barrow, painted in rusty black. How high the funeral expenses may reach we are not prepared to say, but to judge from the little obtained for 100 francs, and the extreme magnificence of velvet and silver in which sometimes the whole architecture of a church is hidden, the beauty of the singing, the quantity of the choristers and incense, and the zeal of the many splendidly robed priests, to say nothing of the long string of carriages, the mass of feathers on the horses, the number of hired mourners, and the size of the silver tiers, we should imagine that some funerals reached as high as 10,000 or 15,000 francs. On leaving the church, the procession takes the way to the cemetery, where at last the body is deposited in the grave. Still, however, it is of this world. The earth has not yet hidden the coffin from all eyes, and the grave diggers pause before commencing their work. Around the open grave are gathered the intimate friends of the deceased; and he who was nearest to him, now standing at the head of the sepulchre, in the midst of most profound silence, pronounces a eulogium on the corpse at his feet, relates his deeds of glory, his good actions, his virtues, his intellectual endowments. Then, after an earnest farewell, he takes a handful of earth, throws it on the coffin, and retires. The principal mourners each then throw their handful of dust to dust; and now friends have looked their last, enemies have done their worst, love and devotion can do no more, the grave diggers do their office, and forever he who was, is gone from all. And so the dream of life, begun in a down cradle, with lace and silk curtains to shield the tender eyes from the very light of heaven, hope, love, and tenderness, to watch and guard the frail and fragile spark of life, is ended in the dreary and dismal churchyard, with the cold earth pressed on the once loved form, and the pale moon with God's bright stars to keep the nightly vigil, whilst all who have wept are trying gently to forget what once was joy and life and hope, but now is nothing. End of chapter 18. CHAPTER XIX of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Palais Royal. The palmy days of the Palais Royal have gone by. The days when English and Russians, those innate badauds, or gulls, thronged its galleries, and brought up all the useful and useless things which its shop windows contained. The Boulevards, the Rue de la Paix, the Place de la Bourse, the Rue Neuve Vivienne, the numerous passages, especially the Passage des Panoramas, have dispersed all those who used to congregate in this one refuge for the idle. Still, however, the Palais Royal is crowded by people going in every direction, for its 4 sides of arched stone galleries lead to so many places by the principal entrances. Besides, at every 2 or 3 doors there are little dark, mysterious passages down which one hesitates to venture, though there is no occasion to do so, and which bring you into streets you fancied miles off, and to which you were planning your shortest way. The Palais Royal, spite of its royal name, and that has been changed since the imperial dynasty into Palais Nationale, has always had a revolutionary and democratic turn. The heads of political parties, discontented princes, too near and too far from the throne to be faithful subjects and satisfied with their condition, have held conspiracies here from time immemorial. The Palais Royal and Versailles, the Palais Royal and the Tuileries, have always been at variance, one dreading the other, and neither daring openly to show its real sentiments. The Palais Royal was the gift of a subject to the King of France. But when we say that Richelieu was the subject and Louis XIII the king, we shall easily know which was the sovereign. There was a beautiful picture gallery, and a magnificent library within the walls of the Palais Cardinal, as it was then called; and the galleries containing the shops, which are now the principal attraction, did not then exist. Kings, however, did not like this abode so within the reach of the people, not always in a quiescent state, and close to the Halles, or market, where revolt and insolence were ever fermenting. Mazarin, another cardinal, lived in it; and Anne of Austria, with the infant Louis XIV, dwelt for some time within its walls. But Louis XIV, once his own master, Louis XIV, with the project of Versailles in his head, disdained the Palais Royal, and gave it as a dowry to his daughter Mademoiselle de Blois, when she married her cousin, the Duke of Orleans, afterwards Regent of France. Of this princess, who brought the Palais Royal into the Orleans family, whence were destined to spring the 2 revolutions that dethroned the Bourbons, 3 things only were recorded: the vices of her numerous children, her own apathetic inactivity, and her epitaph, an epigram both on the dead and the living: Sigit l'oisiveté, la mère de tous les vices. Here lies idleness, the mother of all the vices. Well, our Palais Royal, in possession of the Regent, soon rose into importance and celebrity, and was not long in forming a rival court to that of Versailles. Philippe d'Orléans had great love for the arts; gross as were his appetites, depraved as were sometimes his tastes, he could appreciate genius and refinement in others. He was besides an artist of some talent himself. His 3 pictures of Daphnis and Chloe have been engraved, and are much esteemed by connoisseurs. He assembled within the palace the artistic talent, the savants, both foreign and French, who found but cold and supercilious receptions at the majestic and formal court of Versailles. It was Philippe Égalité who conceived the project of turning to account the vast garden attached to the palace, and of converting it into an emporium of shops and cafés. Strange to say, this determination, which tended to deroyalize the palace, was far from being popular. The people had, or thought they had, plenty of shops; and in that closely packed quartier of narrow streets and towering houses, they had but one garden, the one belonging to the palace, which, like that of the Tuileries, was open to the public. The Duke, however, persisted; and cutting down the trees in a merciless manner, and rooting up both lawn and flower gardens, he built a whole square of wooden shops and cafés, which, after the bourgeois had grumbled at as infringing on his pleasures, he immediately rented, seeing they would be a good speculation. We are not going to write a history of the revolutions of France, the stirring events of which have most of them gone on in this garden, stimulated by the inhabitants of this palace. Under these very trees, where now children are playing, and calm old women are knitting their stockings, and garrulous old men are discussing politics, Murat, Danton, Camille Desmoulins, and Saint Just thundered forth those volcanic speeches which evoked from the crater of popular discontent the burning lava destined to overwhelm and destroy all that had existed for centuries. The Palais Royal assumed all the reputation and splendor which made it the resort of strangers under Philippe, Duke of Orleans, the son of Egalite, who, like his father, contributed to dethrone the elder branch. But, more adroit, or luckier than he, contrived to take his place, though he could not contrive to keep it. Louis Philippe was endowed with the speculative turn of his father, and discovered that the speculation of turning his palace into a bazaar had been a good one, and was therefore worthy of being carried out. He therefore proceeded to embellish it, and to build that glass gallery, sacred to restaurateurs and milliners, called the Galerie d'Orléans. Here, under Louis XVIII. And Charles X., congregated the foreigners, more especially the English, whom Napoleon's enmity and continual wars had kept so long from the Continent. French bonnets, French jewelry from Bourguignon, the originator of most of the designs for real gold and precious stones. French dinners, ices, opera glasses, sweetmeats, parasols, and 1,000 things of which the English never inquired the price, but were obliged to inquire the uses and the names, were all to be found in the Palais Royal. Here, too, were, when gaming was allowed in France, the celebrated gambling houses. Here was the number 113, where so much money was lost and won, and where, almost every week, there was some horrible catastrophe of ruin and despair, immediately hushed up by the police. As soon as the daylight disappeared, and these long galleries, forming a well-proportioned square round a beautiful garden, with flowing fountains, flowers and waving trees, were lighted up, the population who turn night into day would take the place of those who love and dare to bask in the sunshine. Here, in full dress, sanctioned by the police, paraded the handsomest and the frailest women in Paris, bringing in their train a host of swindlers, gamblers, and roués, besides a quantity of dupes destined to become a prey to the arts of the whole gang. The milliners' shops were kept open, though it was no longer bonnets that they sought to sell. The restaurateurs, the tailors, and the jewelers, kept their shops brilliantly illuminated till the small hours of the night. As for the gambling houses, they never closed till dawn. The galleries of the Palais Royal were at this time the Saturnalia of the French capital. The perfumes, the sights, the heat, the bright eyes and white shoulders, the continued babble of tongues, all talking in loud tones, the thrilling laughter, the tempting luxuries displayed in the shop windows, formed an unhealthy and intoxicating atmosphere, from which it was good to escape into the cool garden with the pure calm moon, looking so solemnly sad on the white statues and through the long waving trees. Louis Philippe pursued the policy of his ancestors with regard to the court of the Tuileries; and the Palais Royal, under the specious pretext of popularity and the arts, became the headquarters of sedition. Excluded from the court as the son of a regicide, he bore himself with a mock humility, which touched the sympathies of the Duchess de Berry, his own niece by marriage, so that she interceded for him, and the doors of the Tuileries were thrown open to him. He afterwards rewarded the Duchess for her kindness, when he became king, by imprisonment and disgrace, a conduct fully worthy of his ancestors and his antecedents. Whatever may have been his motives, Louis Philippe, besides embellishing the Palais Royal, cleansing it and purifying it, by tearing down many of the tottering buildings, throwing open many thoroughfares, and closing many dark alleys, cleansed it morally, by excluding the nightly visitors whose dress and manners revealed their infamous trade, and had rendered the Palais Royal impassable after dark to every modest woman, of whatever rank she might be. His fair young daughters and their exemplary mother dwelt above these galleries, so thronged with misery and vice, and echoing with the yells of maddened bacchantes, whose oaths and blasphemies sometimes reached them in their calm, pure chambers, startling them from their innocent dreams by realities of vices and crimes of which they had never heard or thought. So, at the solicitation of the Duchess, afterwards Queen Marie Amélie, the galleries of the Palais Royal were rendered safe by night as well as by day, for every one. When Louis Philippe became king, he abolished gaming, making it a crime, as in other countries, and so the Palais Royal was restored to respectability. Now, though not a fashionable place, The Palais Royal, or Palais Nationale, as the Emperor calls it, is still a wonderful, beautiful, and fascinating place, and most peculiarly Parisian. Come to it on a bright spring morning. The cannon that the rays of the sun fire off in the garden with a loud explosion has just announced midday. The cafés have set forth their freshly painted chairs and marble tables, encroaching on the garden, and several very clean-looking waiters, with elaborate waistcoats and chrysocales (gilt) chains, with napkins as large and as white as the old Bourbon standard, are leaning against them, waiting the arrival of customers, and resting from the avalanche of breakfasters which has just ceased pouring in. Around them in the gardens are old men digesting their one roll and café au lait, waiting for the dinner hour with calm dignity, and an hourly increasing appetite, which they feed with mental food from the Constitutionnel, the Monteur, and the Débat, old mustachioed officers who, though they have gained neither pensions nor employments, have lost their dogged, discontented look since Napoleon, Empereur, has brought them back a recollection of L'Autre, whose memory is enshrined in all French hearts. These officers now talk much louder than they did, and boldly recount the stories and difficulties of the Campagne d'Italie; and, as one passes along, the words Austerlitz and Marengo greet the car, instead of the words Fonds Publics, Campagne de Chemin de Fer, and La Bourse, which, under Louis Philippe, the citizen king, so long formed the objects of life and topics of general conversation. On the stone benches are seated coquettish bonnes, and by the side of many insinuating soldiers, called contemptuously tourlourous in the last pacific period, and somewhat disdained by civilians and even pretty bonnes. But now that things are military, the bonnes ogle the soldiers, the soldier quizzes the civilian, and instead of being called names by these peaceful worthies, he in his turn calls them Pékin and Blanc-bec. Under the galleries there is no crowd, but a few pretty, well-dressed women from the Rue Montmartre, the Rue du Mail, and the Place de la Victoire saunter along in search of cheap and effective bonnets, which, with a little taste and knowledge, and a character firm enough not to be persuaded or deluded into eccentricities by garrulous milliners, may be had for 1/4 of the price of those from the Rue de la Paix and such places. Of course, here are the inevitable English, finding fault with everything, yet buying everything, thinking the people fools for selling their goods so cheap, yet beating them down because they are afraid of being done by the Frenchmen, wondering if they will find anything to eat, wanting ices when other people take soup, abusing the claret because it is not port, and altogether conducting themselves in a way they would not dare to dream of in their own country. But what does it matter? Anything may be done in Paris. At least, so they think. Now, by the Rue de Valois, it is 1 o'clock, there comes along the gallery a whole party of ladies and gentlemen, all perfectly well dressed and well bred, though they do talk a little louder, and laugh a little more, perhaps, than it is quite comme il faut. As they pass, every one looks round at them with a good-humoured smile. The waiters within the cafés rush to the door to see them pass, and the waiters in the gardens bridle up and give an extra dusting to the tables, as if to induce them to stop. The old officers, all moustache and decorations, salute the ladies, and after watching them till they are out of sight, sit down and begin to recall the bygone and glorious days of some of the party, beginning generally with, "Ah, monsieur, cette Jazette est-elle étonnante!" For the party we have seen pass before us consisted of the troupe of the laughter-loving theatre, the Théâtre du Palais Royal. That lady who was first, enveloped in a black lace scarf, which she wears with Parisian coquetry and Andalusian grace, her step so elastic that the very stones seem to bound beneath her tiny foot and arched instep, that lady whose beaming eyes almost made you forget her gentle smile and her pearly teeth, that is the celebrated Mademoiselle Jazette, celebrated, too, for a far longer time than you would deem possible. For 20 years? More? 30? Still more. Let me whisper it before she is quite out of sight. For 50 years! But then she began her career and her celebrity together at the age of 10 years. She has maintained it ever since, without any exceptions. Go and see her to night. You will see her play Richelieu, the Duke, not the Cardinal, when he was a cornet in the King's Guard, and got into all sorts of scrapes. See her enact Louis XV. at 16, or Béranger's Frétillon, or the Douairière, an old woman of 90. Success has left her free from envy. Riches have not hardened her heart. Errors she has had. Several have been called her lovers. Be that as it may, those thus designated have all remained her friends, and gather round her with affectionate solicitude and esteem. How many young artists has she encouraged and brought forward? How many aged and infirm artists does she support in secret? How cheerful and unostentatious is her manner! How witty her conversation! Truly, as our officers say, Desjazette is a wonderful woman. Rarely do this troupe, coming from rehearsal, pass along the galleries without pausing at some of the restaurateurs or the cafés, where, if there is anything choice, or hotter, or colder, or fresher, than all the other things, it is for Mademoiselle Virginie Desjazette. Cette bonne Desjazette, as all, from the dame de comptoir to the little Marmiton, who runs with the saucepans after the chef, or chief cook, exclaim every time she comes within their doors. At the other end of the Palais Royal, almost at the same hour, has terminated the rehearsal at the Théâtre Français. But the imperial Rachel, the refined Madeleine Brohan, would not condescend to tread the arcades of the Palais Royal. Their carriages have taken them up the Rue Richelieu, and the actors and admirers stand still, hat in hand, gaping after the tragic and the comic muse, and listening to their retreating carriage wheels. Our Palais Royal keeps on the even tenor of its way for some hours, until between 4 and 5. Then its garden is entirely deserted, waiters and all. The trees and tables have it all to themselves. The galleries begin to fill. Here is a bourgeoise mamma, holding her little impatient son by the hand, walking slowly along to meet papa, who is coming from his office, and has promised them both a treat. Here he is. The boy is off. The mamma has only blushed and smiled, but has not quickened her pace. Now they are together. What is to be their first move? Ask the boy. He leads, or rather pulls them to where a charming, well-conducted wax facsimile of himself stands, most elaborately dressed, at the door of a warehouse of ready-made boys' clothes. In they plunge, the boy holding his breath, the mamma delighted, the papa bewildered. The boy wants a fancy hussar uniform, which would give him a resemblance to Puss in Boots. The mamma lingers over velvet tunics and fancy caps. But a quiet and gentle "Et non, mon ami," calms her down, and brings her to something more suited to their purse and station. Now to dine. Mamma leaves that entirely to papa. He takes them up the clean though narrow stairs between two shops, and they emerge into a splendid saloon, all chandeliers, painting and gilding, with innumerable small tables, varying to large and largest, according to the party. Having secured a table near the open window, overlooking the garden, they all sit down to a dinner at 40 sous, 2 francs a head, for which they will have soup, 3 plats, 3 dishes, and 2 kinds of dessert, each together with a bottle of wine, and as much bread, no inconsiderable quantity, as they can eat. The boy is so awed into silence by the lights, the bustle, and the strange faces, that he remains perfectly quiet. Mamma takes off her mantilla, and folds it up, not having the art of the class above her, of throwing it off so as to add a grace to her attitude without injuring its folds. She also takes off her bonnet, and papa hangs it up on a peg, looking at himself in the long mirror as he does it, and passing his fingers becomingly through his hair. After dinner they will proceed to the Théâtre du Palais Royal, to see our Desjazette play the pieces she had been rehearsing when we saw her in the morning. This little family treat takes place once or more a year, amongst the happy ménages of the bourgeoisie. Meantime our galleries below have been suddenly filled to suffocation, all, however, intent on the same thought, dinner, dinner, whether at 40 sous or 40 francs a head. Here comes a party of English. Scrupulously dressed are all the mammas and daughters, and fastidiously diplomatic is our papa. The whole party are under guidance of some fast cousin, who has resided for many years in Paris, and who knows its ins and outs as well as we do, and some ins and outs which we do not. He is correspondent to some English newspaper, or attaché to some banking house; but for this evening, and for many more to come, he intends that his newly arrived cousin shall be his banker, and re-establish his credit in all the restaurateurs in Paris. To day it is the Trois Frères, and if papa should stare a little at the sum total of francs, why his cicerone will immediately turn it into guineas, and compare it to what such a dinner would cost at the Clarendon, and papa feels he has enjoyed the first-rate thing dirt cheap, never reflecting that he never in his life should have thought of dining at the Clarendon, and certainly perfectly unconscious of having insured his cousin's dinners for the next 3 months. Another survey of the galleries. Here is one of the élégants of the Boulevard des Italiens. How has he wandered from the Café de Paris, and come to the Palais Royal to dine at Véry's or Véfour's, great celebrities still, but frequented more by provincials and foreigners and the bourgeois from the Marais, on extravagant thoughts intent, than by the fastidious aristocracy of fashion. The reason of finding him here is that he is not alone. On his arm there is a lady. Her dress is simple and unobtrusive, and her thickly embroidered veil is down. We will not raise it. But there is no indiscretion in following them with our eyes, up the private entrance to the Frères Provençaux, where, at a well-known signal, the garçon will show them into a cabinet particulier, the prettiest little boudoir imaginable, where we will leave them to choose and order their dinner. After dinner, a loge grillée, that is, having a screen of gilded trellis work, will receive them at one of the minor theatres, where they can see without being seen, and converse without being overheard. During the run of some favourite piece of Dejazet, at the Palais Royal, carriages with armorial bearings may be seen driving to the principal entrance from the Rue St. Honoré, and some well-known grande dame, with her husband and a party of friends, will step from them into the populous galleries. The ladies look about them with childish glee. It is a novel frolic for them, and before going to dinner they have determined on making the tour of the place. Their manner is perfectly tranquil and reserved, but they enjoy with a mixture of wonder and delight the novel scene before them. Scenes of splendour and magnificence make no impression upon them; to these they have been accustomed from childhood. Scenes of suffering and misery they daily visit; sorrow they know how to console; sickness they know how to tend; crime, vice, nor poverty are nothing new to them. Their mornings are often passed in the midst of all these, and with patience, mildness, and judicious charity they have reformed, relieved, and comforted many. Numerous are the hearts full of gratitude to them; many are the prayers which nightly breathe their names. The garret and the hovel are alike familiar to them; but the riotous, populous, pushing, laughing, eager, eccentric crowd in which they now are, is a novelty and enjoyment they have not yet dreamed of. How they admire the heartiness, the laisser aller, of those around them! How they wonder at the extraordinary and wonderful combinations of taste and colour in the shop windows! How they linger and look at the family parties, with honesty and content on their faces, so eagerly trying not to lose one instant of the enjoyments of the Palais Royal, still to them the representation of luxury and fashion. At length they too enter the Frères Provençaux. The ladies cast a lingering, longing look at the public rooms, but the sedate husbands resist their pleading glances; and in one of the small private rooms upstairs, the whole party seat themselves at a round table, which, however, is drawn to the window, in order not to lose the popular physiognomy of the place. We will continue our lounge a little longer, stopping at the shops which, above all others, are decked out meretriciously to attack the unwary. Here is one, whose windows are literally crammed with ribbons of colour, for orders and decorations of every country. Beneath are stars and crosses to match. Here you can get made at the shortest possible notice any order you may fancy, any combination you may compose. They will ask for no diploma here, and will show you how to wear it, when to wear the cross, when the ribbon, as gravely as though the order were the most respected and respectable reward of merit ever created. Do not, however, let this encourage you to expect to wear your order with impunity in the streets of Paris. The Parisian police are as well acquainted with every combination of colour as they are with everything else, and will ask you for your diploma, or arrest you on suspicion of carrying on some conspiracy by means of false signals. Here is a shop window with nothing in it but boxes of gloves, and a few, very few, cravats. Little enough to tempt the customers. Yes, but more goods in the shop window would hide the shop women within, who evade all police regulations, by means of a cravat and a pair of gloves. Here is a money changer. Securely is he protected from danger by an iron wire screen, which runs entirely across the shop in front of the counter. There, encaged like some wild animal, he stands, doling out through little gratings the change, minus his percentage, to all who have any money to bring, either foreign or curious old coins, or drafts with good endorsers, the only money he will not take at any discount whatever, being the paper money of the United States. His den has nothing attractive in it, yet without are eager eyes staring at the heaps of gold pieces, the piles of silver 5-franc pieces, the notes, the silver and gold bullion, thrown carelessly on the dark cloth-covered board. However ignorant the crowd, however honest, however self-denying, none pass without casting a look and breathing a sigh to this god of the 19th century, without which virtue, intellect, genius, beauty, love, and friendship are not only given in vain, but are made each and all the mediums of suffering and despair. But we have money in our pockets. Let us pass on. We want not these gossamer fabrics called bonnets. We want not any embellishment for our olive branches, such as are to be found here, from the fair cradle robe to the fanciful garment allowed to boyhood. Now, if you want coat, waistcoat, or trousers, here are enough to replenish the wardrobe of the army of the Crimea. And then, such dressing gowns! They quite take away one's breath to look at them. Red and gold brocade, with golden cables, big as the ropes of Cleopatra's gilded barge. Green and gold, lined with white satin. Sombre black velvet, made to look Palais Royalish by intricate coloured and silver embroideries. Who wears these dressing gowns? Actors, unsuccessful ones, who mistook good looks for talents, and rail forever at the bad taste of the world, hairdressers, who have discovered some wondrous hair dye upon which they give fashionable consultations, dentists, who fill your teeth with California pure gold, as difficult to extract from your lacerated gums as the original metal from the original mines, young officers in Her Majesty Queen Victoria's Life Guards, who dawdle over their breakfasts, dressed all to their coats, in these monstrous productions of false taste and vulgarism, fancying they have quite l'air parisien. Here at last we will stop, here before this large plate glass window. Here is a white immaculate marble slab. In the centre lies a glorious lobster, who looks as though his last effort has been to lie down amidst the fresh and verdant salad for which he was destined. Near him are a whole colony of plump ortolans, lying like tiny warriors taking their rest, with their larded cloaks around them. A pâté de foie gras sits ponderously on a silver dish, whilst one of Périgord, cut in half, winks its black truffle eyes at you with a look of invitation. Crawfish stick out in prickly pyramids. Peaches blush and bloom amid large vine leaves. Smelts, finely breaded, solicit the frying pan. Green peas ogle the finely stuffed ducks, and the majestic turkey, stuffed to obesity with truffles, Brillat Savarin says you should always eat in tête-à-tête, that is, with the turkey and yourself, is enthroned in the midst. Hungry boys are sniffing the savoury fumes of the kitchen, giving relish to their dry bread with the various sauces which in turn ascend to their olfactory nerves. Shall we go in and taste the reality? A visionary dinner is meagre fare. So now for Véfours, for it is before Véfours we have stopped. Then we will take our café at the Café Foy, with a tiny glass of cognac, and you will be fit for either Rachel or Desjazette, both of whom are within your reach. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Margueritte. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Pont Neuf, the Morgue, and Notre Dame. The oldest bridge in Paris bears the title of Pont Neuf, or the New Bridge. Besides being the oldest, this bridge is the most frequented of all those across the Seine. All the business portion of the Faubourg St. Germain come over this bridge. All the lawyers, all the judges go over it, as it leads not only to the Rue Dauphine, the great bustling commercial street of the aristocratic Faubourg, but to the Ile Saint-Louis, where is the Palais de Justice, comfortably and appropriately situated amidst the habitations of those from whom its criminal courts are recruited. To the Morgue, where often those are found dead and stark, who have chosen rather to do justice on themselves than to trust to the uncertain justice of man. Then beyond, rises the Cathedral of Notre Dame, where justice, tempered by holy mercy, bids alike the sinners and the sinned against, to look beyond this wild delirium called life, for joy in peace and holy love. But besides the bustle and business of others, our Pont Neuf has a great bustle and much private business of its own, resembling in this respect the bridges of Venice, where so much traffic is carried on. Indeed, the architecture of this bridge bears evidences of the Italian Medicean era in France. It was intended for a bazaar, and has, at regular intervals, large stone-covered recesses, admirably adapted for shops, as on the Rialto at Venice. But here the resemblance ends, for no rich coin, or lace, or jewels does our Pont Neuf produce. Her trades are humble, far more noisy, and address themselves to the tastes of all. Here in this first shop, what a savoury smell! If you can get near enough, you will see the laboratory whence it proceeds. Though it is not necessary, for the motley group which prevents your nearer approach have each a neat little paper bag in hand, whence is produced the hottest, thinnest, and crispest slice of fried potato ever fried, or eaten, so thin, so evenly cut, so delicately brown, yet without one trace or taste of grease. The very paper which contains this delicate produce has not even a stain upon it. The printer's devil, with copy in hand and paper cap on his head, lets the press and printer wait, whilst he swallows his 2 sous de pommes de terre frites. Here is a little errand boy, sent from a lawyer's office to bring a plentiful supply of the crisp creatures to the lazy clerks. N.B. The courts are sitting, and the avocat is in court. The rapin, or artist's assistant, is here hurriedly sent from the studio in his linen blouse, upon which brushes of every colour have been wiped. He, knowing that patience does not rank amongst the artistic virtues, has hastily snatched an ancient helmet from the lay figure, and now bears it triumphantly back, filled with fried potatoes, hoping he may get in time for a glass of wine, which suggested the potatoes. Though, if the way were long, it is probable that the helmet would be as empty as he fears to find the bottles, so many does he taste as he goes along. The student from the École des Beaux-Arts makes his luncheon off potatoes; and difficult it is for dignity to resist buying a sou's worth from the clean, portly woman who, leaning over her charcoal furnaces, watching and alternately shaking, turning and filling a whole row of frying pans, shouts continually, "Pommes de terre frites! Allons, messieurs et mesdames! Voilà, toutes chaudes, toutes chaudes, toutes chaudes!" her voice performing astounding trills as she shakes and turns her hissing pans. A little further on, in another stone shop, is a curious establishment, being that of a dog barber, a trade entirely peculiar to Paris and poodles. This species of the canine race, much beloved by ladies and blind fiddlers, appears to have been sent into the world with woolly coats on purpose that they should be shaved. They are all brought to these professors, whose trade is designated by the following inscription: "Au chien savant," having a portrait of some canine worthy, sitting, on his hind legs, gravely holding a newspaper in his front paws. Underneath is written, "Ici on rase les chiens, et on les tond à la dernière mode." Here dogs are shaven and clipped in the latest fashion. Accordingly, looking forth with wistful and astonished faces, sit a quantity of poodles, with clean or dirty coats, some with collars, some with ribbons, round their necks, waiting to be shaved and shorn, à la dernière mode, whilst between his knees the distinguished proprietor holds a resigned and frightened specimen of the breed, whose pink skin quivers convulsively at every approach of the cold steel. Before them, watching their proceedings, her hands plunged in the pockets of her white apron, her black hair shining beneath her plaited cambric cap, her eyes looking all ways at once, though apparently intent only on the dog and the dog-man, stands the bonne, most glibly relating the prowess and intelligence of le chien de madame, the victim now undergoing his toilette. Another shop displays old books and dusty old engravings, over both of which it is so tempting to look, losing one's time, and soiling one's gloves, and getting into some controversy, which, when you want to conclude, you find the last volume to be wanting. Apples, oranges, grapes, peaches, when they are in season, eggs, cakes, lemonade, gaufres, all hot and powdered with white sugar, matches, watch chains, flowers, magic paint extractors, wonderful blacking, soaps for taking out stains, tried on the jackets of unwary little boys, each, all, and everything is to be found on the Pont Neuf, in the midst of an ever-changing crowd, of lawyers, students, soldiers, washerwomen, omnibuses, fiacres, citadines, drays, carriages, and gendarmes. But we will go no further over this bridge than to where the statue of Henry IV. Stands on his bronze horse overlooking the Seine. Here we diverge to the left, and find ourselves in the ancient Cité of Paris, the Île Saint-Louis. Here we will pass by the Place Dauphine, the Palais de Justice, the Sainte-Chapelle, a Gothic construction just brought to light by recent demolitions, and proceed towards Notre Dame, whose 2 square towers have been our horizon for some time. Paris, seen from the Seine, is perhaps one of the most picturesque cities in the world. Its numerous monuments that are accumulated by the quays, the meanderings and capricious turnings of the river, the numerous bridges which cross it, all combine to produce an artistic effect, never better seen than from the part which is called La Cité, or the Old Paris. But if the capital is seen to advantage, the Parisian people here lose much of the neat, happy, gay look we have traced through all the various grades in the other modern portions of the city. Poverty is apparent, with its attendant misery and dirt. It scowls at all. It sits doggedly at the doors of its wretched, broken-down home. It is not resigned and humble poverty, but bold and defiant, ready to become crime. Suffering has engendered hate for mankind, and a savage nature impels towards brutality and evil. The very crimes themselves are a gratification to these perverted beings, rather than the results to be obtained by them. Numerous ragged and half-naked children, with uncombed hair, clatter by you in wooden sabots, looking wistfully at you, and by their eager glance soliciting the charity they dare not ask. The men, in torn and dirty blouses, with short pipes in their mouths and coloured cotton nightcaps on their heads, stand in groups at the corners of dark, damp alleys, into which the sun has never penetrated, and glower at you, throwing a curse after you, as though your clean and neat appearance were an insult to them. There are said to be in Paris 30,000 people who dare not show themselves by daylight, for fear of the police. Criminals who have escaped from prison, or escaped from trial at all, thieves, pickpockets, housebreakers, et tutti quanti. If the police were inclined to search for them, it is here they would find them in dens, by the side of which the clean and well-ordered cells of a French prison would appear like a palace, but which are still preferred to them, with all their terrible discomforts: cold, perpetual dampness, a total absence of sunlight, and a stench impossible to describe. This is the portion of Paris in which Eugène Sue laid the scene of his Mystère de Paris. Here are to be found the Rue aux Ours, the Rue aux Fèves, and numerous tapis francs. But they are no longer to be found as he described them; for Eugène Sue's work achieved one good end, however critics may rail at its bold and highly wrought pictures. After reading the work, Louis Philippe ordered an investigation to be made into the state of this portion of his capital. The report was such as to confirm Eugène Sue's description, and immediately these streets were demolished, the houses razed to the ground, and new and handsome buildings erected in their places. This has done more to ameliorate the morals of the degraded inhabitants than any stringent laws or punishments could ever have achieved. Men are rendered desperate by privations and suffering, till a feeling of injustice takes possession of their hearts as they see the prosperous and rich in the enjoyment of all from which they are excluded. Not one helping hand is extended towards them, every eye is turned from them, employment even they cannot find, their children are hooted from the schools because of their ragged appearance. Gradually a deep hate takes possession of their souls, and society, ruthless, selfish, and heedless, has made enemies who will pitilessly work against it while they destroy themselves. A kind word has turned many a heart, a smile instead of a frown has often stayed the hand of crime. Let those think of this on whom fortune smiles, those whose riches lead them into luxury and vain expenses. All sent into the world have a natural right to the necessaries of life, to remuneration for the work of their hands which shall give them food, raiment, and a home, which shall permit them to enjoy those natural ties and affections, which poverty and misfortune now turn to gall and bitterness. If society deny this to the far greater portion of their fellow creatures, there will come a time when they will rise and take it, destroying all before them, mingling in anarchy and ruin both their enemies and themselves. When riches harden the heart, riches should be taken away, for such was not intended of God. He has endowed all with the same faculties of suffering and enjoyment, he has distributed his gifts on all. Beauty, intellect, strength he has not assigned to one class. His bright sun shines for all. Therefore, should there not be any class destined exclusively to enjoyment, or exclusively to misery? The miser's treasure should be unlocked, the capitalist's gold, ever accumulating, whilst thousands are starving beside it, should be administered to all. Nor should luxury parade the street in ever-changing silken garments when there are mothers who have naught to warm their shivering babes but the heat of their maternal bosom, as tremblingly they clasp them to it, whilst the hot tears fall upon their thin pale faces. This brings us to a low grey stone building, before which there is a sentinel, as there is everywhere in France. Men and women are coming in and out, mostly belonging to the lower classes, and it seems a favourite resort of children, for they are running in and out perpetually, some laughing, some wondering, some whispering their comrades and re-entering the place, and yet this is a strange place for childhood. This is the Morgue. The Morgue, the last refuge of crime, misery, passion and delusion. Here, though there are many heedlessly gazing at cold and disfigured corpses around them, there are many grave and solemn. And some hurry on from one to the other, clasping the railing with convulsive grasp and looking with an anxious, feverish glance, dreading to see the familiar form now missing from his home. But no, the hands unclasp, the tears comes to the burning lid, and with a deep gasp of relief the searcher turns away. There is hope still, the loved and lost one is not here. On stone tables are the bodies laid, a cool fountain of water flowing over them, their clothes suspended above them, that all may recognize if any search for them. A railing divides the public from this place, where the bodies are exposed for 3 days. Were not suicide, madness, or a profound disdain for the world and its praise or blame, this horrible coarse exposure of the bodies stripped of all raiment, to the eyes, nay, often to the jeers, of an unfeeling, unthinking crowd, the Morgue should have stayed many a rash hand. But madness cannot reason, and despair cares not, therefore is the Morgue rarely without tenants. Here is a corpse before whom all are hushed and silent, and the unbidden tear obscures the eye of the most dogged and indifferent. It is the corpse of a little child, so round, so fair, so fresh it looks. See, in the long matted tresses of its flaxen hair is still tangled a crown of daisies, which, sitting by some stream, the happy heedless child had woven. The waters have washed away most of the flowers, but the ringlets are so entwined within the stems and leaves that they still bind the fair cold brow, as when it was warm and bright. Its little hand, too, convulsively closed, has some faded flowers and weeds within its grasp. A smile is on his lips, his sleep is dreamless, or he would not smile, for in his home there watches and weeps, pacing in agony the familiar rooms where the tiny footsteps used to echo and the silvery voice resound, the mother who still hopes the darling will return. His father now seeks him through the woods, through the garden, tremblingly too, by the brink of the stream in which he scarce dares to look. But all is vain, sorrowful and heart-broken, he returns to his home. With eager step the mother rushes to meet him. She speaks not, but her eyes interrogate him. He answers not, but sadly turns away. Then burying her face in her hands, the wretched mother sobs in agony. Lost, lost is the joy of the past, the hope of the future. The child whose head was pillowed on the soft bosom of its mother, now lies upon a cold hard stone, the boy so shielded from the breath of heaven is now the gaze of all. One heedless moment, one false step, as eagerly he bent to catch the waving flowers, and he is gone, gone from the earth that has been a paradise to him, to be for ever one of God's angels. But they who were thy parents here on earth mourn thee. They shall mourn thee through their long and weary lives. Other children may rise up around them, lovely and fair as this child. But he, the first, the lost, will cling to their memories forever. And as they watch the gambols of those who call them by the names he was the first to give them, the tears will dim their eyes, and clasping each other's hands, they to each other will falter forth his name. Next to this sleeping angel lies one who has defiance on his brow. His lip is rigid. Death has forever there fixed the expression of scorn with which he died. This man's short but powerful frame denotes the prime of life. Now the strong arms made to battle with the toils of life lie in all their muscular force, helplessly forever, beside him. What has life been to him? A fierce struggle with his own passions, a contest with the prejudices of society, a revolt against its institutions. These have led on to crime. For this crime, society first avenged itself by the indelible mark of its own decrees, and his punishment. Seen on the shoulders are the fatal letters T.F., Travaux forcés, engraven in fire, indelible, eternal, forever excluding him from return to milder paths of life. And when the offence for which society branded him is expiated by submission to its sentence, drives him to despair, and once again to crime, which society has now made his destiny forever. But in that heart, so seared and so corrupted, so goaded on to desperate deeds, there was, as in all human hearts, some vestige still of its divine origin. Remember, once this fierce man of guilt had been as this little child, who calmly rests beside him. He had been pressed to a mother's bosom. He had slept in innocence and dreamed of heaven. Such memories would return amidst the reckless crew in which he lived. Then, with some desperate effort, he would strive to return to honesty and labour, even though years of toil and probation should be the condition of his redemption. But again the ruthless world forever turned him back into that earthly pandemonium from which he thirsted to escape, till, gradually, he came to scoff and hate the very names that lingered still in his heart. Urged on to fresh crime, desperate, disbelieving, maddened, hunted from place to place, he foiled at last the emissaries of human justice, by that wound which is now but a dull purple spot, just over the heart. He is gone to the tribunal of heaven, where justice is divine and therefore merciful. On earth man feels guilt rankling in his own heart and dare not pardon. And for his uncommitted but not unmeditated offences, he offers up in expiation the criminal as an atonement for them both. Move on. Here, in this thin emaciated form, we read the history so common that it almost ceases to interest the multitude. As they gaze on the sunken face and poor thin hands, glancing at the rags that hang above the corpse, they coldly murmur, "Poverty," and pass on. Yes, she died from want and poverty in the very streets of Paris. Oh, take her away, hide her forever from the world, where she had no place. None will ever claim her; for if there is a heart to mourn her, if some sister or mother remember the once hopeful girl of brighter days, they will not claim her now. With stealthy steps and weeping eyes, they may come to look their last upon that shrunken form, but they will not claim her, never fear, for they are too poor to bury her. When she lived, her mother could not find food to sustain the life she gave. She cannot now wring from her labours enough to consign the body to the earth. Take her away, hide her forever from the light. Lay her beside thousands that, wretched as she, have gone before. Lay her where thousands more, wretched as she, will come to take their places. Lay her in the universal oblivion of the fosse commune. At last she has wrested something from the pity and charity of the world, a coffin and 5 feet of earth. But the heart has been torn enough with agony and pity, with deep regrets for the profound helplessness to relieve or to reform. Come, with these thoughts around us, come to the Holy Church, whose ever open doors receive alike sin, shame, and sorrow. Come up these well-worn steps. Do not pause to look now upon the wonders of these porticos, or the proportion of these towers. We are in no humour now for the discussion of art. Let us enter. As we cross the threshold, the long and lofty aisles, the mellowed light through painted windows, the vastness, the silence, the solitude, for it is not the hour of solemn service, steal over our oppressed hearts, and calm all bitterness and hate. In the turmoil of busy life, for all but a fever, differing only in the nature of its delirium, these holy temples are the oases of repose and rest. Here we think not, nor care not for the dogma which raised and dedicated its walls. We come for holy thoughts. We come to calm all bitterness of spirit, all disappointment, all sorrow. Now at this hour, it draws towards evening, there are no priests, no lighted altars, no smoking incense. This grand and solemn church belongs not to man or priest. God alone dwells here. With Him alone does the troubled weary heart commune. There, on her knees on the cold stones, her head buried in her hands, sits a woman, whose long mourning garments tell her sorrows. Oh, she has not wept freely till now. In her home, the one she mourns is forgotten. Her sorrow is importunate. She must hide her tears. But here she brings them, to one who has read them in her heart. Now her sobs grow fainter. Her tears fall not so fast. Peace gathers round her, and hope, as she lifts her eyes to heaven, and murmurs the name of him she weeps. Sturdy men, wrestling with the world, come, if but a few moments, and stand under the healing influence of these aisles. They have gained fresh strength. They go forth to the busy world again, knowing that rest will come. Crime is in safety here, and breeds remorse. Poverty finds resignation. Love finds hope. Sorrow, consolation. Here the world lessens. Its toil, its struggle, its privations, and its ruthless injustice lose their power. They are but evanescent trials. This world is but the purgatory of another. The reward is at hand. Let us not faint nor weary, nor, above all, look with dread towards death. Death brings the reward of all, the end of all, rest and oblivion from all that now rends the heart. Beyond is peace and calm, and eternal love, with those who have suffered and wept with us here. So shall it be. We want no dogma, no priest, to tell us of a future state. God Himself speaks to us here, and as each idol fades from our view, there stands revealed a spirit land of peace and beauty, above all toil and woe. With gentler feelings you, whose life has been all holiday, look around this edifice connected with all the great names and deeds of France's history. But amidst all the gorgeous pageantry your memory will evoke, no vision will dwell on your mind but that of the Colossus who bestrides 2 centuries, the brilliant meteor of our age, Napoleon Bonaparte. Fill these aisles with all that is noble, lovely, and great, with all the splendor of military trophies, with the treasures of many kingdoms, with the beauty of many lands. Let the organs peal forth triumphal sounds. Let suddenly that high altar burn with 1,000 lights, and on the velvet-colored steps, crowned with the imperial diadem, he has let no hand but his own, the hand that won it, place upon his brow, stands the hero of the age. At his feet kneels Josephine, she who gave him the command of Italy, and the last sighs of her life. Around are kings, princes, and potentates, most of whom had won those proud titles by deeds of glory and valor. Here, too, are Hortense, the mother of a future emperor, Caroline Elise, Pauline, the beautiful Pauline, Laure d'Abrantes, the wife of Junot, Napoleon's faithful friend through all. There kneels the mother of the emperor, recalling, perhaps, in that proud moment, the infant and childish days of him she now calls son. But the vision fades. The sweeping billows of the sea have swept over all this pageant, leaving but a desolate rock behind. Yet, listen! The organs begin to sound, but no burst of triumph peals from aloft, softly and sweetly, full, yet low. Now tender and pure voices chime in, with slow, soft chaunt. Those youthful voices, in which there is no passion, yet which from their silvery purity send a thrill through the veins. Now from behind the altar comes a long procession, as if of white spirits visiting these sacred aisles. Long torches they bear in hand, and aloft, by young fair hands, is borne the blue banner of the Virgin. Her canticles they now are singing, as solemnly and with unechoing step they advance. It is the Confrérie de la Vierge. an association composed of young girls who have held their first communion, and who have especially dedicated themselves to the service of the Virgin Mary. Every evening they meet in the sacristie, or vestry, where they instruct younger and poorer girls. And twice a week, dressed in white, as you see them, they sing the praises of their patroness with these sweet and thrilling hymns. If it is an illusion, if they have, from their imagination and a harsh, cold creed, evoked this one bright emanation, oh, wake them not from these fair dreams! Dispel not this first illusion. Let them raise their earnest, calm blue eyes to heaven. Destroy not their first belief. Their youthful tones, so full of faith, soothe the harassed souls of those who have learned to disbelieve; and as they pass along, sorrow, crime, and pain feel as though ministering angels were around, promising consolation, pardon, and rest. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Editorial Sanctum. There are fewer newspapers in Paris than in the country of newspapers par excellence, your own America, or rather United States. They are, as you know, under somewhat strict control. Yet in France the press has more influence, more importance than anywhere else, and the members of the press are more respected, more thought of, than in almost any other country. After all, there are but 3 countries that can be said to have a newspaper press: England, where the liberty of the press prevails, but where the writers of the most influential articles, the political and financial, are anonymous, studiously refraining from openly exercising the power their pen might give them. France, where, from the time newspapers first appeared, articles of criticism, philosophy, and art, written in a brilliant style, have been the important articles with the public, requiring their authors to be at once scholars, authors, wits, artists, and men of the world. The United States. But we have nothing to do with the 3rd newspaper country of the world, and refrain from characterizing how much or how little is here required to aspire to the title of the editor. As to the newspapers in the rest of Europe, they are nothing. In Italy, every newspaper office is but another name for a police office. In Germany, we have rhapsodies and sentimental tales printed in illegible type, on abominable paper, with an occasional blood and thunder article from some wild, long-bearded student, which, instead of rousing the Republicans to arms, quietly ensconces him in a prison. In Spain, the papers are edited by the priests and the Queen's favorites. In Russia, the Czar, that sovereign of all work, edits his own newspapers. Therefore, in all these countries, newspaperdom cannot be said to exist. After all, it is in Paris that this department of intellectual labor is invested with dignity, refinement, and a regular organization. An editor's office in Paris is a charming sanctum, a library, to the embellishment of which every artist, profession, author, or trade has contributed. The editor's office, par excellence, is generally the very last of a whole suite of rooms through which you may wander at will, if you once get an introduction. But before this door, the words "Ici on n'entre pas" will arrest the most daring, even the employés of the establishment. The very sub-editors themselves venture not to disobey this command, but discreetly knock and wait for the gracious entrée which admits them. We, however, have gone rather too precipitately to this haven of journalism. We will retrace our steps to the very entrance door, where under the words "Bureau du" are most politely inscribed, "Tournez le bouton, s'il vous plaît," being a command, such as Red Riding Hood's supposed grandmother gave when she admitted her to be made mincemeat of, a process familiar to journalists as well as wolves. Well, having lifted the latch, you enter into a sort of narrow ante-room, across which is a wire grating. This precaution is necessary when minds and politics get excited and a journal becomes personified, consequently protected by one party and liable to attack from the other. Bakers, money changers, and newspapers are the 3 callings most liable to assault, representing the 3 necessities of the people. If you come to subscribe for the paper, a commis, generally an old man, fully persuaded of his own importance, takes your money and your name, both of which he conveys to a silent and spruce young gentleman, seated at a desk surrounded by letters, large books, and papers. In a few moments he brings you a receipt, hands it to you with a bow and a condescending "Merci, monsieur," and you have nothing more to do than to reopen the door through which you entered, and forthwith depart. This is all you will see of the Bureau du . But if you can pronounce in an insinuating voice the name of Monsieur Anybody who belongs to the paper, the majestic salesman will, with a grim smile, your importance in his eyes being much enhanced, open a concealed door behind him, and, pointing to a breach in his own fortification, will admit you into the laboratory of words and ideas. The first room in which you find yourself is nothing more than a great emporium of the files of the Journal. Still on, through another door, whence proceeds sound of voices and of laughter, and you find yourself in a large room, in an atmosphere of smoke, and are welcomed by a loud huzza. The room has a highly polished floor, somewhat strewed with papers and scraps. In the centre is a large table, perfectly hidden under a mass of engravings, books, boxes, pistols, statuettes, bottles, soaps, umbrellas, coats, pictures, patent medicines, in fact, everything that can be imagined or not imagined. You have but to name some new invention, be sure that it will be disinterred from the chaos of the centre table. 4 or 5 young men in elegant morning costume are lounging about the room, and all are smoking. Every possible device for sitting comfortably has been accumulated in this room. There is no symmetry in the furniture, either in form or colour. Green, blue, red, brocade, brocatelle, velvet, leather, morocco, cloth, the style of the 3 Louis, 13th, 14th, and 15th, down to the invention of modern days, low, soft, elastic, and stuffed on all sides, and called ganache. Now your own particular friend is the scissors editor; though from the moment you are the friend of one of the fraternity, the others are your sworn friends also. He lies at full length on a sky blue brocatelle and gold sofa, sent there to exhibit some peculiar mechanism in the casters, one of the great ornaments of the workshop. The scissors editor is a pale, sentimental, pretty-looking young fellow, shrewd at appreciating other people's ideas, but incapable of originating one himself. He has, besides, delicate health, and loves to take care of himself and to make himself be petted by others. Here he lies. By his side is a pyramid of papers. In his right hand, so delicate and white, he holds a formidable pair of scissors. In his left a column, already severed from its parent edifice. At the bottom of the sofa stands a printer's devil, his bright eyes actually flashing with impatience. He holds a box of waters and a bundle of cigarettes, which the young editor alternately calls for. He welcomes us with a nod, and then sinks back again on his velvet cushions. 2 young men, walking arm in arm up and down the room, with their hats on and smoking as though they were in the streets, immediately advance to meet us, and offering us a cigar, continue their conversation, making us one of their party. At a small table by the window sits another young man, but he is busily writing, though often pausing and often erasing. He is the political editor. His task is no sinecure. Every word must now be weighed, yet everything must be told. No wonder he often bites the top of his pen, and gazes at the dull courtyard without. All at once the door opens, and a lady enters. She is neither young nor pretty, and certainly not rich, for her dress is long out of date. Yet our 2 companions doff their hats and salute her, and our scissors friend puts his legs off the sofa. "The editor," says the lady. But the editor is not to be seen by every one. The lady is shown into an inner room, where obedient waits a plausible secretary, whose business is to politely receive, deceive, and politely get rid of all the bores who come with the insane intention of seeing Monsieur le Rédacteur en Chef. Now our 2 friends in the idlest of the party are, however, the most important in the journal. One is the writer of the Faits Paris, or local city items, with strict injunction to embellish, and with full prerogative to invent; the other is the feuilletoniste. It requires to be more than a man of genius to be a feuilletoniste, because, besides requiring genius, it requires many of those qualities which genius does not possess. versatility, wit, tact, a brilliant style, a universal knowledge of men and things, judgment, discretion, and conscience, are amongst the few things required by this rara avis, peculiarly French, and peculiarly the invention of modern times. Jeunesse is the father of this troupe, the one most generally known. His Monday articles in the Journal des Débats (he writes but once a week) have for many years ruled with a despotic sway the artistic opinions of Paris and of the civilized world. Alphonse Karr, the wittiest of all the feuilletonists, Théophile Gautier, the most original, Madame de Girardin, the most refined, Fiorentino, the youngest, an Italian by birth, but who writes heaven and the printers know how many languages, as well as his own, are the most distinguished of the department. Berlioz the composer has recently taken to write general feuilletons. They have the defect that all the ideas seem set to music, and harp but one string. Dumas was born a writer of feuilletons. Any chapter of his works that are not historical might serve for a feuilleton. His sprightly epigrammatic and analytical articles in his journal Le Mousquetaire show that his true vocation was that of a journalist. There are many great wrights who are perfectly incapable of writing a feuilleton. Madame Sand, for instance, though as graceful as she is profound, could never concentrate her genius within the limits of a feuilleton. Neither could Balzac nor Sue. Alfred de Musset might have been one of the most distinguished in this line, but he could never have been brought to write either at the right time or the right quantity, if indeed he could be induced to write at all. Such is his incorrigible idleness. The feuilleton is not generally written at the office; but many of the materials are collected there during the never-ending levée which this agreeable, gossiping, idling, literary club entertains from morning to gas-lighted eve. The levée is, too, not confined to the sterner sex. Young ambitious pupils of the Conservatoire, in search of an opportunity to display their talents, actresses imploring notices, or imploring not to be noticed at all, milliners with a propitiatory hat box in hand, aspiring literary women, not a numerous class in France, all swell the ever-changing throng which flocks to this first editorial room of a popular journal. Now we must say, without wishing to draw a parallel with any other country, that the sub-editors, reporters, or writers, whatever they may be, do not, because they are on their own ground, in any way alter their manner, or assume a rude and rough tone. They preserve in their offices the courtesies of life, they respect others and themselves, and above all, have a profound conviction of the dignity of their mission. To reform, to guide, to instruct, and to refine, such is the mission of the journalist. And surely the first example should be given by themselves in their own manners and their own conduct. But it must be premised that journalism in France requires men of education. In the first place, the French language is a most complicated one, being difficult even for a Frenchman to write correctly; so that not all with a fancied vocation can jump from setting type to writing articles. Then, though the circulation of newspapers in France is not to be compared to that of newspapers in America, they are read by a larger portion of educated and informed people. Therefore must the editor be well informed, educated, and well read. Therefore must he possess superior knowledge to the public who read him. Therefore must he know the theory of art, as well if not better than the artist he is called on to criticize. That the editors and sub-editors are thus qualified for their position is shown in the respect and deference paid to them by a class which in this country expects from the press sycophancy and obedience. We mean artists who have money, managers who have power, and authors who have celebrity. By all these, the press in this country is looked on as a mere question of money. With money anything can be puffed into merit and notoriety. It is not so in France. We do not mean to say that, like Robespierre, all the press deserve the title of incorruptible, but we mean to say that no man could be found who would make it worth while to attempt to engraft an absurdity on the public mind. A manager, an artist, has a respect for the press, for they know they are enlightened, intellectual people. Therefore, in Paris, it is the manager who solicits patronage, and humbly offers his free tickets to the press, and not vice versa as in some countries. When Rachel was on the point of coming out at the Théâtre Français, M. Crémieux, a distinguished member of the Parisian bar, belonging to the Hebrew persuasion, became her patron. With a view to conciliate the press, M. Crémeux gave a dinner once a week to its leading members, ransacking the culinary art, and the vintages of every country, to propitiate the sensual god who held the young aspirant's fame in his Monday's feuilleton. But Janet's head and Janet's pen are totally independent of his digestive organs. Neither did the fumes of the champagne blind his judgment. Tokay, at 25 francs a Lilliputian glass, could not sweeten a single sentence. And Rachel almost found the mantle of genius taken from her shoulders, by the calm, cool discussion of her merits from the critic, who, admitting the genius she had, denied her everything else, which since she has acquired step by step, until she has reached the imperial height at which she now stands. But we are lingering too long in this most pleasant sanctum. Our rédacteur en chef is beyond, and we must, being amongst the privileged, enter the sanctuary, and find ourselves in the presence of the rédacteur en chef, the real editor of the paper. We pass through another elegantly furnished room, where sits an exceedingly quiet, decorous, and decorated official, qualified as le secrétaire by the young subs, though he has no such office. His real avocation is that of writer of the money articles. He is the feuilletoniste of the Bourse, a difficult and perplexing avocation in France, where the caprices of La Bourse are as frequent and unforeseen as the caprices of the prima donna at the Grand Opera. We pass the Rubicon inscribed on the door, and enter one of the quietest and most inviting of libraries. The door has closed without any noise. The deep pile of the carpet deadens the step. The double curtains at the windows soften the light to the studious point. All round the room, from floor to ceiling, are books, books, books. Be it known that every publisher sends 2 copies of a work to a newspaper. One for review, is delivered for dissection to the fraternity in the first office. The other copy, in a more elegant binding, is sent to the rédacteur en chef. A large table is in the centre of the room. On it are beautiful productions of art, not such as are in the first room, copies of what the whole public can buy, but individual statuettes, designs, sketches, and pictures, made expressly for the rédacteur, with such inscriptions and signatures as these: "À mon ami, Paul de la Croix." "À pour lui seul, Pradier." On the mantelpiece, covered with a thick purple plush, is a beautiful buhl clock, and 2 vases to match, reflected in the large mirror behind them. In a large velvet armchair, with a table before him, sits the editor himself, enveloped in a plain dark velvet dressing gown. He is not immersed in any profound thought, or he may be meditating, for aught we know, but his head rests comfortably on the back of the chair, whilst he inhales oblivion from all care, through the amber tube of a perfumed narguilé, standing beside him. What have we on the table? A large vase full of flowers, a pile of tiny oyster shells, an empty bottle of Chablis, a china dish with pears and oranges, the remains of an omelette soufflé, a silver coffee pot, thick, hot cream, and could he have foreseen our visit, and intended to invite us to breakfast? The table certainly is laid for 2, and that delicious, cosy, low chair, with its soft satin wadded back, is actually placed ready for us. How charmingly considerate! But soft! The guest is evidently not ourselves, but whoever it was has been and gone. Here are vestiges of another presence. A handkerchief, so fine, snowy, and gossamer, lies under the table. And as we pick it up, our eyes, however discreet, could not help seeing, in floral and filigree letters, the word Nathalie embroidered in the corner. But our editor, for all he takes it so easily now, has no sinecure. Remember that, being personally responsible for every line that goes into his paper, he has to read every line, aye, every syllable, from the title to his own name at the bottom of the last page. No cruel slander can be allowed to slip into his columns, no fulsome flattery to mediocrity, no false opinions, no careless style. And the knowledge that this first censorship awaits them, is perhaps the reason why the sub-editors dare not presume to aspire to the post, unless fully qualified, and why, having attained it, they write carefully and well. Much as the French morals are stigmatized, it cannot be denied that the columns of the French papers are always entirely free from personal slander, from all indecent details, from all virulent abuse. Often even the great law paper itself, the Journal des Tribunaux, in giving an account of a great trial, will give only the initials of the parties, deeming it unnecessary and cruel towards many innocent sufferers by others' guilt, that the real name should pass the threshold of the courts. All our editor's duties are performed after midnight. When he leaves his office, he spends the evening at the Opera or the Italien. They play on alternate nights, seeing the leading politicians, the leading fashionables, and, behind the scenes, the leading artists. Welcome everywhere, everywhere in authority, there are few positions more agreeable or influential than that of a member of the Parisian press, of acknowledged talent. There is no society too high for him. He has the entrée everywhere. Suiting his manner and his conversation to each, having perhaps a slight preference for Bohème and its easy manners, yet never bringing into the actual world, which is named society, one reminiscence of what that society ignores. After the witching hour of night, the toils and tribulations of a portion of the corps of the Journal, of which we have hitherto neglected to speak, the printers and their attendant devils, begin. "No copy!" shouts the foreman. "No feuilleton!" "No theatrical review!" What is to be done? Nobody in the office, of course. That is the last place to look for those who are wanted. So the foreman, coming out of his own private room, for he too has a sanctum, calls aloud in the printing room, "Feuilleton!" To this a bright little demon in a blouse and paper cap, who keeps the run of the feuilleton, replies, "Mademoiselle Euphrosyne, Rue St. Georges," and off he posts to the Rue St. Georges, where his feuilleton is at supper with a host of choice spirits. And whilst he hurriedly completes the feuilleton, crumpled in his pocket, the gamin drains a glass of champagne in the anteroom in company with Florine the soubrette. Revue musicale, revue dramatique, are each found in succession by their attendant sprites, sometimes the very greatest names in the artistic world, being shouted in the printer's office, as the whereabouts of the various editors. This orderly disorder, however, ends in a paper which bears no traces of the intense labour it has cost the foreman and the printers. As for the sub-editors, their work has no symptom of labour. In the crucible peculiar to Frenchmen, the labours of life have been transformed into pleasure. Whilst attaining the end of existence, fame or fortune, they do not lose sight of the present moment, but enjoy each as it passes, for each as it passes is a moment making up the years of youth, which can never be recalled. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Ins and Outs of Paris, or Paris by Day and Night, by Julie de Marguerite. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Temple. In a dismal, sordid-looking street, called the Rue du Temple, is situated one of the most wonderful, if not of the most pleasing institutions of Paris, the Marché du Temple, or the Rag Market. It takes its name from being situated on the ground where once stood the lofty towers inhabited by the Knights Templar. But they have passed away almost from the memory of man, martyrs to the ambition of a vindictive king, last vestiges of the chivalric age, destined to disappear when society entered into another sphere of civilization. Here, too, dwelt for a few months, every instant of which brought its own distinct agony, a man whom worldly inheritance had made a king, but whom God had destined to become a martyr. Louis XVI lived his last sad days here, sublime in his misfortunes and resignation, as he had been undignified and inefficient in his prosperity. Here the angelic Elizabeth awaited, calmly and hopefully, her fate. Here Marie Antoinette remembered that she was the daughter of Maria Theresa, which the luxuries and flatteries of the court had led her to forget. Here she became the wife, mother, and sister, to suffer through all these affections, pangs which history shudders to recall. Here a young, fair-haired boy expiated in a long agony the sins of his race. And here pined and lingered after all were gone the youthful princess, who through 60 years of after life was rarely seen to smile. There was no oblivion from the horrors of that long captivity, and of its catastrophes. But they are all gone now. Even the walls which so ruthlessly enclosed them have disappeared. There is no vestige of the martyred Templars or the martyred King. Such remains were dangerous reminiscences to leave standing in the midst of a versatile people, whose sympathies they might perchance one day arouse. So the tower was demolished, the gardens were destroyed, and, for some years, the space they occupied was left a barren waste. At last, however, Napoleon, who knew that the way to keep the people out of mischief was to treat them like children, and give them something to amuse and occupy them, imagined converting this waste ground into a rag market, just as on the eve of an insurrection he gave orders that the Dome of the Invalides should be gilt, in order to turn the tide of popular excitement from one channel into another. The Temple, for though its destinies have changed, it has retained its name, although it is certainly a rag fair, for rags of every description are here to be found, is more properly speaking a second-hand bazaar. Before enumerating its wares, varied ad infinitum, we will endeavour to give some idea of the construction of this labyrinth of shops, or rather dens, in which fortunes have been made, and in which also wretchedness and misery starve, spite of the never-flagging trade which goes on in this emporium of poverty. The Temple is divided into 4 squares. In each of these squares there are 500 shops, or stands, let by the week, for a rent of 1 franc and a half. There are favourite stands, lucky places, and stands avoided by all. The corner places are considered the best, because many who courageously come to the Temple, either for a frolic or from curiosity, or on economical thoughts intent, hesitate to plunge into the narrow crowded alleys, guarded on both sides by women, who, though some may be young and pretty, are all endowed with a tongue and a vocabulary one would hesitate to encounter. The most distinguished of these squares is, by a sort of sarcastic conceit, called in the Temple, the Palais Royal. Here we find bonnets, head dresses, flowers, feathers, all of which have graced the heads of the high and fashionable, and perhaps served a second time in an intermediate sphere, before descending to this lower stratum of existence. Here false jewelry with fabulously large stones, fringes, spangles, foil, costumes of every nation, as fancy balls imagine them, gloves of every colour, cleaned or uncleaned, and here is to be found lace, imitation and real, including the famous guipure, so prized by fashion and French women. The taste for old lace, which for 200 years has not been manufactured, and the secret of which is lost, has contributed much to raise the dignity and position of the Temple. Great ladies from the Faubourg St. Germain, as much from antiquarian taste as from economy, come in mousseline de laine dresses and cloaks, with closed bonnets and veils, to ransack the piles of yellow heavy point lace, heaped on the stands of this part of the Temple. The formidable saleswomen of these laces have condescended to a rough sort of politeness with these customers, by whom they make so much money. They have penetration to see through the disguise of their customers, and of course double their prices. But the customers unmurringly pay it, for it is cent per cent cheaper than at the other end of the capital. Next to this, the aristocratic department of the Temple, comes the Pavillon de Flore, a mocking demonstration borrowed from the Tuileries. Here are to be found mattresses, curtains, calico dresses, cotton shawls, and children's clothes, including infants', which present often a most grotesque contrast to all around, being generally the off-cast garments of some child of luxury, tempting the poorer mothers who pass by, rich embroideries on ragged cambric, lace borders upon caps full of holes, flowing muslin dresses, which, degraded as they are, still retain their grace of form. The third compartment of the Temple has a name which, in the graphic language of the place, expresses the conglomeration of filth and refuse it contains. It is called the Alley of the Poux Volants, a name which we refrain from translating, but which designates the insect which neglect and filth so quickly generate. Old clothes men, tinkers, peddlers of all kinds, here dispose of their various goods, which soon find numerous purchasers. The fourth and last apartment is called La Forêt Noire, or the Black Forest. It contains nothing but old shoes, pyramids, piles, heaps, hecatombs of old shoes, of all sizes, make, and colour. The dandy varnished boot, worn as varnished boot never should be worn, out of all shape, heelless, cracked, deformed. Light, elegant shoes, half boots, heavy boots, hunting boots, postillons' boots, like chimneys of steamboats. Tiny little shoes, with which the darling's first steps were watched along the polished floor. Dainty white satin slippers, whose graceful form and whiteness looks like a ray of light in the blackness around. Faded and deformed velvet slippers, embroidered by some beloved hand, are here consigned to oblivion for ever. Here are shoes and boots which have borne their wearers to happiness, to misery, to crime, to death; shoes whose soles have been worn by anxious waiters before the doors that were to bring promise, hope, or riches, the spirit wearing at each hard deception, as the soul on the hard stones. Shoes can be bought here for 2 sous a pair, the only difficulty being to get a pair, but those who buy shoes here do not care about a match, but are satisfied provided they have 2 shoes to their 2 feet. In the middle of the large square formed by the 4 smaller ones we have described, is a large edifice called La Rotonde. It has larger shops, and the clothes, though second or third hand, are brushed and mended. Old uniforms and hats are here displayed to the best advantage. This house was first intended as a prison for debtors; but the Temple disdains debtors, and admits of no bankrupts, but with summary proceeding turns those who cannot pay out of its precincts. This Rotonde is a low caricature of the Bourse or Exchange at the other end of the town. Here, at the very same hours, too, as at the Bourse, assemble the erratic old clothes men who have perambulated Paris all the morning, discussing the rise of rags or the fall of paletots. Many of these men are but hired servants of some of these large establishments of the Rotonde. Besides these quiet sons of Israel, for here, as in all countries, old clothes men are Jews, there are a collection of formidable female brokers, called les râleuses, from their gruff, hoarse voices, which continually assail the passers-by, mocking, inviting, or abusing each, according to the impression made. These women live, most of them, in the building of the Rotonde, now a tenant house, in which there are more than 1,000 lodgers and 12 staircases. Now, besides all these things, the Temple has a very efficient police, and consequently a most efficient corps of thieves; for the existence of one invariably implies the existence of the other. The thieves here carry on a most adroit and extraordinary species of industry. Choosing his opportunity, one man enters an old clothes shop, and begins bargaining for trousers, for instance. He looks and looks, and chooses and re-chooses, and at length, from the collection before him, fixes his mind upon a pair. It is always necessary to try them on, which, as he does not care for a tight fit, he proceeds to do over his own garments. But scarcely has he commenced the operation, before another customer, who is in a great hurry, requires all the attention of the shopman, and the first customer is left to try on his trousers alone. This he does most diligently; for not only does he try on 1, 2, 3 pairs, but he also keeps them all on, one over the other, until he can get on no more. Then, whilst the unfortunate customer is still haggling, he pays the marchand for 1 pair, and coolly walks away, with a sly wink at his friend. This manoeuvre, repeated for coats and waistcoats, cravats, handkerchiefs, and what not, all is fish that comes to their net, makes a very considerable booty, which booty, being artistically arranged in one of the little shops hired by the week for that purpose, is sold at auction, at prices revealing at once the way in which they were procured, but which nobody thinks it necessary to complain of, seeing they profit by it, and that there is a very efficient police. But the Temple is not all work and no play. It has its amusements, like any other place, or rather we should say, amusements unlike those of any other place. It has a large room, lighted by lamps, diffusing as much lamp black as light, in which the Jeunesse of the place assemble, to dance those dances whose very names have never passed the precincts of the Temple itself. To describe them would be to put oneself in the power of the efficient police, besides requiring us to draw on our imaginations; because, to make a confession of which we are no ways ashamed, we have really never seen them. We know, however, that the orchestra is composed of fiddlers playing on one string, or no strings at all, a trumpeter, who comes out occasionally with a blast, and a persevering drummer, who drums on all the time. The orchestra, to be sure, is almost a superfluous luxury, for the dancers generally sing their own tunes, keep their own time, stop when they like, and begin when they please. The men are all from the precincts of the Temple; so are a few of the women, but not many; for, strange to say, these creatures, so utterly devoid of refinement and reserve in manner, possess an innate chastity, which makes them faithful wives, and keeps them away from these saturnalias. The principal salon de danse is kept by an old woman who sits comfortably at the door, taking the 2-sous entrance tickets, imbibing alternately a glass of cherry brandy and a pinch of snuff, whilst, heedless of the noise around her, her attention is absorbed in some dirty edition of La Gazette des Tribunaux, or some sentimental impossible romance, over which she weeps, wiping her eyes on a snuffy-coloured pocket handkerchief. In the Temple and in the Cité, the mysteries of Udolpho are much more read and liked than the mysteries of Paris, for Sue's work is their own life, whilst the other carries them entirely out of it to something beyond. At the corners of all the streets, surrounding the Temple, are marchands de vin, or drinking shops, which of course are always full, concentrating in this part of Paris almost all the drunkenness to be found. In the dark and hidden recesses of the Temple are said to exist most magnificent gambling houses, frequented by many of the fashionables from the other quarters of Paris. Established on the basis of the gambling houses at the German baths, ladies are said to be admitted here, and hidden to all behind screens, to test their fortune at rouge et noir and roulette. How true the existence of these maisons de jeu may be, we are not prepared to say, though we should rather be disposed to deny it, because clandestine gambling houses exist in all the streets of Paris, to say nothing of the clubs, where gambling is not clandestine at all, and private houses, where the recent fashion of lansquenet suffices to satisfy any moderate or immoderate passion for the forbidden amusement. Therefore we conclude that the class supposed to frequent les salons magnifiques would not give themselves the trouble of coming so far, for what they can enjoy within the limits of their own haunts. Gambling is not one of the popular vices of the French people. They are not so prone to bet as the English or Americans. On the marchand de vin's dirty tables, one may see a few of the dregs of the people quarrelling over a pack of cards; but as a general amusement, cards are seldom thought of. The jockey and the blackleg are not French institutions, but the few that exist in France are imported from England. Chicken hazard and thimble rig are unknown sports. The ring has no heroes in France. Cock fighting is not relished. Perhaps it is for the want of these agreeable diversions that the French people are reduced to the necessity of getting up occasional revolutions, in order to gratify their belligerent dispositions. However, we must hasten to say that the inhabitants of the Temple are not a fighting people. As in nations, so it is in this asylum of commerce. The mercantile has destroyed the warlike spirit, and a Parisian mob gets very few recruits from the Temple. The people at the Temple are not riotous. They have the vices generated by shopkeeping in its lowest grade, cunning, dishonesty, and deceit; but they are neither assassins, nor innovators, nor politicians, nor makers or unmakers of kings and governments. Chapter 23.